Yo. 1 minute warning. Are you recording yet? Oh, you are. Okay. Okay. Hey, Jeremy. Or maybe I don't need a 1 minute. Okay, we'll call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. First order of business is to roll call.
Councilmember San Antonio.
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Here.
Councilmember O'Hara is not here, but we'll note when he gets here. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Here.
Mayor Ehlers.
Here.
Record will show that every member of the City Council is here with the exception of Councilmember O'Hara.
And please rise if you can and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, tonight we have one special presentation. It's a presentation of a proclamation honoring the life and legacy of Robert Bob Bondi. And so I'll move over here and grab the microphone. Okay. Am I on? There we go. If I could invite Bob's daughter, Jennifer Allen, and her family to come on up here. So those of you that don't know, Bob Bondi is called the father of Encinitas, and so he passed recently, and his wife of 73 years passed 2 months and 2 days before. And I just felt it was so important. Bob was so instrumental. He spent so much time in these chambers, instrumental in pulling people together to form this city. We wouldn't be sitting here as a city if not for his help, and with a lot of other people. But what a legacy! And I got to know him personally, and he gave me great advice, counsel. I could talk to him, and over the years, and I was impressed. I was telling Jennifer at the memorial, I think it was a year ago, and he was working on his 93, and he passed at 94. He was 93, and he was working on some state initiative and some issue that he had, and he's calling people. I'm hoping that's me. I'm just hoping that's me. So we have a proclamation tonight for him, and I'll read it and then present it, and we'll get some pictures with the entire council. So the proclamation says, whereas Robert Bob Bondi devoted his life to community service, earning the title Father of Encinitas for his pivotal role in the city's incorporation and his tireless advocacy on local issues, including the defeat of the high-speed bullet train project and responsible development efforts, and whereas Bob founded and led the Hometown Alliance, uniting residents from all 5 neighborhoods to ensure their voices were heard in the governing process, and whereas a United States Marine veteran of the Korean War, Bob earned his undergraduate degree in industrial arts from San Jose State and his doctorate of education from Colorado State College, serving as a professor and later as executive dean of facility planning at Cal State Polytechnic University before retiring at age 50. And whereas in 1981, Bob and his beloved wife, Joanne, his partner of 73 years, moved to Cardiff by the Sea, built their home by hand, and immersed themselves in civic life, boy, that's the understatement, while raising their 3 children, Michael, Jennifer, and James. And whereas Joanne was not only Bob's lifelong partner, but also his steadfast supporter through his long and exhaustive activism with the city, sharing in his commitment to the community and standing beside him in every endeavor. And whereas Bob and Joanne's love story, beginning at age 15, was one of enduring devotion, After Joanne's passing on June 3rd, 2025, Bob joined her in eternal rest just 2 months later on August 5th, 2025. And whereas Bob's life was defined by service, generosity, and craftsmanship, whether advocating for his community, guiding his family, or helping friends and neighbors with his wisdom and skilled hands. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Ehlers, Mayor of the City of Encinitas, along with all the City Council members, do hereby honor and celebrate the life of Robert Bob Bondi for his extraordinary contributions to our city and his legacy as a husband, father, neighbor, veteran, educator, and friend. Thank you. And if the council will join us for photos.
Perfect.
Do we have Jim yet?
I thought I heard something, but maybe not. Okay.
There, he's coming. Right there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. One. Oops. Actually, I took one. 1, 2, 3. Let's take one more. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to item 5, oral communications.
We do currently have 28 speakers.
28, so we're going to have to bifurcate them. And the one question is, I can do 10 now at 3 minutes, or I can do 15 now at 2 minutes. I think I'm going to go try with 3 minutes this time to let you have full speaking. If you're saying the same thing as somebody previously, hopefully you can shorten. We can get maybe a few more in, but the idea is that normally for oral communications, which are not on tonight's agenda, any item not on tonight's agenda, you're free to speak. We cannot respond to you. We can only listen, and that's good. But what we're going to do is do 3 minutes each. We'll do 10 of them now, and then the remaining 18 at the end, right after item 12. So.
And
So with that, we'll call public.
just a reminder, oral communications are, as the mayor stated, anything that's not on the agenda. First 3 speakers, Elizabeth Whitaker, followed by Bernie Dillon, and then Christine Schindler.
Hello, I'm Beth Whitaker. I've lived in Encinitas for 20 years, and I absolutely love it here. I want to start by saying how proud I am of everyone on the council for last week's emergency agenda item and the way that that was handled. I don't always agree with everyone, and that's the beauty of democracy, but I did feel proud last week, and I bragged to my friends in other cities about how well you all handled that, so thank you. I hope that it continues. However, I am here today in response to some comments from 2 weeks ago that I heard from council. And I want to remind, just if anyone doesn't know, that council takes an oath to uphold the U.S. Constitution, not just serve Encinitas. And I speak today in response to statements from 2 weeks ago that illustrate a failure to endorse equal protection under the law. Failure to uphold your oaths creates moral and legal risk for Encinitas. Specifically, Luke Schaefer, proposing that our sheriffs use profiling tactics meant for wartime active duty Marines in our beach town is unconstitutional. Proposing that our police enforce laws based on how expensive or well-kept a vehicle is unconstitutional. I'm not worried about our sheriffs not understanding the Constitution. Let me make that clear. What I'm talking about is when people are acting for the people, representing us, having taken an oath to uphold something that either is being completely disregarded or misunderstood. Either there is an ignorance to the Constitution, or in true MAGA form, there is an assertion that freedom only belongs to the rich and the people who are already in power. And voicing un-American MAGA rhetoric while performing official duties for the people of Encinitas will be met with opposition every time, and please uphold your oath. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. On July 4th, 2025, Sacramento made $2.2 million in fine and penalties for illegal fireworks. I want this to sink in. $2.2 million for one day in Sacramento. I estimate Cardiff alone is sitting on $20 to $40 million in fines and penalties based on how many fireworks were fired off on July 4th. Today at 3:09 p.m., kids were out firing fireworks. I am asking the City Council to add to the agenda as soon as possible an agenda item to change the structure and fines and penalties to be equal to or greater than that of Sacramento. So this way our citizens can be given ample warning before our country's 250th birthday. In Cardiff and on Santa Fe Drive, fireworks are fired off for no reason at all. B-days and other celebrations. There will be fireworks this weekend on Labor Day. New Year's and Christmas as well. This lawlessness must stop. There are not enough ambulances to clear out all the senior retirement homes that surround us. There would be more than 36 deaths. I do not want to see my neighborhood burned to the ground due to an illegal firework that caught a poorly maintained palm tree or the brush that interconnects all of our communities. Please keep Encinitas safe and increase the fines for these illegal fireworks. Thank you.
Following Christine will be Jesse Kahn, Melissa Sharbarth, and then Ellen Burr.
I really don't have anything to say. We're just going to show this video. Thank you, Kiernan. So, it takes all of us to create safer streets. So it's a message for all of us, people who are elected, driving cars, walking, biking, speeding, not stopping. It's just, I have no words.
I am Jessie Kahn. I spoke last week. I wanted to first take a moment and apologize to Marco San Antonio. I was quite shaken last week. I was involved in the ICE situation, and I did, in that time, call you white. And that, really sat with me, and I was trying to make a statement more for the family and for that Guatemalan family when we know that Encinitas is mainly affluent white people. And so it was really wrong of me to come up there. I know that you're not white, and I just wanted to make sure that you saw that, and I really apologized, especially when I came here making a statement for immigrant families, so I wanted to apologize to you. That said, I also wanted to, Joy, you are a sweet baby angel. I really appreciate the work that you did, and thank you so much for calling a state of emergency so that citizens' voices could be heard that night. I was involved in the ICE raid, and then I taught all day, and then I came here to speak to make sure that I wanted my words to be heard, so I appreciated you doing that. Last week I did come to speak about the ICE event I was involved in last week in Village Park. It was disappointing to hear San Antonio comment that at the time of the meeting he had not seen the video of the ICE raid prior to the meeting, especially when the room was full, the overflow room was full, and people were spilling out of City Hall. So to say that you hadn't seen that video, just made me question, how do you miss that information? How are you so uninformed about what's going on in your district, and how do you call yourself a leader? However, what really sent me last week was not 24 hours after the first ICE event, as people from your district, Mr. San Antonio, gathered to protest ICE activity, ICE returned not 10 yards away from where the first incident occurred. It was more violent, it was more intense, and they sent even more masked men. And it was seen as retaliation by ICE. People are afraid in your district, Mr. San Antonio, not just immigrant families, but people like me who have grown up here, who are trying to raise children without violent, unnecessary ICE actions in our community. But furthermore, while I was speaking, and probably right now, a woman was maliciously making comments about what I was saying and my involvement in the raid. I think her name's Rachel. I've since been speaking. I realized that she went to high school with both of you, both Luke and San Antonio. I know that she's involved with you, Bruce. I don't know why you would want her to be involved. The things that she was saying about me while I was speaking and the event were really foul. So much so that some people sitting next to me actually tried to get her to quiet down. I appreciate you
Thank you.
listening to me.
You have to finish up. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. The last time I stood here, you saw my anger, but grief moves in stages. Since then, someone encouraged me to try grieving with hope. And I want to thank you, because when you took swift action last week on a matter so important to our community, you showed me how leadership can turn pain into progress. However, after months of effort, the people who love and miss Emory dearly have been dealt a gut punch. Such a simple request to rename a street sign, Emory's Crossing, has been ignored. The request is not complicated. It has nothing to do with litigation and everything to do with remembrance, awareness, and safety. A sign bearing Emory's name would serve two purposes. It would honor her life, and it would remind every driver who passes to slow down and consider the consequences of unsafe driving. Just last week, this council unanimously approved an emergency item around federal immigration policy. I ask you to start somewhere here with a street sign, a small symbolic step that can have a lasting impact. When a family loses a child so tragically, their entire purpose becomes making sure that child is not forgotten and their death has meaning. If money is the issue, I will fundraise. I will drain my savings. I will do whatever it takes to make this happen. It's not only possible, but simple. Let us not miss this chance to turn grief into hope. Help the family, Emory's friends, loved ones, and help this community by making Emory's Crossing a reality. Thank you.
Following Ellen, it'll be Diana Cutlow, Eleanor Bushnell, Scott Campbell, and then the 10th speaker, Natalie Satoon.
Good evening, Council. Quickly, over the past month, there have been many comments and quotations and commentary regarding parking, and specifically reference to the JFS parking lot And I think it would have been helpful if someone would have stepped up at the time and said, the JFS parking lot has very specific restrictions. There's no vans, no Winnebagos, no pickup trucks, even if they're smaller than an SUV. It is a safe parking lot with very restricted admission, plus lots of rules to go along with it. So to let these comments go on and percolate online and in commentary without somebody saying, no, we can't, sheriffs just can't send them over to the JFS lot, because that's not possible. Secondly, it would be nice to know what the status is of the short-term rental program. My understanding, came before the council a long time ago. It's been back and forth with the Coastal Commission, and it would just be nice to have an answer on that, because I have seen at least 2 instances in commissions where concern was that something being developed was going to be used for short-term rentals. And if it were not for that, then they would have been totally fine with the construction and additions. So we need to let people know what's going on there. High-tech equipment. Luke, you said that if we had had this high-tech equipment before, we would have known that we were going to be losing 6 parking spaces on Lucadia. Well, I would submit that if we just had people go out and walk the route, that we would have known that there were going to be 6 spaces that would be affected and lost. High-tech is not always the answer. As a matter of fact, it would be way better if our consultants and our staff sometimes actually got out into the field when things were going to be happening, because like the cosmonaut in the space station, when he was offered a special pen from the astronaut, he said, no, thank you. I got pencil. So, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Ellers and members of the council. I'm Diana Cutler, representing Senator Blakespear of District 38. On Saturday, Senator Blakespear held a press conference to emphasize the need to maintain core safety features of the Santa Fe corridor. The press conference included leaders from around the region and the city of Encinitas who want our streets slower and safer for all of the users. On Saturday, we heard from an Encinitas father who had lost his son, a mother who had lost her husband, teachers and school board members who want to protect their students and their families from this kind of tragic loss. The Santa Fe corridor is within 1.5 miles of 5 public schools and numerous private schools, kindergartens. It's immediately in front of our city's largest public high school. As a reminder, this project was designed in early 2020 to solve for several problems along this corridor, such as poor circulation, significant safety hazards with ingress and egress from SDA, insufficient streetscape and ADA compliance, and more. The changes there, which were funded partly with $3 million that Senator Blakespear was able to have added to the state budget in 2023, added protected bike lanes, walking paths, enhanced crosswalks, and lowered the speed for vehicles, because science makes clear that speed kills, and these infrastructure components save lives. The traffic calming measures may take some time to get used to, but they have been successful in reducing speeds in an area busy with school drop-offs and pickups, as well as commuter and business traffic. Encinitas has experienced too many civilian and pedestrian deaths this year, and with more and more children riding e-bikes to school, safety is paramount. If there are adjustments that the City Council would like to make, the Senator respectfully requests that you maintain the core safety components of the project, including protected bikeways, walking paths, reduced lane widths, and have no net loss in parking spaces. Thank you.
Eleanor, and then Scott.
Okay. Okay, good evening, Council. My name is Scott Campbell. I live in Encinitas District 1, and tonight I'm representing Encinitas Citizen Review Panel. And First off, personally, I'm not scared. I'm more concerned about sinkholes, particularly at the north end of the town in front of the Leah Maria Hotel. On the way here, I noticed a few things. I noticed a lot of 20-mile-an-hour roads. That's pretty safe. I noticed this morning, Santa Fe backed up all the way to El Camino Real. 0 miles an hour. That's pretty safe. I don't think it's optimal, but it's pretty safe. I also noticed tumbleweeds on Vulcan. So anyways, let's get with what we got. I love the 3 minutes. So last week, I talked about state of emergency. None of what we're talking about tonight really applies to making an emergency, but let's get to real stuff. The city is currently doing a ton of stuff for safety, a ton. Here's just a list from the city's webpage. All these bicycle safety enhancement projects are going in right now. All of these. A lot of them are on Encinitas Boulevard. A lot of people have been very concerned. It's going in. Nothing happens instantaneously, particular physical infrastructure. We got these pedestrian intervals going in all over the place. There's 57 intersections. That's 4 corners on each intersection. Look at that list. That's just Encinitas Boulevard. The city is making progress on safety. I don't know what we can do. We got these pedestrian crossings. It's not the same thing. These are basically extra enhanced green paint and stuff like that. Once again, these are going in all over town. Pedestrian safety. I just want to remind the council that the city is doing this stuff so that people can reach, I don't know what we need to do, but we need to move forward. And I'm going to donate an extra minute. Thank you.
Wow.
My name is Eleanor Bushnell, and I'm a 5th grader at Ada Harris. I walk to and from school every day. Please finish sidewalks and add crosswalks, speed bumps, and stop signs to make it safer for kids and adults. No one else should die because of unsafe streets. Thank you.
Natalie?
Hi, Natalie Satoon Cardiff. I emailed the council yesterday concerning agendizing a proclamation affirming the city's commitment to women's sports. As the mother of a Title IX D1 college athlete, a biological female, I'm requesting that City Council support in making a formal proclamation affirming our city's commitment to girls' sports and advocating for the protection of women's competitive spaces. Additionally, I ask that the council draft a letter to our state capitol emphasizing our stance against allowing biological males to compete in women's sports. Women's sports have historically provided, may I have my time back, please?
Yep.
Thank you. Women's sports have historically provided female athletes with opportunities for excellence, empowerment, and recognition. They also provide a gateway for young women in financial need who depend on scholarship opportunities to further their education. Our city has historically championed equality and fairness and equity. It is the home of legendary female athletes who shattered the proverbial glass ceiling in the local outdoor industry, such as surfing and skateboarding. And it is imperative that we stand united in support of our women's rights in sports. By issuing a proclamation, we can send a clear message that our city values the uniqueness of women's athletic achievements and that we will not tolerate policies that compromise the fairness and safety in competition. A letter to the state capitol will reinforce our commitment and urge our state representatives to enact policies to protect women's sports. It's essential that we advocate for legislation that ensures a level playing field, preserving the rights of our female athletes to compete against one another without unfair advantages. I propose the following key points be included in both the proclamation and letter: affirmation of support, protection of women's sports, safety considerations, call to action, commitment to equality. I believe taking the stand will not only reflect our city's values and decisions. I'm asking the mayor to commit to place this as a future agenda item. Should this be declined, I'm asking the council to vote to place this on a future agenda. I'd also like to see this signed and supported by all members of the current council. Thank you.
That concludes the first 10 speakers under oral communication.
Okay, and we'll take the rest after item 12. And now we will move on to report from closed session, which we did not have one. So we will move on to item 7, changes to the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the posted agenda. And moving to the consent calendar, item 8D as in dog has been removed by a member of the public.
Okay, and would any member of the council like to remove any consent item and have it heard independently? So with that, I'll entertain a motion to adopt all the consent items except item 8D, which will be heard immediately after this.
Motion to approve all the consent items except for 8D.
I'll second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second, and call the question.
Says to item 8D.
Okay, and one person pulled it?
Ellen, would you like a staff report?
Thank you. I don't see Ellen. Where did she go? Oh, there she is. Is that a yes or no? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear it.
Good evening, Mayor. Provide a brief staff report on item 8D for you. I'm going to turn it over to Matt, who's got the most background on the project for you, and I also have Carlos here tonight if he's available, but Matt has it. Thank you.
Okay, this item is for the ADA improvements for Glen Park. This project has been part of the ADA transition plan, and the design has been complete. We need to bring the parking lot and the access to the restroom up to ADA compliance. Design is done, and we're hoping for council to approve.
First speaker is Ellen Burr with the time donation from Sander Anderson, who is present, and then the second speaker is Christine Schindler.
Yeah, and clerk, we're having some computer issue here, just so you know. But you can proceed, Ellen.
There was somebody else donating time, but that's okay. Maybe I won't need it. I was very surprised to see this on the agenda because the last meeting I attended about this, I basically said, if you look at this map, which is the plan, that was a sidewalk to nowhere. A sidewalk to nowhere, an ADA compliant sidewalk. And I was told that this would be, that at the end, there would be a replacement of broken and we would get new equipment, including inclusive equipment. And that's why we needed this sidewalk going all the way down to that area of the park. Imagine my surprise to find out that at some point there was a committee meeting, a CPP meeting, that went, that addressed changes in the park, but no inclusivity except for adult exercise equipment, which I do not think really is inclusive, but it's not fit the definition of what we're talking about when we talk about ADA inclusivity. So, first of all, I would like to say that the idea that we have two different consultants working on this little park, and it has been split for the ADA part and the upgrade part, is absurd. It should be all done at one time. We should not be talking about just upgrading the ADA compliance, because I'm pretty sure what we have is already ADA compliant, and when you go in to change it, then it has to be upgraded. And as far as I know, the only thing that really needs to happen is at the entrance towards the park, there needs to be a widening, possibly a resurfacing, repaving of the entrance ramp, a quick build type situation. And if the parking lot needs to be totally resurfaced and painted and striped, go ahead and do it, because back in 2017, the budget was $300,000, and that would have maybe covered the parking lot, but not everything else. If you look at the plans right now that separate out all of the equipment, then if you look at, can you change to the next one? The little red mark, no, go back. The little red marks are where there is intention to put in red buds and engineered wood mulch. Where that is adjacent to what was basically a tot lot and should still be a tot lot. And my understanding is that the plan is now, it's not on here, it's a separate plan, is to have the same engineered wood fiber in the playground, which is totally unacceptable for little children. It's supposed to be a playground for 9 years and under. I don't know if any of you remember toddlers and infants, but number one, walking through mulch chips, whether they're wood or plastic, is not a good thing. And do you really think it's not going to be spread all over the place and put in their mouths? And who knows what can be hiding in those, even if they aren't wood. So I really think this needs to go back, and it needs to be combined, and it needs to happen all at one time. And we don't need to do, this is not value engineered. We do not need to do all of this crazy sidewalk, especially when some of the sidewalk was just done a few years ago. And I guess maybe it turned out not to be ADA compliant because the signs have kind of been scraped off the top. But the other problem with putting in these beautiful red buds, and I love red buds, eastern red buds, is that it interferes with your line of sight. And that is one thing parents, caretakers, whatever, really need, is a line of sight to see the kids on the playground. And where they want that right now is usually where strollers are parked. Sometimes kids who aren't quite old enough to go into the playground, but they need to be close enough to the playground. I just think that, is this a neighborhood park or a community park? If it was a neighborhood park and they only sent out notice to 500 yards around it, then fine. But if it's just a little neighborhood park, then why do we need all of this ADA upgrade? Especially since the drainage problem that they anticipate dealing with is probably already undercutting Newcastle. So we need to fix the drainage problem and not put in an open French drain to try and fix it. I'm just shocked that you would do this without considering the people who actually use the park. And it needs to go to the Coastal Commission, so it should probably be consolidated anyway. Thank you.
Okay. And so Deputy Mayor Lyons.
One more speaker.
Oh, we have one more? I'm sorry.
Just real quickly, it was a bit of a knee-jerk reaction, so when a consent item's pulled, it's like I do a pink slip. I appreciate Ellen's voice, I always have. I think I just want to say thank you to staff, just acknowledge how much ADA improvements are necessary, legally required. But yeah, we want to be responsible and do good design. So thank you for your comments, Ellen. And it just is an opportunity to appreciate, as we think more about an age-friendly community and how we can modify for people who are aging, which would be me and you. So thank you.
Okay. That concludes. With that, Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Great, thank you. I know that our staff is all there and ready to answer questions. So what I'm going to do is thank Ellen for your comments, because I was also looking at this very closely, and the community's been anticipating this work for a bit now, and it has come along a little slower than I had hoped for, but I'm anxious for it to move forward. I hope that staff can respond to the fact that playground improvements aren't a part of this and the reason why. Also, the extent of our ADA improvements in our parks and how we're scrutinizing and looking at where we need improvements elsewhere, and this is one of those opportunities. And I suppose there was some questions that Ellen had there too about stormwater and what the stormwater improvements are going to be associated with this project. And I think she also had some questions about the red buds. So without delaying anymore, I look to staff to answer that.
Thank you, Councilmember Lyons. I'm going to turn it over to Matt, who's got some history on the background of how we've gotten to this point tonight prior to my time here, and he could probably define each of those parameters for everybody and yourself. Thank you. Go ahead, Matt.
Good evening, Council. Again, Matt Wadowski, Principal Engineer for the Engineering Department for Capital Improvement Section. So the project here that we're looking at came to us because the city did a CASP report, which is a report basically that identifies ADA deficiencies in public places around the city. And Glen Park was listed as having some ADA deficiencies. So as this project was developed, that was the scope that came into this project. I think there's a little bit of confusion, and I appreciate the question coming up. There is a separate project to put park equipment at Glen Park, but that came about years later. It's coming from an OGAL grant, and so the projects developed differently and they're on separate paths from each other. So tonight we're just talking about the ADA access at Glen Park. It is a deficiency, it is a public park, and we want to obviously get that park up to standards.
And could you talk a little bit about stormwater and how this is addressing the concerns?
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Senior Engineer Carlos Baldenegro. The stormwater issue came about when Parks brought it to our attention that there was water coming across the park and kind of like making it really wet by the pavilion. So I looked at the site, and it looks like water was coming off the street into the park. And so what we did, because we're going to build these nice new walkways, we didn't want that water to affect the new walkway, so we just put a French drain to intercept that and put it underground. That French drain will not be visible. It will just be covered with sod, but it will take that flow underground and towards the main channel that's in the park.
Does the French drain connect to the underground stormwater then, stormwater pipes?
We're going to be putting a new drain to take that flow to the ditch, because it's already going overland to like a really small catch basin that's north of the pavilion, but it's totally overwhelmed by the flow that's coming. So we're going to bring it to a larger pipe and take it to the ditch.
And I think the other question was the redbud trees, the reason for locating those where they are?
Those are located to capture water that's going to run off the new walkways, and that's kind of, they're strategically placed for that. The species of trees was chosen by Parks.
Perfect.
So that's how those are selected.
And thank you. And then Dave, Parks, as far as could you fill in the gaps on the playground equipment?
Upgrading playground equipment, kind of in a process. So right now the playgrounds at Wyro and Orpheus Parks are OGAL's grants that we're working on now, and also our funding through our cell phone leases. Glen is on the list to be replaced. It just isn't the current playground.
Thank you. I'll yield.
Okay, and I'll go. So you're saying that it's not a current project, and so there's nothing to combine. Is that?
Correct. That playground is in design at this point. The drawing out plans, there is no funds at this point for construction.
And is there any economy of scale that is it worth delaying any of this project to catch up when that happens so that it can go once through Coastal Commission? Is that an advantage or not?
Yeah.
Right now, it just doesn't seem like if we would try to wait and combine it, we don't think we gain very much time spent back or assets for it right now, because this project, since it was ADA compliance and maintenance, we went through an administrative hearing, and so that's how the permit process went. So it'd be a different process from the park replacement.
So does the project before us tonight have to go to Coastal Commission?
It has already gone through the appropriate permitting commission requirements. It
So
was an
it-
administrative hearing with the planning department.
Okay, great. And then, is it a neighborhood park or a community park? On the
Sir,
general
that's a
plan?
neighborhood park. It does have the small rec center with the room in it and a bathroom, but
And a
it's still
parking
neighborhood.
lot, too. So it
Yep.
was kind of, I couldn't tell by looking at it, so, okay, great. And then, just to clarify, if I look at the before and after of the sidewalk, we're adding a serpentine shape in there in one place in particular that's not there before. I assumed automatically that that's because the current sidewalk was too steep of a slope to qualify for ADA. Am I correct in that assumption, that the new one will qualify as ADA?
That is correct.
Okay, so, okay, great. That's my questions. Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, most of my questions have been answered, and Ellen, I'm hoping that gives some light to what was before dark situation. I move to approve the ADA project.
I'll second.
Okay. And no other comments? If not, we will call the question.
That motion does carry unanimously.
Okay, with that, we will move on to item 10A. This is, let me get this is an update to the City of Encinitas Permit Parking Program and Municipal Code, Chapter 14.41, and introduction of ordinance number 2025-06, and updates to the City of Encinitas Municipal Code 14.42, and introduction of ordinance number 2025-13, and the contact is City Traffic Engineer Bandigan.
Good evening, Mayor and City
Or-
Council. I did not need to move tonight, an evening community. Yes, before I get into the actual item itself,
Chris, why
and
don't you introduce yourself, since you're not Abe?
Oh, yeah, I am not Abe Bondigan. Abe Bondigan is here tonight. I thought I'd introduce the item on his behalf. I'm Chris Magdosku, the Interim Director of Engineering. A little rusty tonight, but here I am. I want to first let the public know there's an interpreter, a Spanish-speaking interpreter named Ana Navacolin, and she's available tonight to help with anyone with English-Spanish translation. She's in another room right now. We have slips up here by in the poinsettia room, sir, and we have some slips up here by City Clerk to assist with any questions and comments on that to help with the public that might have Spanish-speaking needs. First tonight, so the items before you, it's been in works for a while. It's had several public meetings. I also want to introduce Ben Verdugo of Dixon Resource Unlimited, who will present a brief presentation. The idea tonight is to present a framework that gets you to a permit parking ordinance in your code. It has generally 8 items that are identified in the staff report. For those that have reviewed the staff report, you'll see what's in the existing code and what's going to be in the proposed code. All that will be highlighted in the presentation. Any questions that come tonight from council or the public, we'll be able to answer those between Ben and Abe, who have the most history, who have been working on this for the last few years, along with council and everybody that has been involved along the way. At the end of the day, when this goes into the code and gets introduced as an ordinance in a couple more weeks, there's another bite at the apple, and those that do submit permit parking would have resolutions that would come before you. So this is the high-level ordinance for your consideration. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Ben Verdugo of Dixon for the presentation. Thank you.
All right, good evening, City Council. My name is Ben Verdugo. I'm with Dixon Resources Unlimited. There we go. Thank you. Here today to discuss updates to the permit parking program. As you know, this is probably the 5th presentation that I've done between a couple of community meetings, some committee meetings, as well as City Council. As you know, there are currently 4 current zones within the city right now, the most recent of which is Zone D. And I do want to just say I really appreciate the correspondence of those that are in Zone D that are really passionate about this program, and passionate about getting this forward through the city. So we've had a ton of correspondence with them, with staff, and about getting this through. Project timeline, as we've stated, it's been a pretty long project timeline. We started this back in January of 2024. Had a couple of community meetings between then and then through summer. We had initial draft recommendations through our plan between November, December 2024, and that brings us to now. And so there was a presentation at MTSC earlier in the month, and here we are today at Council. So the proposed strategies and suggestions are based on really 4 elements: community feedback, survey results, best practices, and council input. But I do want to underscore the fact that community feedback has been quite extensive during this process, and so I do appreciate the time that the community has put into this project. Speaking of council, we brought this to council back in April of 2025, and council also had recommendations that we are including either into the code or by resolution. So, and I'll briefly speak like a high-level overview. First of which is to base the number of permits by the number of bedrooms. This applies to both residential and guest permits. Include additional definitions into the municipal code. Establish fee for annual resident permits, and this will likely be established by zone or by new zones that come in, because there's going to be different elements to each zone. Transition permits from the physical to the automated system. So there's an archaic way that many cities do, whether it's a decal or whether it's a hang tag. Really want to transition to a virtual system where your license plate is actually your permit. A 2-week expiration for guest permits, and then hosting events that allow for more than an approved amount of visitors has to be approved by the city. Updates to not only municipal code, but also reference resolution as well. The requirements for designation of zones, minimum zone size would be a requirement of 1,500 feet. There's been cities in the past that will designate a zone along one block. Problem with that is people will park outside of that zone, and that'll impact other blocks adjacent to the zone. A petition of a majority of 51% or greater to initiate the actual process to start. And then a parking occupancy threshold of 50% to qualify the zone to be referred to MTSC. On top of that as well, those that park within that zone, 50% of those would have to be non-residents. Regarding issuance and duration of permits and permit exemptions, term not to exceed 1 year. Again, like I said, issued according to the number of bedrooms. So 1 bedroom equals 1 permit. 2 to 3 bedrooms qualify for 2 permits. 4+ bedrooms qualify for 3 permits. And then certain vehicles are exempt, including service and delivery vehicles. Regarding permit issuance, that requires a proof of residence, a driver's license, current vehicle registration, and they're also introducing a fee. Really want to make this program cost recoverable. It's not going to be a moneymaker for the city. You just want to make sure that the city's covering all their admin expenses for this. And then also a requirement to sign and adhere to a good neighbor policy that we included within the code. Guest parking permits also follow the same path as resident parking permits, where they're issued to the number of bedrooms. 1 to 2 bedrooms equals 2 permits. 3+ bedrooms equal 3 permits. Permits are valid up to 14 days from issuance. And then, like I said, residents hosting large gatherings, they can get more than the allotted amount of 3 permits upon approval from the city. Council authority, when adopting a resolution establishing an RPP zone, they can specify and approve the following info related to the number of permits, permit cost, RPP area size, and then modified duration for resident or guest passes. Additional strategies that we outlined is, I think the last thing the Sheriff's Department wants to do is become parking enforcers. I think we've seen quite a bit of presence of sheriff's activity regarding traffic citations, et cetera, over the past few weeks, which I really appreciate as a resident of Encinitas. That's the last thing that they want to do. So we really want to see push for outsourcing enforcement, which a lot of cities are doing right now. It's a lot cheaper as well. Also implementation to an automated permit management system. It's a more efficient process, and like I said, this will transition to a plate-based system as opposed to a hang tag or a sticker. And that's a really quick, brief presentation. Like I said, I've done this quite a few times in front of council and committees, but I'm ready to answer any questions you may have.
And any preliminary questions from, go ahead.
Yeah, quick question on the 50% parking threshold requirement. How do we make sure half that's non-residential? How do you get that? I mean, it's nice to say, but it sounds pretty hard to do.
I will defer to Abe on that because they do have some resources in place that they can determine who lives in the zone and who doesn't.
Oh, shoot, thank you.
Good evening, Councilmember. Abe Bandigan, City Traffic Engineer. Yes, there are various methods. Obviously, the most sophisticated would be to do a license plate survey. But before getting to that point where we get the address of that location, there are two simple traffic survey methods. One is doing a peak period and then super off-peak period survey where we survey the vehicles on the street during the, let's say, 4 p.m., 6 p.m., 10 a.m. on the street, and then we do the same survey at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. The vehicles that have disappeared are usually non-residents or vehicles that are in the garages. And the second survey is using a camera. We can install cameras and we trace the driver who parks at the street where they go after. That's the methodology. The two simpler ones obviously are first. If we give it to a point where we're like, okay, is it really 50%? Is it 45%? Then we can make it more sophisticated.
Yeah. Okay. So I see a problem in the existing issues right now, not the ones coming, but in the existing Zone D right now, that one particular method would be pretty shoddy. And depending on the cameras and how you have them and whatnot and what the legalities of that, but it'd be very hard at 10 p.m. to find out who's living there because that's kind of the issue in Zone D right now.
Our existing zones has always been in the discussion that they will be grandfathered into the new program, so we will not conduct new surveys on
Of course. I'm just saying that as we get into more areas, the effectiveness of the study might be skewed because of the exact problem that we're trying to get rid of. Correct? The problem is they're parking there at night. So your off-peak hours is not going to be helping during your peak hour. You're not going to get the measurement you're actually trying to measure for.
Correct, but that specific Zone D example that you mentioned, those are not considered non-residents, so they would still not qualify with the new program. The reason that zone was established was because of quality of life, other aspects. So the parking that's happening over there, the supply and demand issue, will not trigger permit parking zone based on the new code either.
Okay.
So because those vehicles are residents, as you mentioned, if we survey them, they're still there at night because they live there. So that trigger, the 50% trigger, will not constitute a permit parking zone for that specific example. If there is another example in the city, they would not qualify with the new program either.
Gotcha. Okay. Just having I guess so at this point we're going to get the whole city's going to be in the system at some point. Every resident would be in the system, and that's how we would drive the license plate recognition. Is how would we get that as we move into more districts or more zones, depending on the new ordinance requirements?
So there are two separate license plate reading. One is for enforcement. I guess it's a little off the agenda, but we are talking to different companies who are providing us platforms. And these platforms, after people pull their permits, they give a license plate reader gun to the enforcer. If it's a sheriff's office or it's a third-party company, as soon as they detect a license plate, comes on their system that this is a valid permittee, or they don't have a permit and a ticket would be issued off of that machine that they're carrying with them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I actually skipped a step. Since this is a public hearing, I do need to ask the council to disclose any other information they have gotten. So starting with Councilmember San Antonio.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose at this time.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
And I have nothing to disclose too. So, and then now I'm next up, so I will ask, I only have one or two questions. First question, and I believe we've already authorized the software cost for the automation. And I'm wondering, where are we on that? And I'm trying to understand timing, and boy, I worry that this is going to put a lot more work on staff, and the automation we all agreed back when we authorized it is absolutely needed to make a parking permit system work.
Absolutely, and I'll sidebar. I have experience with permit parking, and I know what it does with staff time. It will take a lot of time. We understand, we appreciate having it, but we also know it takes a lot of time. We have currently selected 3 vendors that we are going to fine tune and bring before you in mid-October meeting and award a contract, and that will also help interface with the enforcement side of it. So they'll handle a lot of this processing and relieve a lot of the staff of the costs, in-house costs associated with monitoring the program.
And is there any expectation yet on how long it will take to implement the system? Because right now we're doing a code update potentially, right? And wouldn't it be great to get them there and almost sync them up so they get there at the same time?
Yeah, and I'll turn it over to Abe to timing and cost, but I do know, I'm not done yet, Abe. I do know that because we're going to have to bring this back for an ordinance adoption, that'll be in a month. We should have the timing interfaced quite well, but I'm going to let Abe talk about the exact timing.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, as Chris mentioned, as soon as we have the contractor, the vendor on board, we will have to release a new set of guidelines to our residents, to the existing 4 zones. When we bring the resolutions for these individual zones next month to council, we will ask for direction with regards to how we want to treat them, paying again for the permits, revoking all of the existing ones, maybe some sort of a reciprocations, existing permits, new permits in lieu of what they have. But from what I've seen from the capacities of the program and the promises that these vendors given us, I do anticipate between 1 to 2 months of enrollment for the new 4 zones.
Okay. So it still sounds like it's relatively simultaneous, which...
Yeah, by the end of the year,
certainly,
essentially.
my goal would be to get the automation software in place ahead of ordinance updates, or certainly ahead of any future zone E or F or whatever we might choose to do in the future.
And I don't want to speak out of line, but we've implemented these for various cities, and that 2-month window is appropriate.
Okay, great. Thank you. That really was my question. So, and now I have Councilmember O'Hara.
I just have a couple of quick questions, just pure questions of clarity. I was taking notes, so if you mentioned this and I missed it, I apologize. I saw mention of large parties, but I didn't see mention of holidays. Is there a differentiation between the two? In other words, if somebody has a December holiday party at their house on a religious holiday for them, are we going to require them to get a party permit for that, or is this just more for throughout the year if you want to have a large gathering at your house?
Yeah, it would be the latter. I don't think there would be a distinction between either, just as long as there was, word given ahead of time to the city about that.
Okay, and do other municipalities have holiday except, I've seen it before, except on such and such a date or whatever?
I'm unsure on the answer of that, actually.
Okay, that would be at our discretion to talk about and come up with, though.
Yeah, and I'll interject really quick, Ben. I will know Councilmember O'Hara. In my previous, we never had any judgment on anyone that came in and said they want guest permits or for an event. It was that way. I mean, it was down to Super Bowl parties even. So we didn't really do that. But
I know, and we just talked about in previous meetings about somebody not wanting to have every Saturday be a free-for-all at their house, or every Wednesday or whatever.
Gotcha.
How to have is, I saw the good neighbor policy on there. I was very happy to see that. I didn't see the full explanation of that in the presentation that I'm looking at here, or in the presentation given. And I'm wondering if we've got a copy of what we're looking at for that already, or if that is yet to be determined, and what the parameters are behind, or we're going to go by on that.
So we do have the good neighbor policy. All the elements outline that within the draft code update, and that's in the agenda packet.
What page? Because
I'll read it for you.
I skipped through it.
It's almost at the end.
Okay.
Page 37 of the document.
Yeah.
It's on the Dixon report?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's code section 1441090.
Got it. Perfect, thank you. Those are my two questions. I appreciate it.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Just one question. Ben, you have some experience with these, so I wonder if you could give us a range of what it might cost for us as a municipality to manage this program? Do you have any ideas when we put our RFP together? We're going to have a scope of work, and any guess that you can share with us as we discuss this?
I don't want to speak out in case they have quotes but I think Abe might be able to give more recent quotes than I could.
Yes, Deputy Mayor. As Chris mentioned, we are in conversation with three vendors who have the capacity, the software platform, and they have internally expressed interest in contracting with LAS or ACE, and one of them expressed interest in enforcing it himself for the enforcement component of that. So they'll provide the software, and then LAS or ACE will operate the program, receive the documents from the residents, and then issue their permits, and then later on enforce. The numbers that we have received for 1 year is close to what council has given us. So the funding, initially, I believe council funded that as just the automation, not for enforcement, but luckily the numbers that we got covers both automation and enforcement.
Oh.
So we're good for the first year, but obviously, if council's assumption was that this is a one and done, for next year, we would have to get something, not to that extent, but something to be able to continue enforcement.
Thanks for that clarification.
And then one more question to follow on to that. Currently, you spend quite a bit of traffic engineering labor on generating paper permits, and I remember it was getting quite cumbersome and costly. So, won't we be saving a significant portion of that cost in your operation and actually be able to put engineers on engineering tasks?
Absolutely, yeah. Cost of material, I wouldn't say it was that much because the number of permits wasn't really that many, and the price was relatively cheap. I think it was like $1 or $2 or something each. But the burden on staff was huge. The number of hours, I would say approximately 20 to 30 hours of staff time every week was.
Yeah, so like half an FTE. So that's significant.
Almost.
Perfect. Okay. And Councilmember O'Hara. And we're still in preliminary questions.
Yes. I actually did read the good neighbor policy. I didn't realize this is what you were talking about. This isn't what we asked for. We asked for a good neighbor policy of how to be a good neighbor and agree upon it. And that's what I'm looking for. Did you write that up? Well, I believe the city of Anaheim does one. Other cities we speak, Dana Point might, but Anaheim does. No, that's not it. I see what you're looking at, but that's not what we asked about. So I'm just wondering if we got to that, or if that was omitted from this.
So I think the process would be that a good neighbor policy would be approved via code, and then the elements of that policy can be developed by staff once the program gets underway. But I wasn't under the impression that we were to write, at least I was to write a good neighbor policy, but that can certainly be developed.
Yeah, I think we submitted it to engineering when the last conversation we discussed it and the purposes of it. So definitely we could circle back on that. But I just want to make sure that I wasn't missing it in here. I appreciate you clarifying that. Thank you. All right.
Okay, with that, we got preliminary questions out of the way. We will now open the public hearing. And how many?
Right now we have 7 speakers.
Okay, let's start with the 7 speakers and 3 minutes each.
I'll call you up 3 at a time. First speaker, Molly Hintlian, followed by Sandra Anderson with 2 time donations of people who are present. And then the third speaker is Wendy Schlew.
I have pictures. Good evening, Council. Molly Hintlian, District 2.
The transformation of parking is going to be a concern with AB 1317. Effective January 25th, statewide, new apartment developments are mandated to unbundle parking fees from the apartment rental cost. This will impact our neighborhoods. Quail Meadows, Sunshine Gardens, and Moonlight Apartments, we have 1,329 parking spots based upon 1.8 cars per household unit. We're going to see a deficit of 100 to 200 parking spots. The National Association of Apartment, or National Apartment Association study found that 71% of residents with available parking did not pay a fee, while about 15% paid $100 or less per month. The Triton, owned by Graystar, parking's not included. It's listed as personalized fees, and outdoor parking or uncovered is $100 a month, and EV parking is $450 a month. I recently checked what a one-bedroom apartment is listed for $4,200 a month. So you're looking at anywhere from $4,300 to $4,600 for parking or in your rent. New apartment developments mean more people, and not all will be using transit, walking, or bikes. So with the number of 1,200 units in progress right now, we don't have sufficient parking for each development. There's the snapshot of the ones that are in development. So the unbundled parking impact is an additional cost to the renter. And if parking fees are as the NAA surveyed, we can expect more people not to want to pay for parking on site, and it will push them onto residential neighborhoods. This is already an issue at the resort, the Ritz, and the Colony, and why we're here tonight. And their parking fee is only $25 per year. If luxury apartment complex charge $100 or more a month, this will be an issue citywide. It's a safety issue. The impact is beyond Via Cantabria, but all the surrounding residential areas. So back to the general plan, it's really something where we need to consider the character and safety of our residential neighborhoods. Thank you.
My name is Sandra Anderson, and I live in Permit Parking Zone D. Our experience over the past 3 years in pursuing and living with permit parking has helped us recognize the deficiencies and strengths of permit parking programs. We are grateful for the significant revision of the 1998 code that is before you tonight, so that other Encinitas neighborhoods can benefit from the permit parking as my neighborhood has. We have reviewed the proposed code and compared it to 25 other California cities' permits, parking programs, as well as reviewing the consultant's proposal. There are 7 provisions in the new code that we would like to bring to your attention and recommend you amend. The provision for specified service vehicles being allowed to park without a permit in the new code is in the new code, and we support this. We recommend this provision require the service vehicle to park on the same block as the resident they are servicing be added to our code as it is in the LA code. A parking capacity survey of a proposed zone is critical. It is imperative that any survey conducted by the Traffic Engineering Department occur during the hours of highest occupancy by vehicles. The words "during peak occupancy" need to be added when talking about a parking occupancy survey. We know the importance of this because in our zone, vehicles arrived at 10 p.m. or later and left at 5 a.m. or earlier. We conducted our own parking surveys, so we were aware of our peak hours. In the latest revision of the code, a requirement was added that a 50% parking threshold be required, half of which should be non-residents. Thanks, Abe. Okay, this is an important thing, and I don't know, I think, Luke, this is what you were trying to get at, but it has in there that half of which should be non-residents, okay? My first question is, how do you tell a residential vehicle from a non-residential vehicle? To our knowledge, there is no way to determine the information logistically or legally. A sheriff officer informed us that they are not allowed to scan a license plate number without probable cause. And even if this could be determined, it would not have been helpful to our neighborhood situation. The resort tenants would be considered residents, but are actually part of the problem because they chose to park on neighboring streets to avoid higher parking fees at the resort, while their on-site parking was being underutilized with 50 to 90 empty parking spots. We recommend a vehicle count of all vehicles on the streets be conducted at peak hours of parking, and the words, half of which should be non-residents, be removed from the code. The proposed code states that the parking capacity survey must show 50% of available on-street and visible off-street, for example, garages and driveways, parking are occupied by vehicles. The requirement of both on-street and off-street parking is too high. In our experience, significant social problems can occur before this stated occupancy threshold can be met, as was the case in our neighborhood. We had 22 vehicles lining our street, none belonging to the residents of that street. These vehicles arrived on our street when the resort apartment complex changed management. We had 50% parking occupancy of on-street parking, but not off-street parking. When 50% of on-street parking alone is occupied by people not residing on the street, significant social problems and quality of life issues can occur. We had noise, relentless trash, public urination, discarded syringes and condoms, numerous discarded alcohol containers, inappropriately moved trash cans, vandalized vehicles, and harassment of young women. Because of these numerous social concerns and the fact that our quality of life was being negatively impacted, we were granted permit parking despite not having 50% of off-street parking occupied. Permit parking helped restore the quiet, safe, and clean condition of our street. We appreciate that the new code added a quality of life definition, which was one of the criterion used to grant us permit parking. We recommend the removal of the provision requiring 50% occupancy of both on-street and off-street parking, and instead require solely 50% occupancy of on-street parking to be considered for a permit zone. Also, it has been stated that evaluating quality of life issues is not in the traffic engineering department's domain because they have no quantitative measures for quality of life. Therefore, the quality of life evaluation should be assessed by the MTSC. We recommend the traffic engineering department refer the matter to the MTSC after the parking occupancy survey is completed, no matter the survey results. The MTSC can use the survey results along with their assessment of quality of life issues to determine if a permit parking zone be granted. Because of the 4 previous points, we recommend Section 14.41.040B2 be rewritten as follows. Conduct or cause to be conducted a parking occupancy survey during peak occupancy to determine the utilization of on-street parking, by which a 50% parking occupancy threshold of all available on-street parking will be assessed. After the parking occupancy survey is completed, it is required that the Traffic Engineering Department refer the matter to the MTSC. The process for modifying a designated residential permit parking area in any manner, as stated in 14.41.040D, is completely unacceptable and unfair. Oakland requires a petition of residents, community meetings, and a city council hearing. San Francisco has an entire section written in their code how to handle this. Why would the Encinitas code lack such provision? Without specific provisions, unfair actions are taken. This happened to us. We spent 2 years of research, meetings with city staff, MTSC, Planning Commission, Sheriff, City Council, as well as conducting the required neighborhood survey. The Traffic Engineering Department performed the required parking studies. If an apartment complex or neighborhood wishes to be included in an existing zone, the residents should go through the same process as those who initially petitioned for the permit zone. This did not happen in our case. The protocol should include the formal surveying of the residents, tenants, property owners, and managers about their desire to be included in a zone. The Traffic Engineering Department must establish the need for this addition by performing the necessary traffic study. The residents of Zone D followed the set procedure and spent nearly 2 years before approved for their zone. The Cape and Ritz apartment complexes, which added approximately 210 additional units to our zone, were added to Zone D at a city council meeting on September 13th, 2023, without any survey of tenants, owners, or property managers, and no parking capacity studies were performed. These apartments are greater than 500 feet from Zone D. People wanting to establish or join a permit zone should be treated equally. This was not our experience, and that is why we feel strongly that these provisions need to be added to the code.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Thank you. Wendy Shalou, also Zone D, and I really want to thank the City Council for getting the parking permit code this far, and in particular Dixon, and a huge shout out to Ben Verdugo for making it happen. It's already 80% better. We want to make it 100% better, and we want every community in California to look to us as the experts. 2 more amendments on our list. Guest parking permits, page 36 of the document. We found this section confusing and unlike any other guest parking permit code we have seen. We think perhaps there's a transcription error. And by the way, there's 2 C's in the document, Abe. That being said, we have the following recommendation. The 100 daily permits per year verbiage does not belong in the proposed code. The same way, the fee structure, number of permits, permit parking size, duration for resident or guest passes all have been omitted from the code, so should the number of daily permits. The number of daily permits needs to be part of the resolution process and determined zone by zone based on density, dwelling units in the zone, proximity to schools, hospitals, commercial areas, beach and public transit, the size of the zone, and any other factors that precipitate increasing or decreasing the number of permits. We have almost 500 dwellings in Zone D. Does the city of Encinitas really want to issue 50,000 guest permits? I don't think so. Additionally, we question the feasibility and impact of so many daily guest permits circulating. In Section F, where provisions are stated for hosting large gatherings, we request the 10 one-day guest parking permits be increased to 15 in case you have a large party. Next slide, please. Good neighbor policy. The good neighbor policy, which was absent from the last code revision, has now been added to the code before you tonight, and we wholeheartedly endorse this. We recommend 2 additional statements be added to the good neighbor policy. Off-street on-sign parking shall be used efficiently for parking. And the second issue relates to what the first speaker spoke.
Yeah. Thank you.
Final 4 speakers, Steve Gherkin, followed by Karen Caden, Dennis Caden, and then Ellen Burr.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm Steve Gherkin, Encinitas resident. You know, I wrote that I thought that this was a poorly written report because of so many omissions, so many errors. I thank Ms. Anderson for such a detailed, exquisite analysis, almost down to the letter and typing, that I wasn't able to provide. I will say that one gross area that is absolutely neglected in this study is the unmitigated impact of the new large apartment buildings coming to Encinitas. It's alluded to that there's, you know, we have 1,200 apartments coming in. I think it's 900 apartments coming in that would qualify in one parking district. Unbundling is now a buzzword for a great new revenue source for apartments. So if my street, Kristen Court, Lindsay Lane, if you don't park in the fire lanes, has about 20 parking spaces, there will be 50 times more apartment people looking to park in there than there are residents that live on that street. We'll never get a permit as residents. So the issue has been touched upon is with the Triton apartments, they're not filling up their parking because people don't want to pay it. The resort parking isn't filling up their apartments because they're not paying for it. But the streets that we live on, paid for, and dedicated to the city, we won't be able to park on those. And this is a huge omission in the analysis and the forthcoming problems that we asked this report to address. Unmitigated impacts of large apartment dwelling structures coming to our city. So with that, I ask you to not accept this report. I ask you not to introduce this into the municipal code. I ask you to send it back. And I'd also like you to have a little bit more community involvement. I wish everybody was as good as Ms. Anderson, but as you know, you get these, what do you call them? You did them for L7, you did them for housing, task force, where citizens can come in, be on the force, and participate with the force to really flesh this out and get a little bit more depth on this, and then bring this back to council for putting it into the code, saying things like 5-minute walking should be the distance for a zone. That's not going to pass muster in a court of law, and that's an example, I think, of poor performance on the part of writing of this report that needs to be tightened up. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Karen Caden, followed by Dennis Caden, and then Ellen Burr.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Karen Caden in Lucadia. Back to the drawing board. Consulting in guiding our city staff to action In preparation, what are the operational costs for the city to determine escalating structure rates for parking permit fees, preventing us from going into debt, but should be an investment that is sustainable and successful for our city. Expenses are going to be staff, setup costs, installation, contracts with enforcement departments, compliant officers, scanning license plates, citations, violations, and maybe towing. And possibly more will be coming. Quality of life to me is keep community character safe, secure, and happy. Number 2, please clarify the 1,500-foot, 5-minute walk for parking permit, and where is the starting point? Number 3, replacement parking permit of vehicles sold, traded, or damaged, and personal holder may purchase and replacement permit if for $5, shall return the original parking permit at the time of replacement. 4, would like recommending to encourage a program plan for residents who live on these neighborhood streets not to have to pay for parking permits. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for taking our inputs. Right. Please know Dennis Caden, Lucadia. Please know the actual costs of the permit parking program before making a decision what to charge. The Encinitas taxpayers should not foot the bill for a landlord's greed. Residents dwelling on the actual street, I feel, should not pay for parking permits. And the non-street residents should pay, and they should pay a higher fee than what is proposed. Parking permits for non-residents should be considered a privilege, not a right, because they do have a place to park within their apartment or townhome project. They need to be made aware of buyer beware when they initially rent or purchase a unit of the parking issues. Let the market determine their parking costs. If a housing element complex or a neighborhood flooded with ADUs is allowed to have lower parking space standards, why should an existing neighborhood lose its quality of life characteristics and comforts? Enforce Policy 2.4 with all your might. Tenants have the choice not to live where parking is an added cost. How is one to confirm the number of bedrooms of the applicant? If they say they live in the resort, is Laz going to go knock on the door and see how many bedrooms it is? And can you ever establish a limit of how many people are allowed to live in the unit or apply for the permits? We're here tonight and many other nights due to basically landlord and housing developers' greed. I don't want Encinitas taxpayers to pay for their greed. Thank you.
Just quickly, Council, I watched the last MTSC meeting, and out of that, the main concern was how much are we going to charge for this permits and how is it being determined? And the answer was, well, we'll let you know, or we don't know. And the answer should have been, there's a state regulation where we can't charge more than it costs us to actually do, forget the setup, that's going to be gone. We can't, it's not a money-making proposition, which would have been an easy thing to say. But the other big issue was, how much are we going to charge when somebody doesn't comply? How much is enforcement? And several of the people on the commission said, don't maybe start out with one warning, but after that, go. Have them towed, make it as high. Otherwise, if you don't have enforcement and it's not going to make people stop doing it, then yeah, if it's going to be less than it costs them to park in their apartment, of course they're going to still continue to do it. So you need to think about how you're going to enforce this and how much it's going to be if you really want it to work. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes speakers on this item.
Okay, we will close the public hearing and go to council discussion, starting with Councilmember O'Hara.
Okay, first off, I want to thank Dixon and staff for their report, and I want to thank our residents who have obviously dove into this issue correctly so. I think it's going to become unfortunately, a massive issue around the city that we're going to deal with more often than we'd like to as far as parking permits go. I'm going to keep it I think we covered a lot of really good my notes here. Enforcement, unlimited outlet of developers, parking capacity surveys, 50% removing half of which should be non-residents, the quality of life measures. What's here is great, by the way, but the other measures that are missing from here that we discussed at the last meeting, guest parking questions. And I think what stood out to me was something Mr. Gherkin mentioned, the 5-minute walk. I did a 12-minute mile walking this morning, first time for me since my back injury, which is really excited. But I know a lot of people who can't walk that fast, and so whose mile are we walking at 5 minutes? So that was an interesting way to put it, and it does kind of open the door to the question of what's going on. I see here in front of me a lot of residents highly invested and highly informed on this, and I heard it, and I added in my notes actually already. I would like to carry this forward, not rush to put the ordinance together, and actually put together a task force with our residents involved, maybe with the help of Dixon, the help of our traffic and members of MTSC, to dial this in. And I think we have the resources, we just heard them in this room, to really make this robust, to make it apply to the pieces that fall through the cracks. You know, we have this expert use of the Dixon reports that are very well vetted. They touch and they know the nuances and the experience of city to city, council to council, the challenges that they've dealt with across the board. But maybe they just don't know Encinitas at the same time. And so it'd be good to put those two together with a task force. So that is my suggestion. I don't know if I wouldn't call that quite a motion, but I'm going to hope you guys will follow suit.
Okay. And I think I'm of the same mind, of a like mind, because as I went through, I think Wendy and Sandra both pointed out a total of 6 line item changes that I think you did a good job of summarizing them. I probably have, and these are all fairly minor changes, but they're key wording changes based on all the testimony we've had and even stretching to the previous councils, which was when Zone D went in. So we've had a lot of discussions. And so I probably have another 5 or 6 detail changes that I would like to discuss. Now, we could do that tonight, and we could spend a lot of extra time here with a large audience, or we could take it to a subcommittee possibly, and with the council entertain having a subcommittee. We would do them as publicly noticed meetings, I would propose, so anybody could come. And we would invite certainly the Zone D people I'd like to see there, anybody else that's interested. And I would recommend maybe myself and Jim as or Luke. Jim, you seem to have the detail down there. And it's really to get this thing crafted once right and make sure it's doing exactly what we intended. So I'll put that out there if I'm not seeing a whole lot of emoting yes or no, or I see some. Okay, I'm seeing more yesing now. But interestingly enough, the person I proposed for the subcommittee is not doing the yesing. So
no, I just don't. I think we have all 5 of us really dove into this topic, and so I wouldn't assume to be expert over any of the 4 people sitting next to me rather. So I just want to make that clear that I'd love to hear, and if they want to be involved, and this is something they're passionate about, by all means. I don't want to step over anybody.
Anybody have any strong interest? I do, because I've been with it from the get-go, so I would want to be on a subcommittee, and we can have 2 people.
And when is that the subcommittee versus the task force, or kind of?
I would make it a subcommittee to do the final crafting of the proposed ordinance in front of us. We would hold at least one public hearing. I don't know when. We would set that time. We would publicly notice it. And the two council members, or the mayor and the council member, would be present along with staff. And we could go through line by line any detailed wording issues. Certainly, I would propose picking up the ones that Sandra Anderson had emailed to us, because she went through it again here tonight. And then I have a few others that are there. And I'll give you a sample of what, can you renew your previous year's permit online? If so, how early? How much before it expires? And are we going to mail out, email out, or notify people of an upcoming expiration? So there are a lot of mechanics to really make this a good public service we want to think about. And to the degree they have to be captured in the ordinance, we should capture them in the ordinance. To the degree they can be done by resolution, which I like how it's split, and I really appreciate. There were a couple items that I thought should be in resolution too, rather than hardwired in the ordinance. So it's that kind of detail. So.
Yep. Yes. Do you want to keep talking, and then we'll come back to the?
Yeah, we can come back to it. So Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yes, I think that's a good idea as well, the subcommittee. And I'm glad, Sandra and Wendy, that you feel like we're 80% there. So I think I understood that correctly. It's been a long haul. And your neighborhood, or the resort, actually was in my district when we started way, way, way long time ago. So I want to support what the mayor's just offered. I don't know if you put it in a motion yet, but I just indicate I do support that. And I think we've really gotten a long ways. I really do appreciate all the hard work that's been done here. I see a lot of things in this report that I think are absolutely going in the right direction. But my primary questions, I think my primary question has to do with cost, and I think I want to understand that better. We should always understand that really well when we make a decision. And so I'd like that. But also everything that was presented here tonight as far as the neighbors' thoughts of how to fine-tune this, I think has merit. And I'd like to see us evaluate those comments and kind of say, yeah, that's a good one, or this isn't going to be an issue for this reason. So I will support that. We take a little bit more time, make sure this is fine-tuned. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Schaefer.
Yes, and I concur with everything that's been said up here, and it's the measure twice, cut once adage that this is obviously for the existing 4 zones that are there, but I think we've mentioned this over and over, that this is really about where this city is headed. I mentioned last week a 2050 plan, having some idea of where we're headed. In-laws look like, my in-laws are from the Hermosa Beach, Manhattan Beach area, and you just see what's happened there over the last 20, 30 years. And if we don't watch out and we don't have a way to protect ourselves from the influx of a number of different things, we have to have a real understanding. And I would like to get to a place where it's not a one-size-fits-all, but it's a very, very easy to understand parking permit as much as possible. So we don't have 20 different options throughout the. Somebody parks here. Is that 2 hours plus the thing? Carry the 2. Like my alarm's going off. I don't know what I'm doing now. We're having issues with people sitting here saying we're getting unfairly towed or whatever. But I do agree with enforcement has to be there, and the cost. I think the mitigating cost of the tickets or whatever that come with it would be somewhat cost effective in paying for at least the service of enforcing it. So it's not necessarily a capital that we're making, but it's paying for itself and keeping our city, within the confines of what it is we're talking about. So 100% appreciate the efforts and all of the hard work to get it to here. That being said, I can't say enough for residents that come in that have not from a good place, right? From a lot of years of pain and anguish, but to come in and really pour your knowledge into not just us, but all the people that happen to be sitting here, I think, for open comments on the other side, but to really see what it takes to run a community. It's not the five of us up here, it's residents like yourselves coming in with real research and real ability to kind of help steer the city of where we go. So I appreciate that. So I would recommend, I would be on the committee if that's, I'd love to learn about this because it's going to be around for a while, and knowing where this starts, because I think this is, again, it's going to be here for 20 years. So wouldn't be a bad idea for me to know what it's about. Thank you.
And Councilmember San Antonio.
Thank you, Mayor. To what Councilmember Schaefer just said, I love how crafting this city code, it just seems like it's something so easy. We probably all get emails. It's like, oh, just put this rule together and put the city code down. But then as we start to get into the weeds on something that seems like it's like, oh, well, we're just going to put a permit together and it'll be just for this neighborhood and it's fine. But then you start to figure out, like, man, there's so many things to this, so many parts. Like, even after this great report, now we've got residents going, oh, but there's an amendment to this, there's an amendment to this. We could fix this and make it better to make it as, I know it's for this specific Zone D, but as the city grows, as like some of the public comments said, is the new developments coming in. Steve worded it perfectly. We've got these huge developments coming in. We've got to keep growing. We've got to learn we've got to make this code whenever we craft it, that it is going to be strong, that it will be able to grow with our city, because our city is growing. To what Councilmember Schaefer said last week with our mapping, I know just to see how this city is going to grow with the amount of residents. I know that there's, maybe some people think it's population declining. I think the housing's getting more, but I think this is a great start. I think we're all, like I said, we were almost there. But we definitely have to be strong on this so that when it does happen, we don't change it again down the road, that we do it right the first time. And if there's minimal things to get to it, but I love how the residents, I love how we are all collaborating to get this thing done. And to what Councilmember Schaefer said again, this is the way it should be, is that we are working together to get something done. And we don't do this alone. We definitely don't do this alone. So thank you for everybody's help on this.
Councilmember O'Hara.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one quick note of clarity, I think, for people who are new to Chambers and haven't seen this discussion before about permit parking in this direction, and people watching online. I just want to make it clear that the city's parking permit program can never make profit. In other words, the money is only to be given towards the program. It's not a moneymaker for the city beyond that. Nor should it be. It's just an unfortunate need, but part of that will be taken into coming up with, I imagine, penalties and charges, as well as permit fees themselves, or how to manage that as part of a cost recovery. But just to be clear, it's not at no time does it become a profitable piece for the city, because I think it is across the country for other cities and different places. So just to make sure that clarity is there, I think is really, really important, just for so everybody understands what we're going for.
Statutorily, it has to be cost recovery only.
Correct.
Yeah. So, okay, and with that, I'll make a motion that we form a subcommittee with Councilmember Schaefer volunteering to be with me. And we'll have at least one public meeting, and we'll craft the final wording addressing the input we received tonight, and we'll review the proposed ordinance line by line.
Second.
Just clarification, an agendized public meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly what I mean. So it'll be publicly noticed, and it'll be subject to Brown Act limitations. Perfect. And I assume it'll be, and I would like it audio recorded while we're at it.
Super.
At a minimum.
I will second you.
And so we have motion and a second. Call the question.
Motion carries unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you. So we will move on now to item 10B.
If the mayor could pause, I need.
We need a break?
I need a 5-minute break. My back
Okay.
is in pain.
Well, why don't we do our regular, we'll do a break till 5 after. And to some people, that means 8 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Let's
I
be back at
apologize
8
to
o'clock
everybody.
and try and get back here in 10 minutes, but usually it takes 15.
Okay.
So
I
it's probably
apologize.
5
Thank
after.
you.
Take a break. why. I'm going, it's not coming out there. Okay, if we could quiet down here, please. Yeah, including in the back. Hey, I'm going to start calling Sheila, Mike. Hello. Yeah, maybe we need to turn, yeah. We're going to have a warbler, so, hey, Scott. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to move on to item 10B, which is proposed Public Health and Safety Commission work plan for fiscal year 2026. And contact person is Chief Gordon.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. That's correct. Tonight we're going to talk about the Public Health and Safety Commission work plan for the fiscal year 25-26. And just as a quick background before I turn it over to Commissioner Morton here, in February of 25, the Public Health and Safety Commission came up with a work plan, presented that to the council in March, came back later on, was given some good council feedback that Chair Morton's going to talk about in a few minutes here. And then with that feedback, they met in June, they created a work plan, and now we're back in front of the council to hopefully approve a Public Health and Safety Commission work plan. And so at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Morton, who will actually go to the podium for this presentation, and then I'll let him take it from here.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name's Commissioner Morton. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the other commissioners that are in the room, if you wouldn't mind standing up. Go ahead and say your name.
Steve Jesnauskas.
Harriet Selvin.
Alex Dominguez.
If there are any questions after tonight, feel free to talk to them. So, in the circles I travel in, there's a gentleman by the name of Herbert Spencer that has a quote. The quote is, "There is a principle that's a bar against all argument, that's sure to keep a man in everlasting ignorance, and that principle is contempt prior to investigation." Additionally, there is an idea that sometimes it's better to understand than to be understood. And I got this one from my friend who had to put his son into Cal Lutheran University and listen to a basketball coach to get this one. And it was, "Criticism or critique delivered without curiosity is dangerous." All those three things have a common theme, and a theme that was brought together by Chief Gordon when I asked him during our recent development of the work around the wildfires. And I asked him, what was the one thing or a thing that you learned as a result of this, that you didn't expect going into it? And what he talked about is what's underneath all three of those things was the value of communication. I bring that up because that's this sort of soft thing that didn't necessarily make it inside the report that got to you, but I think it's very relevant tonight. I'm humbled about the things we're talking about now. In March, we were talking about a very different conversation, and there's a lot of things happening. I have had a chance publicly to issue my condolences to the family and friends of Emory. I'm very sorry for your loss, and I hope that happens. I hope you find, this may sound trite, but I wish you the best of all possible outcomes in this very difficult time and a quick resolution to what you're going through. But we're on to other things. So I have crafted a discussion. It's going to follow this. I'd just like to present you a summary of what was talked about in March 12th of this year, discussion between Chief Gordon and the council. There's 3 points in that and 6 index cards, just to help, as we're going through it. After that, we'll talk a little about the guidance that we received, more importantly, what I heard. And for keeping track, I got 3 index cards for that. And then finally, I got 1 card that talks about the process that we followed, and then I'll look to receive comment from you and answer any questions that you may have. I am concerned that we didn't measure up. So, just going in. But the subtitle of everything we have tonight in the talk would be 3 questions. As I go through, I'm going to have 3 questions. And if I did happen to meet, the measure of what you'd like to hear from me, I'm happy to entertain your request to hear the 4th question at the end. So that'll be the measure. If you think I did a good enough job, please ask me what that 4th question is. So to begin, just a brief 3 points on the summary from that discussion. Looping together 3 comments that were heard. Commissioner Schaefer, I was almost like relating to you when you had your question that you like to ask everybody. Are we one of the best 3 cities in the state? And I'm lumping the comment that Joy had around the scope of the plan. From your perspective, it was wide and all-encompassing, and it was visionary, if I could use that word. And then Commissioner O'Hara, you had your own remembrance of what I said, which was my frustration at the time of being told in the beginning that we were just going to figure out, which speaks to an idea almost opposite to Commissioner Lynn's, which is broad. And so in that sense, we're talking about 2 things for the visual, right? We got being specific and we got being broad. And you've heard me talk about how we like to frame things as puzzles. Puzzles are really convenient. Puzzles are packaged. There's clear left and right. Puzzles have a solution, and we can put it away. When in truth, most of the things that we're dealing with are mysteries. And there's a big space between those 2 sides, right? Which is why I don't want to lose, as I go deep, the key takeaway that I got from the mayor and what he sees as the vision, which was also in that discussion, of what the roles of our commissions are. First of all, advisory to council, and that the council should help delegate the purview of what we talk about. So we might get into the minutia, but that's really a core takeaway, right? Like, what are we doing in the work plans and what are we trying to do? And so that was a takeaway. And underneath your question, if I can call you Luke, thanks. It's an essence of playing to win, as opposed to the perspective of playing not to lose. It's an attempt to ask that question. What are we going to do? Not sit back on our heels, right? So along those lines, I wasn't in the discussion, but these are things I'd like you to let you know that I've heard in that spectrum about the Public Health and Safety Commission, right? I have heard these things not just from one person, they are multiple times. I've heard other things. First of all, I've heard that the commission should have a long vision on what we're doing. We're laying a foundation. First time we're doing it. There's never been a Public Health and Safety Commission. I'm sure you've heard this idea of we're planting seeds, trees are going to grow, the shade of which we'll never sit in. I've also heard this commission is wrong and should be broken up. I've also heard we need to book a win so this public see we're doing something worthwhile. I've heard your commission is new, you need time to figure things out. And I've also heard you've been here long enough, get off your butts, and stop waiting to be spoon-fed. That's that broad spectrum, right? And so it's really in that sense of trying to find that, because I definitely was at angst, Commissioner O'Hara, the idea that I didn't have it. But that's not to sacrifice Joy's perspective. It's a mystery link. We're looking to you guys to find out what's inside that. Second topic on the discussion, right? And what I'll link is, you may remember Matt Simmons from Simtech Solutions was there that day, right? And the entire council, led by, I think specifically Luke, was excited about bringing in advisors from the community, right? There was that nugget. And then Commissioner O'Hara, again, you felt and you saw that, I think rightly so, you had the sense that that our commission was one-sided. And perhaps that may have been because the magnitude of the report, the volume was the homeless action plan, right? So I'd like to provide some color around that if I could. Let's see if I can find this. Nope, that's the wrong way. That's not the right way either. Do it differently, James. Don't do it the same way. Okay. All right. I'm getting to where we go. There 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 we go. All right. The work plan overview, right? This is a comprehensive, there's lots of things on it. And so when we're talking about bringing in experts, it's very important. And one of the things that led to things being one-sided I wanted to talk about, got ahead of myself. First of all, I think it's important for a conversation to say what comprehensive is tonight. Comprehensive is covering completely or broadly and inclusive, exhibiting a wide mental gap. I'd like to bring to the attention that the commission has a really knowledgeable man in the wake of homelessness, Commissioner Dan Bond. The volume that was presented in that is enhanced because of his experience and knowledge of what's going on in there, of what's going on with the homeless. I did not know a lot about it until I joined the ad hoc committee. So just a little bit of background into how we got into the perspective that you had, Commissioner O'Hara, which is that it seemed a bit one-sided, that Chief wasn't able to talk about because these are a bit more of the sophomore. These aren't the deliverables, but these were the challenges that we actually faced in the first year that we were in it. And they were the impediments to doing, Mayor, what you want us to do, which is advise you, okay? And this is in the standpoint, and I can't talk about all of them, but under the umbrella, we faced the challenge to organize. None of us had experience standing behind that dais. None of us had experience with the Brown Act, right? There were amazing amount of convictions and interest in getting things done and moving things along. And this is seen in these recommendations that we have. Boy, I really wish I could do this. Anybody want to come help me? There we go.
Is it out of order or something?
I think I'm going, no. I just don't know how to push buttons, right?
Commissioner Morton, would you like me to run the mouse?
I'm good, thank you. So while you did just see a voluminous report that, came from the Homeless Action Plan or the Homeless Ad Hoc Committee, these other recommendations represent the comprehensive nature of the things that we were engaged in. So one of the chief challenges we had to understand was, it turned out we actually can't talk to each other, it seemed like. And so we needed to be in a space where we formed ad hocs. And so we formed 3 ad hocs. We formed a resource readiness. We did a homeless action committee. And then we did a mental health, safety, and alcohol awareness, right? And so we dove into, it's so much, right? And so we tried to find three things in our attempt to digest the comprehensive nature of the Public Health and Safety Commission and what we're up against. And then I feel like I'm spending too much time on this, but the impediments that the two other ad hoc committees faced, right? They all faced the same impediments, but we were able to present a more robust deliverable related to homelessness because Dan was knowledgeable, because we were prepared, we knew what we were doing, right? And so when I turned that in, my thought was like, this is a fantastic example of what we could do. And the thought was the other ad hoc committees would eventually rise to that occasion, right? As we tried to navigate, like, how do we do what you want us to do? Which is to advise you. Like, I mean, it was bedlam in some ways, right? And it was bedlam, and I'm sure you can appreciate as the new council members, in front of everybody. Very frustrating. And so the final thing I'll say about that, and I want to call to attention, is just that we were scheduled to meet 4 times throughout that year. We met 10. That means we had 7 special meetings, and that means time dedicated during our regular meetings were spent just planning when we were going to have our other meetings. And time is so valuable, right? Major impediment to what we're trying to do. And I don't need to do it for you because you've already seen the importance of the public health and safety as it's shown in the strategic plan. It's your very first one. It's number 1, right? And how you're going to do it. So those were the impediments, Commissioner O'Hara, and that I can see why you would think that it was one-sided, right? Because of the volume that was sent out. And so I just wanted to make sure that you understand that. Probably really beat that. And then finally, just the last thing for the discussion, I really enjoyed the model of unanimity that the council was able to perform. It was fantastic, right? The mayor was a little fluffy was the term, if you might remember, about the inviting speakers.
Oh,
right,
yeah.
Right? And, you know, what I have admired about you, Mayor, is you were on the other council, and you were always a voice, right? And oftentimes you were a lone voice, and you always spoke your mind. And I will admit, at first glance, I don't always start where you're at, but I really enjoy the argument, and it's always well that. So seeing what happened there was a great model of just how you guys could all work together, and you saw the value, actually, the other 4 members of actually those inviting speakers, which was difficult for us to do. So it's the, I would say, willingness to speak from the heart and say what you think and feel was fantastic.
So hopefully we're going to get to the work plan.
We are, sir.
Yeah. So
I
I've got
apologize.
quite a few people waiting.
I apologize. I'm happy to cut that off. I will just say I was surprised to, what we heard from the counselor and with you, Bruce, was this, and we'll get to the second questions. Commissions are advisory group to the council. The purview of the commission should be delegated by the council, and there should be alignment with the general plan and the safety element. You felt the general plan is a comprehensive plan, and trade-offs have to be made for other priorities as you go through that.
Mm-hmm.
You highlighted that the safety element delineates catastrophic hazards, but you also said that it refers or alludes to public health and mental health concerns. In your opening comments and your final first plan, you delegated the other 2 questions. You asked us what would be the appropriate things to add to the general plan. Mm-hmm. You also asked, are there things missing in the safety element that the commission should go after, right? So in that sense, we took that commission, we took that feedback. I reviewed the discussion between the chief and Gordon. I became familiar, and like many of us did, with the general plan, the safety element, the strategic plan. Those are attached to here for anybody else to see. I'm going to be done in 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes. Took feedback from the commission, work with the chief to be on focused, smart goals with firm deliverables. The chief provided 6 and the commission chief-specific fire smart goals as examples for us to model after, which might be as we try to team it up. We divided up the initial plan that was given to you among the team, came back at a separate meeting, trying to deliver something that was more aligned with SMART goals. And additionally, I solicited meetings with the council and was able to meet with the mayor and the deputy mayor on that way.
So
I'm
the
ready
work-
to receive comments
So
and
the
review.
work plan is, I mean, I think you're telling me how.
Yep.
How to build a clock when all I asked was what time is it? And so I just want to cut to the chase. If you can just.
I'm ready to receive, my impression is that you've seen the work plan.
Yep.
And I'm ready to turn your
It's
review
in
and
the report,
comments.
and I think the revised one got posted, right? The original report had the old version, and then the revised version is posted online with the updated.
Yep.
So. Yeah,
I'm ready to receive your comments and answer any questions you might have about the work plan.
Okay, and Deputy Mayor Lyons is up first with any comments or questions, and do we have that up on, is this yeah, that's the correct one. Okay, good. I was a little confused earlier when you started with the slide you had up was the old one that I didn't think we were talking about tonight.
It's all this.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So we've got
Reasonably
Chief Gordon driving the the presentation. So with that, Deputy Mayor Lyons.
So, thank you, James. I appreciate the tie back to where you came from and where you are now. I think what I see here is that you've taken something that's really quite big and honed it down to a couple basic topics, and I think it's good to go in that direction. I'm seeing that. I'll just give you an overall impression and just start there. And that is, there's some things in the work plan that I think you will learn from, and as you learn from them, you'll probably hone what you do there. I'm not really sure you know enough to know what your deliverable will be, but you're kind of focused on what you anticipate your deliverable to be. And I've always thought our commissions are a work in progress like that. It's a journey where you're discovering things and then taking public input and then seeing what of that can be crafted to come forward to City Council. So I'm not looking at your work plan as a perfect, this makes complete sense, go do this. I look at it more as these are your primary goals in the first column there, second column, and you'll report back on how you work through that on your journey to see what's out there and what the public feels about these topics. So I'm not going to be critical of your work plan. I have a sense that it will launch you in a good direction, and you might be surprised what you discover along the way. There is only one that I don't know, that I don't understand, so I would like to get some feedback on number 6. The goal is support the development of a citywide by name list and metric to assess the effectiveness of interventions. And then a deliverable public review of aggregate. I'm sorry, I can't talk very well tonight. I'm not even going to finish reading out loud. Could you explain how the commission thinks that will go? This is something new that our city has begun to engage with, is this by name list. Do you have some additional thoughts on that for clarity for me?
I think what the commission feels is that we can be supportive of the city's efforts, and that's the intent to align with it. You'll remember from our recommendations from the 2024, the HIMSS database was very important, and the listing by name is a key proponent of the homelessness program that we advocated for. Is that sufficient?
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing you say is stay engaged on the topic and see how you can be helpful to the city as we mature through understanding that program.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that clarification.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you. I appreciate the plan. I appreciate the creativity to get to where you guys are, because again, starting with the mystery, trying to narrow it down. When I look at it, just to get right to it, I think item 3, 4, 5, and 6 is in support of. I think they could be consolidated into one, as there's other entities actually driving that, and you guys overseeing and keeping an eye on, as the Public Health and Safety Commission, ultimately the goal is to get stuff off your plate. You guys are kind of first initial to a triage effect of something happening in town. At one point, a couple months ago, it was a different look down on 101, and so I feel like we've gone at it and we've made some adjustments and we've seen some improvements already. So I think as we start to see improvements, like we said, by the by name list, the cops team, the two full-time employees that would be working towards this, I think that would be their job, with the understanding that you're backing it up, you're keeping an eye over it, and if for some reason something pops up or you're starting to see a surge or some change, then you'd bring that to our attention. But I don't think that it requires you guys to do anything specific as 4 separate items. I think it's more of a monitoring and maybe an update from the staff, and then that way you guys could be kind of a first alarm system. You guys are more of a triage effect is probably what I think to the safety issues going on in our town. Again, 2 towns over, other side of the state, there's other, public health and safety issues. So I think what you guys bring to us specifically is a chance. Right now, fire was a big concern, obviously after the Palisades, the heavy work that was done. I think I highly support the item 8, support the fire safe councils, Firewise community development. I think if you guys took 1 or 2 of these items and you made them your how to do over the next year, meaning how are we going to attack bigger problems on a more regular basis? What's everything you just drew out, how to make a clock? That's how you guys go at that one. Would probably be a read ahead of how you're going to do other issues and how to start solving these mysteries and start delivering something. We don't need perfect when you come here.
Mm-hmm.
We need to know we need the problem ideally framed as well as possible with 2, 3, 4, 10 solutions, whatever, but narrow down as much as possible. And that's, I think, what the purview of the Public Health and Safety Council really is to really bring that to our attention. Everything that you've learned. I'll use COVID from a couple years back. I think something like that happens tomorrow. I think you guys attack it full up and we get as much as we can so that we're starting to make more clear-headed decisions in a quasi-frantic moment. Mm-hmm. And those are the types of things. That's obviously a pie in the, or a black swan event or something like that. But I think in general, all of your items. So I would like to narrow down your work list, take 3, 4, 5, and 6, clump it into one homeless action plan overview, and the quarterly updates that you're getting from our cops teams and from our full-time employees doing that.
If I may, are you suggesting that the quarterly updates from the COP teams come to us in addition to reporting to you or instead of? I don't even know how that happens.
We're going to be getting reports anyway because
Yes.
the city manager will be in charge of that. So it's coming to us. But I think if your spidey sense starts to go up or you're starting to see something happen or you're getting reports from people coming in saying, hey, Park A is having an issue, maybe it elevates it to a triage where you guys say, hey, it's starting to become a problem again, or there's something we're starting to see. So you're kind of a first sensor to some of the public health and safety issues. I think right now there's obviously quite a few traffic people here, but we have a whole other commission for that. So let's let them focus on some of those recommendations that can come to us, specifically. And in this case, the Public Health and Safety, I think fire safe councils across the county.
If I may, just one question to that one. In that purview of recommendations to you, and are you imagining that we're seeing that ahead and then reporting to you, or do you see that more in retrospective, or do you see that as either?
Both.
Just both. Okay.
It's
perfect.
whatever makes sense. If it's something that you're starting to see and getting a little bit more traction to it, and it's ahead, well, then great. If it's something we're reacting to, COVID,
Thank you.
Let's react. And so what I'll say right now, what I would like to see is less done better, just to consolidate. And that way we come up with everything that we didn't know from the years past. Like, you'll figure it out. You guys are smart people. To let's go figure out this one, because it absolutely is 100% a concern across the city. And that one, the fire safe councils would be.
So before we slip into deliberation, which I think we are right now, let's, if there are any preliminary questions, comments, let's get through those. and then we'll do, I think we have one public speaker now, and so we'll do public comments, then we'll go into
Okay,
deliberations.
well, yeah, okay. And that's kind of the just to reconsolidate the thoughts of, all, again, a lot of great information, just to consolidate it back to you. That's my thoughts.
And you can continue that conversation, but I just want to make sure we kind of follow the protocol. I've got Councilmember O'Hara. If you want to wait until after public speakers, okay. So any other presentation of the work plan? I think we have it in front of us. Stay nearby. We're going to bring you back up, I'm sure. Yep. Okay. Public.
Natalie Satoon.
Hi, Natalie Satoon Cardiff. I have been here to speak about the Public Health and Safety Commission, and I attended some of the work plan meetings, and I voiced my concerns about public safety to you all because we've had so many issues with public safety around town, and fire, evacuations, homeless crime, and I'm asking for some clarification in this, and I am not certain that we have a really good handle in the leadership of the Public Health and Safety Commission. So I just wanted to reiterate my concern to you tonight. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilmember O'Hara.
Okay, so I just want to start off by addressing Chairman.
Please call me James.
Horton. James.
Yep.
Appreciate it, James. Appreciate that permission. I'm listening to you up here, and I appreciate all the quotes. I think it brought a lot of perspective to where you were coming from, and I think what I heard was a lack of clarified vision given to you in a lot of ways, and you're feeling the need to justify whatever we thought up here, good or bad. And I just want you to know, and I think this is the way we all feel up here, but I'm only speaking for myself. We believe in the Public Health and Safety Commission. That is exactly why we're investing people like yourself and our new members, bringing back the previous members, or current previous members, however that would be. That's why we put Chief Gordon in charge of it. We're working towards a plan of establishing something that will be successful. And so we believe in you. I think that's really important, because I didn't hear that you felt believed in, and I'm sorry you feel that way. If I'm reading that right. I don't think we want you to feel that. We want you to feel supported, and in fact, I think we've taken action with that intention. And so you should be up there, regardless of what you're standing in front of, proud of where you're going. Because I do think this commission is on the right path and has good direction based on what's in front of us. So you should feel really good about that. Don't stand up there and explain the challenges. Let's move forward. Let's rock. Let's be amazing. Let's take advantage of a potentially potent commission in this city. That's what you have in your hands. You have people sitting here in the room and the people who aren't here, and Chief Gordon up there, who have an amazing amount to offer this city. And so we want to tap into that. We believe you will. I actually, Luke somewhat beat me to the jump on this. I think one of the things I want to see this year out of this commission is I want to see success as part of that. We want you to succeed. We want you to have tangible goals that you can bring back here and we can look at. When I look at this list, I would rather see it cut down so that you can focus on things you can focus on and succeed. And maybe an A list and a B list, which the B list is when you have time for it, or I'm not sure what the right way to put it would be. But I think there's some really big important items, like item 7 is a massively heavy lift. Evaluation of city-operated ambulance transport feasibility and community. That is a huge lift. You're going to need a subcommittee for sure working on that. You're going to need to bring it to council, or to commission rather, and talk about it, and that's going to take a lot of time. Support of the fire safe councils, I think we've heard enough about that this year across the whole state needs people doing that. And we want you guys out there leading it because we want this to happen sooner than later. Number 9, the assessment of community input on the evacuation of high fire weather. I think that goes right along with it. I love that, we have them here every week, really, is talking about the reducing use of tobacco and alcohol amongst youth and vulnerable adults. And I think that forays into what would be my B list of stuff. And anyway, we can, I think you heard us with item number 1 on here, and I'm not sure how you're going to do it. But I think you listen to us, and I really appreciate that, because I think one of the things we've talked about up here is increasing communications from City Hall. So when people come up here, they don't feel like staff is on one side and they're on the other of those glass doors. They feel like we're a community. And so I really love that your commission put this in here. To echo Councilmember Schaefer's points on 3, 4, 5, and 6, I believe we have staff coming on whose job is to do just this description. And so you would be more of a supportive role. So I'd like to see 3, 4, 5, and 6 rolled to like a B list on here. And the focus be on those other, I guess that's 5 items that I mentioned. And I think those 5 items that are mentioned are heavy lifts, but they also give you the opportunity to come back here next year and be like, here's the ambulance plan. Here's our plan to reduce use of tobacco. These are very tangible objects. You can come back here and say, hey, whatever we said last year, look what we did this year. We succeeded. And I think that's most important for a commission. Again, we believe in, we want to see succeed, to set you up to be the best you can be. So that's my recommendation. And I'm gonna yield the floor. Thank you, James.
Okay, I'll go next. And I think a lot of what I was going to say has already been said. I'm going to go back to what you said, which is I'm looking for alignment with the general plan, with the public safety element, and that's at a fairly high goal and policy level. So I want advice on goals and policies first and foremost. I think we've set it up here before. That's the city council's responsibility. We have commissions advising us on those. We are in the policy level. Staff is in the operational, what is it? Deputy Mayor Lyons has said it, and I repeat it too. Staff's job is to operationalize our policies. So I don't need help. I don't need you, our appointees, to do a line job in staff. That actually would be bad, because we hire people that do that day in and day out, and I want to have it go through the city manager down to the operational folks, down to you can help monitor to some degree, but I saw too many, and I'm going to hop right on 3, 4, 5, and 6. They were too down in the weeds, down in the daily operation. Can't have that. That would be confusing to staff first and foremost. So I would support very much combining those into a higher level, advise us on how homelessness is a problem for safety, which I believe it is. I would add another item, which is make recommendations for the public safety element on goals and policies that might be missing. Much like this council came in, looked at the homeless action plan, which is a layer below those policies, said, geez, it's missing enforcement, and we put it in. Okay, now step up. If I look at the public safety element, it doesn't mention homelessness or the crime associated with it. So make that argument, make that logical argument, make a recommendation to us on how we should change that public safety element to incorporate more public safety issues. The goal here is to make the city feel safer from homelessness, from traffic, whatever it might be. I want to see it in there, and that's what a public safety commission, in my opinion, does.
Actually, may I ask a question on that?
Absolutely.
I was keen to notice that the Planning Commission, you felt was aligned with 2 different parts of the element of that plan, right? Yeah. In my research, I noticed back in 2011, there was the health element initiative that fell short in 2011.
Okay.
And so just putting that on your purview, and rather than, add to the safety, perhaps it's time to resurrect the 2011 initiative for the health element, and that might be a way to align it.
So if we delete 3 or maybe 4 of these, but probably combined is maybe a better term, add another one that is review the general plan public safety element for possible changes, additions. And of course, I would look for you to do the work of looking at other cities and what they've done and come back with recommendations that the council could pursue, maybe not this year, might be next year, but I don't know, as soon as you make the report. And so that's where I'm coming from. I actually looked at, I think, number 6. And it was just the developing a by name list, and I mean that is staff function. I would literally take that one out. Manage available resource, and number 4, again, that is a staff function. I'm looking for higher level review of the HAP plan and comments there. I'd be welcome that, but I'd also ask you to connect it to public safety. Make sure it fits back to public safety. Last item that I would offer, and you don't have to, we can adopt this one with the changes we've recommended, but at some point, I think Kratom and some of the unbanned drugs should be looked at and proposals made to this council. And I think Public Health and Safety Commission would be a great way to look at that again, bring it to us within the realm of the public safety.
If I could, I think that's an excellent, one of the lessons we learned previously was that if it's not written down specifically in the work plan, then it's outside the scope and it's a big problem.
Yeah.
So that's it's just adding other language that includes things. Why limit ourselves in that sense, right?
Yeah, and one process that I've started is I meet with each chair of all of our commissions every 6 months. So certainly at that opportunity, you're always welcome to come here and speak at public comments and ask for, we need to add something more. Would you re-agendize our work plan? I think this council would be very open to that. It should be a ebb and flow, give and take, that we go back and forth. But I think what I'm hearing is a consistency of where to focus you. So with that, I'll yield to Councilmember San Antonio.
All right. Kind of to what the other council members and the mayor said, you guys are so important. Traffic and mobility, planning, even our youth commission. Those are all such important commissions, but you guys, what you guys do is, it's public health and safety. What you guys are to help us, give us work plans like this, things that you guys can accomplish is so helpful. And what you guys do is so important. Just looking at these goals, I do agree with my fellow council members and mayor that maybe that HAP stuff is a little much. But for me, when I look at this, I'm part of CSA 17, so I deal strictly with just the EMS portion for North County. So this number 7, the evaluation of that city operating ambulance, the feasibility of it, that is huge. That could be such a building block for the fire department here in terms of growing our department, also earning more revenue for the department. So, and the city as well. Let's see. Sorry, I wrote down so much stuff. Also, number 8, the Firewise Council, Sarah Lifton at Levenheim, she's created such a robust Firewise Council over there. She's my neighbor, so I get to talk to her at length about this stuff. But with that fire severity map, we could see what the council could do is, it's because it's so large and I believe this is one of the only fire safe councils they have in Encinitas, if I'm correct, or at least one of the most visible ones, creating more in the high severity areas, in the neighborhoods, and then working your way out to the ones that are maybe not in the red. But I just feel like you guys, with such a broad spectrum, but I feel like with the things that, for me, I really like the fire safety stuff, so it's so, you could just hone in on those, and that could be, the feasibility one could be a year's worth. I mean, there's so much stuff in there. What we talk about at CSA 17 is, it's incredible. It's so deep. So, I mean, I feel like just that alone, there's such a wealth of knowledge that all around us that you guys could pull from. So, I'll yield right now.
Okay, I'll make a motion then that we take the proposed with the following changes, the proposed work plan with the following changes. I would delete number 4 and 6. I would combine 3 and 5 and make it basically a review and comment on the HAP policies and goals and the HAP plan. I would then add propose a kratom policy plan or necessary ordinance changes as a additional goal. And let's see, and then one more additional goal for the recommend changes, if needed, to the public safety element for missing topics or additions you'd like to see from a public safety purpose.
If I could, I think it's referred to as the safety element,
Okay.
not the public safety element.
Okay.
But just, yeah.
Yeah, just so
Exactly,
we get our
exactly.
vernacular,
Yep,
yeah,
yep.
get the wording correct, so.
I'm cautious with adding stuff to this work plan. Again, I want to see this.
Could we make it an if time available for those last two?
I would absolutely do have time available. I want them to succeed. I really do. And I know that one of the challenges has been getting everybody organized.
Yeah.
And we talked about, he mentioned, they're planning the meetings and they need to learn how to not do that. They need to learn how to do that. And the more we put on their plate, the harder it's going to be for them to do that.
Okay.
So I like your second idea. I'm a little opposed to adding.
Same
to the work
motion, but with those two additional items, the kratom and the review of the safety element would be as time available, bottom of the list for now.
Absolutely. Yeah. I would second that.
So I got a motion and a second?
Yeah, and I'd say the kratom thing, I think you could just add that to item 2. It's not a whole nother item. It's just, inside of number 2. So I would, the amendment is to get rid of the extra one, but the kratom, I think we should add to, because that's actually a growing concern.
So we'll add the word kratom to number 2.
To number 2,
delete the kratom one, so.
Yeah.
I'm going to make the clerk read it back.
Sure.
And-
Thank you. So what I have on the table is approve the fiscal year 26 work plan with the following changes. Delete items 4 through 6. Combine 3 through 5 to review and comment on HAP policies and goals.
3 and 5.
3 and 5.
Delete 4 and 6.
4 and 6, yes.
Combine 3 and 5, okay.
And then adding item kratom, add item kratom policy plan under number 2.
Yeah, add the word kratom. There's one on the list there.
The one addition, if to review public safety element for missing topics and goals for a public safety purpose, if time permits.
As time permits, I think. A lot of the commissions do that. They'll have lower priority ones waiting in the wings. So I think I've got, and just to check, the seconder agrees with all the
Agreed,
changes?
yes.
Okay. No further questions or comments? Call the question. And before we,
Motion carries unanimously.
any questions? Was it pretty clear? Any questions from the commissioners present too? You're good? Okay, great. Thank you. So now we will move on to item 10C, which is Lucadia Oaks Native Plant Demonstration Garden Design Concepts, and Park Operations Manager Norgard.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers, Deputy Mayor Lyons, and members of the council. My name is David Norgard, and I'm the Parks Operations Manager, and I'm here to present an update and 2 concept plans for the Lucadia Oaks Native Plant Demonstration Garden Project. I'm joined this evening with Director Knopp and Howard Pierce of M.W. Peltz and Associates. The Native Plant Demonstration Garden Project includes the design of a native demonstration garden, design of an interpretive panel that will be placed in the garden, digital content for the city's website, and a video that highlights native plant selection and benefits. This evening, we will view 2 concept plans for the garden.
The interpretive and educational work will begin after the concept is selected and detailed design is underway. For orientation, this is Lucadia Oaks Park, located at 1511 Vulcan Avenue. This is a well-loved neighborhood park that features a picnic area, playground, skate feature, basketball court, volleyball court, open turf, and an art sculpture. The fiscal year 24-25 budget included $150,000 for this project, and on July 24th, city staff issued an RFP for the design of the native plant demonstration garden. On October 9th, 2024, City Council approved that contract with MW Peltz. On February 11th of this year, city staff and MWPA hosted a community stakeholder input meeting with the Native Plants for Encinitas group and the City Council ad hoc for native plants. In June of this year, staff and MWPA presented 2 concepts for the native plant demonstration garden to the Parks and Recreation Commission. The commission discussed the design concepts and made a recommendation to City Council for design number 1. Zooming in, this is the area for the proposed demonstration garden. This is the southeast corner of the park, bordered by Sanford Court and Rain Tree Drive and adjacent to the playground. The proposed garden area is currently comprised of some existing landscape, turf, native oaks, sycamore, and a few non-native trees. I'll now hand it over to Howard.
Good evening. My name is Howard Pierce. I'm a licensed landscape architect with MW Peltz and Associates. As David mentioned, we were brought on to help lead the design effort for the Lucadia Oaks Native Plant Demonstration Garden. So we kicked off our conceptual design process with a community outreach meeting on February 11th this year. As David mentioned, Native Plants for Encinitas, as well as City Council Ad Hoc Native Plant Committee attended that meeting, as well as other interested community members. We basically sat around, exchanged ideas. We talked about design goals, native plants in general, design ideas, and the site itself. And at the end of that meeting, and after the end of our discussion, we handed out a questionnaire for everyone and a survey to kind of delineate what their priorities were for this park. So on the screen is kind of the survey we set out, and on the right-hand side are the results that came back. So taking everybody's input and kind of creating an average score in priority is kind of how we established our design goals as we headed into our concept layout. We kind of drew the number at 8 as being the top priorities, because there's quite a few here, some contradict each other. So if you look at that list, the green is what we chose as to really focus on as our design goals as we develop the concept. Just to go down those real quick, just because they are going to show up in the design concept, and we'll discuss. Oak tree, there's native oak trees on site. That was unanimous that everybody wanted to save the existing oak trees. We agreed as well. We talked about what should go underneath oak trees, whether we do planting underneath the oak trees, whether we want pathways underneath the oak trees. I think the general consensus was that for the long-term health and of the existing oak trees, that the best way to treat beneath them is just to use their existing leaf litter that falls underneath as mulch. We talked about, do we want to use natives from Baja or other areas in a wider general area than just, say, San Diego? But the general consensus there also was, let's stick with California natives. Let's stick with plants that we know grow locally, because as a demonstration garden, a lot of people are going to be looking at this garden to maybe place in their own yard, and we want them to be successful. We talked about having a lot of native plant diversity, and so we developed a list that would both attract wildlife, such as birds, butterflies, bees. We also wanted to have different sizes, flowering at different times of the year. We wanted to create a lot of diversity because, in the end, diversity is a benefit to any native landscape or garden. We talked about, okay, how do we control maybe how people access the garden? Do we need to fence it off? how do we keep people on paths? That sort of thing. We didn't want to create a free-for-all where, the garden is wide open and now all of a sudden we have dogs and children who are anxious to get to the playground and other people just wandering haphazardly through the garden. We want it to be protected, but we don't want it to become, but we also didn't want it to become just totally fenced off where you couldn't access or you felt separated from the plants. And then finally, the education. We talked about having all plants, giving them ID tags so that people know what they're looking at, and if they see something they like, they'll know what to buy. And interpretive panels also for education to kind of get out to the public, indicating, showing what the benefits of native plants are, both ecologically and just in water conservation wise. Now we go back. So going back to the diversity of the plants, we came up with a plant list here, a selected plant palette. We started wide and we narrowed it down to what we know is typically native to this area, native to San Diego area, and what we would recommend for this garden. Not necessarily all these plants would go in the garden, but any plant that goes in the garden would come from this list. So it's kind of a broad list that we would choose from. As we talked about diversity, we've kind of divided it into categories: pollinator, transition, woodland. So just to briefly describe what those means, pollinators typically mean these are plants that attract butterflies, birds, insects, those type of, that either provide food source, bees, whatever, but those are the same animals that transfer pollen in nature. So those are typically perennials and annuals that need sun to grow in. Then the woodland at the bottom, we have a lot of trees out there. As I mentioned, we're going to save the oak trees. So we have a couple grove situations. Woodland trees just mean that these plants are capable of handling some shade and sun. They don't need sun all the time. So that's kind of what we categorized as woodland trees, not necessarily, forest trees. It's just these plants can handle shade, sun, that are found growing next to trees and in tree groves. And then transition's kind of the mix between them. These categories overlap somewhat. I mean, there are pollinators in the woodland list and the transition list, but it's just helped us break down what plants we want to use and when we get into that category of actually laying out the garden from the concept. So this is concept plan 1. We've recognized that it's in that southeast corner. The sidewalk, we'll start from the boundaries. The sidewalk is existing, so that would not change. In addition, the DG path that kind of winds through the middle that goes along the swings and the playground, that's also existing. This concept typically, really, we've just allowed a new pathway, kind of, if you look to the left side into the existing oaks, we would create a new DG walkway through there. It's kind of the Y shape. And that would get you access into the garden itself. We talked about protecting the oaks, so you can see where all the existing oaks are shown here as to remain. Underneath them would be the oak leaf litter mulch that we talked about. To control access through, you can kind of see it, it's the fence line is drawn with a darker line kind of on the west side and the south sidewalk, which kind of controls access into the garden, helps protect it, but then we would open it up at that new Y-shaped path. The upper left-hand photo is kind of the fence we're thinking about. That there's an existing fence out there now that looks just like that. I think we just enhance it or modify it to fit the new garden design. We'd also provide benches for seating, and to keep you on the pathway, you'll see a lot of conceptual boulders laid out. We kind of thought, okay, so if we can kind of, encourage people that this is the pathway you're supposed to walk on by laying boulders out on the side of it, whereas not actually fencing off the garden. We think it helps keep people on the path and out of the plants themselves. And then finally, in the lower right, you see an example of an interpretive panel. This kind of signage, it may not look exactly like that, but it's similar. It's just information gathering. There may be pamphlets put in it. What goes on those signs at this point, we're still developing. That's part of the design development stage. And then as well as other outreach programs like a website or whether we do YouTube or whatever, that kind of comes in the next stage after concept. So, and then you can see, the plants, different colors. We don't know what those are yet. Again, at concept stage, we kind of lay it out how we want it to look, how we kind of want to design. And now as we get into design development, we're going to actually select the individual plants, and then we'll start laying them out where they go, what combinations work best together, that kind of thing. But at this point, we're trying to get agreement and past the concept stage and to move on to the next step. So we also created another concept from this that serves the same goals. Go to the next one. Oh, yes. There was a request to see how the designs fit into the overall park. So this slide quickly just shows the whole park and then how this design would kind of sit on the corner. So concept 2 accomplishes the same goals. We have fences basically in the same area. We're still maintaining the existing oak trees. We're providing benches for resting. The only difference here is we kind of looked at providing more pathways to get closer into the plants. And this concept would give you an opportunity to maybe separate plant groupings that relate better together. We tried to get a little creative with this one, let our imagination run wild. Obviously, I don't know if you can see it from the aerial, but the design is kind of inspired by the branching of trees. So that's kind of how all the paths lay out, and then in between those branches, we would put the native plants. And then this design would fit in kind of, same thing as before. We'd lay it out like this.
Thank you, Howard. I do want to note that there was discussion during the community stakeholder meeting and at the Parks and Rec Commission about removing some non-native trees for consistency with the native plant garden. This shows the location of the non-native trees within the garden area. There are 2 15-gallon trees that were somewhat recently installed, a strawberry tree near the red car in this image, and the desert willow on the eastern side. There's 1 Raywood ash on the western side of the garden. The health of this tree has declined somewhat and has been kind of heavily pruned. We've removed other ash trees from the park in the recent years as they've kind of reached the end of their lives. There's also there's a large strawberry tree and a Japanese blueberry located at the corner of the park. Currently, these 2 trees create kind of a gateway effect as you enter the park from the corner. However, if the trees are removed, more sunlight would be allowed into the garden. So the next steps for this project include the consultant will prepare detailed design drawings showing the location of each of the plants, the pathway layouts, the interpretive design, placement, and irrigation retrofits. They'll also begin work on the educational components that Howard mentioned. Staff will return to City Council for final design approval and review the progress of the interpretive and educational components of the project. And upon approval by City Council, the citywide landscape contractor will prepare the site, make irrigation retrofits, and install the proposed pathways. The installation of the plant material is anticipated to be a community event where volunteers can come out to help plant native plants similar to what we do for Arbor Day. And our recommended action before you tonight is to receive a presentation from staff on the Lucadia Oaks Native Plant Demonstration Garden and to select a preferred design concept. This concludes our presentation, and staff are available for questions.
Okay, do we have preliminary questions? And if not, do we have, how many? 2 speakers. Let's do the speakers.
First speaker is Mark Wisniewski, and he had 2-time donations. Is Leanne Pence here? And also Eric Pence. And then the second speaker is Dave Billings.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers, Deputy Mayor Joy Lindens, and members of the City Council. My name is Mark Wisniewski. 28 months ago, on April 29, 2023, at the Encinitas Arbor Day celebration in Lucadia Oaks Park, I proposed a native plant, pollinator, butterfly, beneficial insect, bird, and CO2 sequestration demonstration garden. At that event, I first met then Councilman Ehlers, and I pitched him my project and found out that he was a native plant enthusiast on his own property, and he promised to support the project. Shortly thereafter, Councilmember Lyons also offered support, and here we are. You may ask, why Lucadia Oaks Park and why this particular location? Lucadia Oaks Park was originally designed primarily featuring San Diego and California native plants, except for the turf. There was a tremendous amount of input and time invested by the Lucadia community, and particularly by the home buyers from the adjacent homes. They developed this concept, a first for Encinitas and a model for future parks. I immediately set out to put together a green team of local experts to collaborate on the design and technical aspects of the project, which I envisioned as being primarily funded and built by the community. The green team consisted of a local native plant nursery owner, a member of the Lucadia Encinitas Town Council, a plant restoration ecologist, native plant gardeners, bee and pollinator experts, Sierra Club and California Native Plant Society board members, and Ari Novi, the president and CEO of San Diego Botanic Garden. We started with site meetings, research, discussions, and developing preliminary plant lists. Joy had the city provide me with scaled aerial photographs of the site so I could proceed with design concepts, just like we have here tonight. I asked Joy and Bruce to meet me on the site to review my vision and ideas, which were based on a limited area since this was to be a community-funded project. Bruce, after we walked the site and he reviewed the plans, turned to me in a parental-sounding voice and said, "That's nice, Mark, but make it bigger." And so I did, and that's the site we see on the plans tonight. Apparently, Joy and Bruce were taken by the potential for this project and convinced other members of the council to fund a native park demonstration garden to the tune of $150,000. At the Parks and Recreation Commission meeting, when these concept plans were submitted, I was the only speaker, and I supported the plans then, and I do today. However, I offered several recommendations for improvement that the commission approved and passed along for your consideration tonight. These include adding a water feature, increasing seating, reusing existing native plants, increased natural barriers along the pathways, which the architect has pointed out they're doing, remove the ash and strawberry trees. Immediately after the meeting, Mike Pels asked if I would meet for a site meeting, and I readily agreed. We met on July 1st for over an hour and discussed opportunities and constraints such as the heavily compacted soils that would not allow a soil probe to penetrate even 1 inch into the soil. Oak tree roots growing throughout the area just below the soil surface that would be damaged by conventional construction practices such as trenching and planting. I suggested the use of an air knife, which would relieve the compaction without damaging the roots and prepare the soil for planting, which could then be performed by hand. The existing native plants, not previously mapped, were identified for protection and preservation in place. I should have had this up earlier. The existing native plants, this coast live oak is a living sculpture and the most beloved tree in Encinitas for climbing for kids. Before I could get my phone out, the young girl that was up in the tree when I arrived left with her mother. The garden is located in the most heavily used portion of the park. It borders the main entry and leads directly to the playground and 2 picnic areas. The coast live oak is a keystone species, meaning that it supports a vast interconnected ecology of numerous species, including here, bats, caterpillars, and butterflies, and over 100 lesser species. In the foreground are the two dark green sculptural aged ceanothus with beautiful, brilliant blue flowers in the spring. The western redbud next to the rock is covered with vibrant magenta flowers in the spring, and in the fall with colorful yellow and red foliage. In the winter, there are mahogany-colored seed pods along the gray branches, so it's a plant for all seasons. It supports hummingbirds, other birds, bats, bees, caterpillars, and butterflies. If you think this is busy, you should come here on a weekend. This shaded area only has 2 log benches and could use 3 more for parents to supervise their children. The logs are cheaper than constructed benches. This is island snapdragon hedge with brilliant red flowers that attracts hummingbirds, other birds, caterpillars. This serves to screen the play area from the street while providing a barrier to prevent young ones from wandering off. The turf allows people exiting from cars easy access to the park instead of walking or tripping on newly planted plants that will get stomped on and destroyed, and small flagstones placed on the slope. Two mature southern live oaks are not shown on the plans. They should be, and they should be retained. Easy access again for cars over the turf to the sidewalk. Keep the turf areas between the streets and the sidewalks. Use the savings to air knife the site to relieve compaction and prepare the site for planting and success. The next 4 photos show 3 non-native trees that should be removed. This is the Japanese blueberry with dead branches in the canopy. This is the same tree with mass compacted surface roots. There are 2 more trees of the same species just north of the southern live oaks, and one is a better specimen. Marina madrone, also called a strawberry tree, is a horticultural hybrid. The areas surrounding these 2 trees are logical areas that were, when Bruce said, made it bigger, the logical place to put it. This is a great area to display native plants, as this is the key entry into the garden. Raywood ash with dieback in the canopy is typical for other ashes in the park. David Norgard told me during a site visit that several had been removed in the past. Removal would allow the oak adjacent to it to develop a larger canopy. In over 100 hours on the site observing activities and uses, I never observed one person to sit or stand or interact with the 2 entry trees, except when we had site meetings. 2 red buds would make colorful replacements. So what do the residents say? This Gulf fritillary butterfly, which resembles a monarch, wants a more varied diet of blooming native plants. I followed it around for several minutes as it flew from flower to flower.
And
Thank you.
I think we get the idea.
I'm just about done.
Okay, a couple sentences.
And as I was getting ready to leave, a newcomer showed up, and the 2 cavorted performing aerial acrobatics. Then this, spoiler alert, morning cloak butterfly, not moth that it shows there, landed that far away from me.
Oh, okay, Mark. Hey, we got other stuff we got to do tonight.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Following Dave Billings will be Sheila Cameron.
Good evening. My name's Dave Billings, as you know already now. First of all, I'd like to thank the Parks Department. I think we should really be proud of our parks in Encinitas. You guys are doing a terrific job. I've been to a number of the parks, not just Lucadia Oaks, where I live less than 4 houses from the property. I thought I'd give you a little history. I'm going to be brief, I promise. This was previously a flower field, and there was one house on the property. We lived across the street even then, before it was a park. A major national developer came in and bought the entire property where all the houses are and the park. And we formed a group called the Friends of Lucadia for an earlier project that we fought, and then they went away. But these guys were determined to build. So what happened was we had meetings with them, which were arranged by the city. They even hired a mediator, and we worked our way through this. And one of the things that we wanted was changes in the elevations of the homes. They wanted all red or pink houses with red roofs, and we didn't want that. So they made a lot of changes accommodating us on that, and we got a park. We insisted on having a park. So that the builder did that as well. And they actually got an award, a national award for the project and the park later on. So they were happy, and they made money anyway. I'd be the first to let you know that I'm not an expert in native plants. I'm interested in that. I'm learning about it and the trees and so on. So at any rate, I do have a few comments about this particular project, the demo garden. I read the city staff report this afternoon and made a few comments from that. Get my notes together here. One of the things that bothered me was the recommended action, which shows up on here, I believe, too, on your agenda for tonight, where they recommend that the project be reviewed by staff, consultant, and nonprofits. And I'm not sure really what nonprofits are, but who's left out of this process? The neighbors, the citizens of the town were not included in the review. And I think that should be done. And that's a problem with the city. The city relies on the various, oops.
Yeah.
All right. Just one thing about, I've got 2 more minutes.
No,
Well, let me just say
hang on,
one
hang
more
on.
comment.
If you can hold on one minute, is it okay? Can we have a time donation this?
I was going to speak, and now I'm not going to.
Okay, if Sheila was going to speak and we'll donate it to Dave, then that's okay. So it's the same amount of time.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. The other thing that I want to tell you about is the map that they did. I disagree with the city. We have a real problem at this park with loose dogs, even though it's not a dog park. People let their dogs run around, and the lawn area can be completely dominated by one person with a ball and a ball slinger. So it's a real problem at Lucadia Park. And I think that the native plant garden needs to be protected. It does need some sort of fencing, and I think less access than is shown on the map that I've seen. I think there should be relatively limited access and fencing to keep out the dogs and the kids to a certain extent. It's fine for them to be climbing on the tree. It's not so fine for them to be running through the plants. So that's the end of my comments. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. That's it? Okay. With that, I've got Councilmember Schaefer up first.
And this would be a motion to approve for the acceptance of and then selecting a site plan?
Making any recommendation, yeah, it's really more at the concept level. It's
Yeah.
not a full detailed plan, correct? If staff can clarify that. The detailed plan will come back before we actually go forward to construct.
That's correct, Mayor Ehlers. This is really to select a concept so that the consultants can keep going.
Yeah.
So I like the project altogether, and I like, if you will, I would approve this. I think the concept maps, just getting right to it, the first one I like because it doesn't have the access on the south side to the road for, again, kids. I play there with my son at least 3 times a week, and we do hide and seek, the whole deal. But the idea is just keeping kids from just running across, kind of like the gentleman said, was saying, keeping we can already walk across the grass. We don't need one more avenue to the street right there because that's a busier part of the street. On the east side, not so busy, but on that south side it is. So I like the first one, the concept, but I really like everything but the access or the sidewalks going to the street on the south side of the second one. So, but I like the concepts as they are. Maybe a small combination, but that's my recommendation, and again, motion to approve.
Concept
Accept.
one.
Yeah.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mark, for being a visionary behind this and for your persistence. And thanks to the community for supporting this concept of a demonstration garden here at this location. This park is really very unique. So, Dave, thanks for reminding us of the history. If you could allow me the privilege of giving some detailed feedback and asking a little more detailed questions. I would like to be sure that we're providing for ADA circulation in this park around the native plants. And so with that, Dave or David, are we accepting DG walkways for ADA compliance, or should it be stabilized?
Stabilized, DG.
It would be stabilized, thanks. When we go to our detailed design, I know you don't have the plants picked yet, but it's a great list. I love the list. So thank you for listening to native plants for Encinitas and putting together that list. I would like to make sure that when you do the more detailed design, that you design based on seasonal variation. I feel like it goes without saying. It's a demonstration park for native plants, but I want to go on the record of making sure we have the seasonal variation. I also want to make sure that we detail with the soil treatment, the appropriate soil treatment, which also has to do with addressing the compaction. There's been a lot of foot traffic and obvious compaction. And also on the detailed design, there's nothing yet that identifies irrigation strategy. I know that we've had some success so far at our Pacific View Arts Center campus with drip irrigation on natives, but I think with this diverse of a palette and our expectations on this garden, the overhead spray might be more accepted for a native plant garden. I was looking at the plant list, and quite a few of them would do okay with drip, but there's a couple like Ceanothus that I think would not do okay with drip. I'm not directing this design, but I just do want to say irrigation strategy is important, and it's part of what we're demonstrating to the public. How do you irrigate a native plant garden best? And so answering that question correctly is going to be important, and I don't want us to just default to drip if spray is going to be the better choice for some of the plant materials. In regards to some suggestions here for how to approach a few things. One is I'm not sure we've done the neighborhood outreach in the comprehensive way that we, or at least I envisioned we would do. I know I did ask that question of our staff, what kind of outreach have we had? We've kind of done some traditional kinds of outreach, but the people who live right there, I'm not sure we've done that level of outreach to invite them to come and be informed about what's happening. And I'd like to ask our staff to look at how we can best notify the neighbors that live right there nearby and allow them the opportunity to get better informed about this. In regards to the existing exotic trees or the non-natives, I am a purist, and I think that a native garden, especially a demonstration garden, should have only natives. But I am sensitive to the fact that there are mature trees that are non-native in this area. So what I'd like to suggest we look at is a transition plan for those trees over time. In other words, they live there now. We can keep them there. They'll provide their shade. Some of them are towards the end of their life anyway, but when we have a strategy for our native garden, it might not be the best strategy for these exotics anyway. In other words, they might not thrive in this setting. We're going to have a native garden there now. So we might want to make sure we think we're intentional about what what the transition plan might be for these non-natives over time. I know we're going to be sensitive to our budget. I'd like to suggest that we do show a lot of benches, or as many benches as we feel like it would be appropriate for the amount of need at this garden. But I understand we may not be able to afford them under this first budget. I think that logs are used elsewhere at the park, and I'd like to follow that tradition of logs. If we could show that as an ad alternate on the plans, but understand we might not be able to afford it. I know this is just going in with our maintenance crew, so it might not be that formal, but we would at least know where they would be located if we can afford it in the future. And the same is true for a water dripper for the birds and butterflies, which I think was called a water feature in the comments. And I believe I just want to kind of connect the dots with the educational and the demonstration garden. I know we have our consultants here who are on the team to help with that. I think that how we make these decisions about the plants and how we actually plant the garden is a really valuable component of education for the public about demonstration gardens. So I know, David, you said that's going to come next along with the interpretive sign. So I just look forward to seeing how we're educating the community about how they can do these gardens at home. And I favor the option 1, along with Councilmember Schaefer. And another reason why I favor it is there's less walkway and there's more garden. And I think that will create a healthier native plant garden over time. We have less walkways that are compacted and more area for the plants. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Hara.
First off, I just want to say I can tell by your delivery that you're excited about this project. When you were reading off those trees, I think there was energy in the room. It was great. So I love that, and I can't thank staff enough for bringing that to us. I just had a couple of quick questions. To the gentleman's comment about nonprofits, can you clarify that for everybody?
Sure. There was a comment during discussion when we all met about when we do our actual education component about having folks from Native Plants for Encinitas or other nonprofits that may be interested, maybe even including the Botanic Garden, to be a part of working through what that education looks like and how it all comes together. We have a lot of great resources in town, so allowing some of those folks to be involved.
And is there a possibility of doing a neighborhood meeting on this project?
Yes, for sure. Once we go through tonight, I think we would also have a follow-up meeting. We can invite neighbors of the park, Native Plants for Encinitas, anyone involved, to come and talk about the concepts and moving forward.
Love to see it. And there's not much to add other than this. I think everybody should be excited about this. I'm going to be voting for it. I think, have we got a second on the motion yet?
I don't think so.
I'll second the motion. Support number 1.
Okay, my turn. I'll be quick. I second the comments that have been made, especially by Deputy Mayor Lyons. I think all your adjustments. I'm concept 1 because exactly the same thing you said. Less paths. A couple of questions. Did I see on that concept a fence on the right side that kind of mirrors the fence on the left, on the bottom yeah, I see the fence along what's showing on the monitor right now along the east-west sidewalk. Is there an equivalent fence on the north-south section?
Not currently shown. Part of that's with boulders, but that's something we could definitely investigate. The comment about dogs in the park is well received.
Yeah, and that's precisely where I was going. Also, dogs in the park, kids in the park, keeping them from running straight out of the park onto a street. So, plus I think there's a symmetry there. So I would recommend that if people would agree with that. Let's see. Will kids still get to climb on the big oak tree? And I think the answer is yes. Good. I just want to confirm that. The non-native tree removal, I think the ash tree could go right away. It looks like it's at the end of life. I'm open to whatever staff recommends and other council recommends on the strawberry and Japanese blueberry I like the idea of ultimately transitioning away from them. I support the plant list based on my, I'm a native plant nerd, not educated in it, but like Greg Rubin has always preached to me overhead water for oaks and things like that. So overhead water would be my preference, but not directing you one way or the other. More bench locations, absolutely, and I like it as an ad alternate. Those are my comments. I support the motion if it includes some of these nuances and recommendations that the council has made. So, cool. If there's no other, we have a motion and a second. Let's call the question, unless I'm going to give staff one chance. Any questions to ask? Anything you need to get from us that you didn't hear?
This was perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. And we'll be back here with a public meeting to approve the final plan, and that will be an opportunity for the public to be involved also, in addition to, it sounds like a public meeting that you'll hold. Okay, great. With that, let's call the question.
That motion does carry unanimously.
Okay. Okay. We got to do a little housekeeping. So we have a motion. Did I get a second on that motion? I got a second from Marco. So it was Councilmember O'Hara, right? Yeah. There we go.
And that motion does carry unanimously and takes us to item 12A.
Okay. So item 12A is council-initiated item by Councilmember O'Hara regarding Clark Avenue Apartments, fire apparatus access compliance, and SB 35 eligibility. With that, Councilman O'Hara has the floor.
Appreciate everybody coming out tonight. Encinitas has recently received credible evidence that Clark Avenue Apartments project cannot lawfully be processed under SB 35. Over that more later. Ministerial provisions. Residents' August 6, 2025 demand letter documented serious conflicts between the project and the city's adopted fire apparatus access standards, code EMC 321.3, including project buildings are 39 feet in height. The project's access roads, Clark Avenue and Union Street, measure only 19 to 21 feet in width, with degraded pavement encroachments and a narrowed 21-foot choke point at the main entrance on Clark. Resolution number 2022-96 substituted a 24-foot standard road in place of the 26-foot requirement without the findings required under California Fire Code 104.8. The civil drawings themselves note that the alternate materials and methods request, referred to as an AMMR, will be required to mitigate excessive fire access road length, a discretionary action. These facts establish that the project is not eligible for streamlining. Once discretionary review is required, the project must undergo CEQA or discretionary analysis before proceeding further. Importantly, any finding under California Fire Code 104.8, whether past or future, constitutes a discretionary action. That is the case with all law. Placing this matter in front of council at this time for review based on this evidence ensures that Encinitas does not move forward with the project under defective approvals, compromised fire safety, or unlawful ministerial processing. By requiring a review, the city will both protect public safety and maintain compliance with state housing law, since R30's zoning and designation of the site remains intact for housing elements. I'm going to go through a slideshow now because I think I said a lot and I'm not sure there was any way anybody could get that, except for maybe one person in the room, and he's not on my side. So I'm going to roll into just simplifying this for everybody. We have the Clark Avenue apartments. I'll go to the next slide. And I'm going to go over the definitions and the laws. All right, the first one is by right. By right is a status that this project has claimed. By right gets us into what is called ministerial processing, which is a process of which the city must comply as long as they hit these standards. So by right projects equals ministerial processing. It's a rubber stamp by the city, approved by the state, and pushed down. It's completely the way the rules go, and that's okay. Only available when all objective standards are met. Objective standards, I want everyone to remember that term, objective standards, because that's what this is going to come down to. If discretion is required, a project is not by right. Discretionary approval, or often CEQA, applies. This applies to all by right projects, whether it's SB 35, as was misquoted on this, housing element, builder's remedy, etc. You cannot be by right if you have discretionary measures. Objective standards. Dive a little deeper into this. Objective standards are defined in state housing law as measurable, uniform, and they do not include personal judgment. Examples include building height, limits, fire apparatus width, and parking counts. Why they matter. They are the legal line between ministerial and discretionary approval. They are required for ministerial approval, remaining within the objective standards. Fire safety standards. You're going to hear a little bit about this. This is part of the way how we got here. Fire safety standards, EMC 321.3 requires an unobstructed 26-foot fire access road for buildings 30 feet, above 30 feet. Clark is 39-foot buildings, access routes only 19 to 21. There'll be some discussion about how that's measured, but I'm going to show you why that is only going to help this discussion. Staff substituted a 24-foot requirement. This is, for the 26 road, this is a discretionary modification. Not an objective standard, a discretionary modification. Alternative methods and materials request, the AMMR. It by itself, by definition, is a discretionary method and a modification to this project. Fire department authority. Fire department, as they should. I want to make this crystal clear. The fire department, as they should do their job to protect us, to do a good job, and use their discretion when necessary. They may approve alternatives to what's proposed using CFC 104.8, 104.9. But this is, no matter what, it is the right thing for them to do. It is still a discretionary action, which requires written findings. With no findings, you have no lawful modification. I'll follow back on that later. When discretion enters, any departure from an objective standard, those are those measurable, set forth, specific guidelines for building that are required. Any departure from those objective standards, this becomes a discretionary project. So any discretionary measure is a discretionary departure, making this a discretionary project. Discretionary projects require review. Ministerial CEQA exemptions and review exemptions collapse once you have discretionary measures in your project. Next slide, we'll show you the state HCD proof of that and where one of the areas in which they go at and cover it, as well as several case law examples that will also follow up on that. Friends of Westwood, Friends of Davis, Friends of Juana Briones, Mountain Lion Foundation, all support this. Vested rights, I've heard that mentioned, vested rights. We'll go to the next page. Vested rights, developer only gains vested rights if the permits are lawfully issued. In this case, these permits were issued incorrectly. Per the courts, there's no vested rights for permits issued in error or under any wrong procedure. Read that again. No vested rights for permits issued in error or under wrong procedure. Because I know I'm going to hear that. I know it's going to be brought back to me. And that's by the courts. So that means this project is a misclassification as ministerial protection. They lose their vested rights. Let me go back. Case law snapshot on the next slide. You have AFCO for South Coast. rights vest only upon lawful permit and substantial reliance. Urban habitat in the city of Pleasant versus city of Pleasanton. Ministerial loss, shield of standards unmet. No vested rights arise from permits issued in error or form of approvals misclassified as ministerial when discretion was actually required. We'll go to the CEQA statute of limitations. This one is a little bit of a tricky one. Secret deadlines only run after a project is lawfully classified and approved. And I think we're about to show, or what we're showing now, is that this may have been misclassified. Clark was processed as a ministerial by right. CEQA, so the CEQA clock doesn't start because there wasn't a CEQA clock to start at the time. So we're looking back at something that, and saying it, statute of limitations happened on something that we didn't have and it was misclassified. So, and again, the next line, it's misclassified approval, so it cannot immunize a project from review. Statute of limitations argument is a false premise. It's in the letter, but it's a false premise. It's a red herring. Clark Avenue. Why is it discretionary? Buildings exceed 30-foot limit. The 26-foot fire access rule applies. Only 19 to 21 feet provided on the streets, making it non-compliant. The city council resolution substituting 24 feet is discretionary. Again, the fire department, who approved an amazingly good AMMR and did their job with the AMMR request and approving it in civil plans, that's a discretionary act. And therefore yields its discretionary, and it requires review. Let's flip to the next page. You can see those 21-foot streets. You go to the next page, look at Union Street. You can see the outlet of that is you've got a street where, let's put cars on the other side of the street where these cars are parked, and let's try to fit a fire engine down the middle of that. How are we feeling about that, everybody out there? Pretty good? All right, let's move on to this. I know this is going to be brought up. Housing numbers versus design standards. We'll get back to the RENA numbers for those of you who've been sent here to talk about housing elements. And this being about not wanting housing. RENA compliance and the number of units is not a waiver of design safety. Meeting housing goals does not excuse failure to meet objective standards. This is a design compliance problem, not a housing quota issue. In other words, we're not changing the zoning of this. We're not even stopping the build of this. We're saying it doesn't comply. There's a big difference. HCD, if we change the zoning, that's where HCD steps in. That's where out of compliance. And if you're worried about the number of units and the offset, I'm very grateful for Councilmember Schaefer last week started a measure where we're already looking for those units if we have to make some up, should we need to help the builder in this to rectify the situation. So we're on top of it. So this is a design problem, not a housing quota issue. Some of you will still get up there and say that. Council's legal obligations. The council must stop permits until project complies with all objective standards, including 26-foot fire access width. Otherwise, review is conducted because any deviation equals discretionary. Review here must include all full environmental impact report due to substandard narrow access streets, the building height and density, proximity to the I-5 freeway for air quality, noise, and safety impacts, and beyond. I'm going to move to my last slide here. Council actions. We should suspend all ministerial processing, require production of any 104.8 filings equivalency findings, reevaluate project eligibility under Government Code 65583.2 HI. I believe unfortunately the Clark people classified it, thought it was SB 35. It is not, and has been confirmed. However, the still by right rules are the same regardless, as we've demonstrated. Initiate a review. Retain outside counsel. I suggest our city retain outside counsel. This is beyond our scope, so that we can get the best possible help in this for both ourselves and the builder. And I'm going to take a CPRA request that I'll read into the record in the second part of this discussion as well. And I just want people to know that this is not about not building. We're not going to not build this project. We just want to make sure that this project is safe and it's legal. Safe and legal, that's all we're asking. So that's it. I'm going to leave it for public comment. and I'm sure there'll be lots to say. Thank you.
And I have a request from Councilmember Schaefer in San Antonio do you want to go after? Okay, cool. How
We
many?
do have 8 public speakers on this
Okay.
item. First 3 public speakers, Philip Senese, Brian Campbell with the time donation from Molly Hintlian, who is present, and then Mike Grudek with the time donation from Mandy Grudek, who is present.
Hello and thank you. My name is Philip Sinise. I live on Clark Avenue, and good evening, Mayor and council members. My family has lived on Clark for 35 years. When we bought our home, we knew growth was coming. We expected Lucadia Boulevard to open. We understood the tortilla flats, the avocado acres would gentrify. We supported ADUs to help our aging and low-income neighbors. We have Habitat for Humanity in our area. We support it. What we didn't expect was for the city to approve massive growth without fixing the roads that make it safe. Years ago, you allowed a 10-home development at the end of Clark at that bottleneck, and they did nothing to improve the street. That should have been the end of any large-scale projects here. Instead, we're now facing that 199-unit complex at the end of Clark. The street has its own fire department, and the fire department, the city engineers came out, looked at it, said it's dangerous, it's small. It's not just Clark. The Clark-Lucadia Boulevard intersection is failing today too. That's just from the other homes that are being built up above us. It can't handle the corner of Clark and Lucadia Boulevard right now. And again, we're not anti-growth. We understand the need for affordable housing in our community, in our surrounding communities, but growth without infrastructure is reckless. And when developers can pay fines to skip affordable housing requirements and maximize profits while our streets remain unsafe, that's not responsible planning. So I'm asking you, pause this project, require real infrastructure upgrades, road widening, intersection improvements, emergency access. Before approving a development of this size, don't put profits before public safety. Encinitas deserves smart growth, not dangerous shortcuts. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Jim. A lot of the points that you just explained very well, I won't have to go over. I'm Brian Campbell. I live on Clark Avenue. I've been there for about 13 years. And unfortunately, I've seen a lot of really tragic and even really almost extremely tragic accidents and just mishaps at the corner of Lucadia and Clark. I almost saw, a girl just about got ran over coming across the highway with just a truck swerving on Lucadia going east, and she flicked the truck off, and I was like, dang, that guy he's just swerved down the rest of the way. At any rate, I'm here to basically remember the people that have lost their lives, their homes, their communities, and in these catastrophic wildfires. Encinitas is not protected, just like, honestly, Lahaina reminded me kind of Lucadia. It's kind of funky and cool to think that just got, it's like some Santa Ana winds coming in. Lucadia, Encinitas could just be gone. It's not beyond what we've seen. It's tragic, so my blessings go out to all of these victims in Canada, Hawaii, here in California, and all around the world. I'm not going to go into great detail of this, but I do believe, researching the code, both local code and California code, that this project just does not meet mandatory fire apparatus access standards. You already mentioned all this. I'm going to skip it. I want to get to a couple pictures. So Also, there's no valid modification waiving the access requirement. So it's required that, despite some of the language, what was I going to say here? Basically, there's no waiver that's explicitly called out, and there's no written findings, there's no determination, and there's no entry of the findings. Therefore, it's not by right because it's not meeting all the applicable objective health and safety standards, as you mentioned very well. The last slide, sorry. Now I'm just going the wrong way. We really appreciate you bringing this onto the agenda and talking about it now. I'm going to get to the good stuff here. So this is just for people's situational awareness. Basically, Clark is on the left there. Avocado Acres is 4 primary streets: Clark Avenue, Del Riego, Del Rio, and La Mirada. And Puebla is kind of feeds into it. The green arrow is pointing at the Shea Homes development, which I'll show you some of the records that the Health, California Health, and also Encinitas knows about that site, which is directly connected to the other site, which also had greenhouses on there. But there's really high organophosphate levels on that site, and there was really extensive mitigation and testing. And to think that they're going to just start digging dirt out of the same exact era of greenhouse is terrible, because organophosphates are not water soluble. They hang out on top of the surface, and when trucks are just driving around, it's going airborne. We got an onshore wind. Everybody in Point Sandia Park's breathing it in. People are having nervous system issues, and it just causes a lot of health issues. At any rate, so we're talking about basically doubling. So we have about 160 houses, probably more like 200 or so. We're talking about doubling the amount of units and transferring all of that traffic onto this tiny little streets, Union and Clark. It's kind of crazy. We also, a couple other key factors are that we have the Encinitas Fire Department just across the highway. So we're kind of the main route for them to go east on Lucadia Boulevard. So anything that happens on that corner right there at Clark and Lucadia Boulevard could really impact our firefighters from getting to help a lot of people. There's not sidewalks to get to public transportation. There's a lot of other issues that we're not going to talk about. This graph is actually showing the typical traffic in the morning. It's actually a collector route, Clark Avenue is. So each of the streets, they can't go left on Lucadia. They have to come down to Puebla, and then everybody basically goes on Clark, and it gets all backed up. Coming in the evening, everybody's coming back down Clark. Some of people can go into their street, but most people have to turn. It's such a tight turn at Lucadia. It's non-compliant for circulation, and that turn is extremely dangerous. I've seen people stuck on this. You'll see this next pole. This is me driving to work, and the truck was swinging wide enough in order to not take that pole out. This is a delivery. This guy's delivering rental equipment. He's a certified trucker, surely. And the van must have been thinking it was letting him inside, and actually pinched and got stuck right there. So how would if there's any emergency on this street or in the new development, it would be obviously hard to get in here. And I have a travel trailer. I have to swing it in extremely wide. It's almost impossible to make this turn. It's not a legal turn. The curbs are already painted red. Oh, I have 8 seconds. Well, just imagine if someone didn't try to turn that wide, and you had your wife standing on the corner between the pole and the curb, like with a stroller and 2 children.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're out of time. Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we got the message.
I did email you that. If you could look through, there's some very good information on the organophosphates and.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Mike Grudek. I live in Clark. I'm going to address the same thing he was just addressing, the intersection. That intersection is not to code. Abe has sat here in these meetings and said it's not to code. He wasn't going to argue. I gave you pamphlets with numbers from the California. The right turn lane needs to be 10 feet. It's 9 feet. The left turn lane by California standard needs to be a minimum of 11. It's 8 feet. And then the inbound lane is 10 feet. So we're basically 3 to 4 feet short in that intersection. That got shoehorned in when they put the Habitat for Humanity in back in the 90s, right? Shoehorned in, wasn't legal, but they said, don't worry, it'll get changed when the developer develops the greenhouses. Guess what happened? Nothing happened. The street didn't support the homes. They lied and said it was 40 feet wide, which obviously at the end of Clark it isn't, right? The off-street or parallel parking they put in at the end of Clark, by the numbers I showed you, they're supposed to be 7 feet wide. They're a little over 6 feet. So the cars actually sit in the road, in this road that they said was so wide. Another thing that needs to be fixed. Before I get this discretionary, I love this. We sat here during the planning of this project till 2 in the morning, listening to the planning department talk about the height of the building and the setbacks. And they all sat here and said, what does it matter? We're going to kick this up to council, and council's going to change it to whatever they want when the developer wants something. And guess what happened? You guys changed it. So it's discretionary. Right off, it was from the get-go, it's discretionary, right? So, I took this picture this morning when I was measuring. So you can see how wide they turn in, right? So if you go through just a couple of those pictures to show you what happens on trash day, look, that left turn lane by code is supposed to be a minimum of 50 feet. It's 20, right? So you get 2 cars in there, that street's backed up for 15 cars. So you're shoehorning another 190 apartments in on something that's illegal. And I listen to you guys talk about this butterflies and spending 150 grand. Why not fix this stuff that you guys know is illegal? I'm kind of dumbfounded listening to all this today. So, that's it. But thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Cynthia Shea Palmer with a time donation from Steve Nolan. And is Steve Nolan here? Okay, and Sheila Cameron, followed by Kathleen McDowell, and then Marco Gonzalez with 2 time donations from Brian Gilchrist and Nick Murillo.
Very good. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Cynthia Shea Palmer, and I am a resident in the neighborhood adjacent to the Clark Apartments. Do I have the clicker? Last time I was here, it wasn't working. Okay. So before I even start this, the first thing I want to say is thank you. Truly, thank you for bringing this in front of the City Council to re-examine it from the lens of safety. The core issue today that we're talking about is the access, okay? Emergency access, fire response access, and evacuation, not just for the current residents, but for the new residents that are going to go into those apartments. So Brian showed this slide. I'm going to show it again because it shows where the Clark Apartments are. They're in the corner. They're squeezed into the back. The only way to get through them is through the neighborhood, and they're bordered by the freeway. So they're truly landlocked. So there's mobility challenges, emergency response challenges, evacuation challenges, and we've talked about this, since 2017. Here's some pictures. Pictures are worth 1,000 words. So the top left is Clark looking north. There's a lot of parked cars there, and we have a lot of parked cars. We're getting more and more as time goes on, as ADUs proliferate. Clark southbound, you can see the parking that Mike is talking about on the right-hand side, Union East and Union West. That is our reality every day. They're single-lane roads, all of them. Even if you look at beyond the access roads, these are other feeder roads, Del Riego, La Mirada, look at those cars. The parked cars, I would call an obstruction. Garbage cans, it's not wide open, they're all single lanes. So here's the actual language of the fire apparatus access roads, but focus on the facilities that exceed 30 feet and unobstructed access width of not less than 26 feet for fire apparatus. So what we have 39, Clark is 39 feet. That means it's, 30% more higher, and 26 feet unobstructed. So if you look at the picture down below, if you were to actually measure the unobstructed between the cars, it's more like 18 feet. Sometimes it's 16 feet, depending where you are, and sometimes it's 20 feet, but it's nowhere near 24 feet or 26 feet. Not between obstructions, unless you take away, there's no way. So the streets need to be 40% wider to meet the code. So the building needs to be 30% lower, and the street needs to be 40% wider. So the by right laws, they restrict cities from denying housing for subjective reasons. You can't get more objective and very clear defined than the code that we just read in the slide earlier. And we're trying to plunk 100% more population in this little area through these little roads that are 40% too small. So Clark does not comply with the fire code for access. This means this is a discretionary project because somebody clicked a box. Well, I'm sure they did more. I'm sure they did more than check a box. But there was approval to approve this when it doesn't comply. It is a discretionary project. And from what I've heard today, it sounds like it throws it out of by right status. I've been involved with this since it was first introduced back in 2017, so I'm quite familiar with the history of it. And there's always been a gut check problem with it. You bring people into this neighborhood and you say, yeah, they're sticking 200 units at the end of this, and they're like, what? They expect all these people to get through these streets that are already choked? It's always failed the smell test. And you see it in 2017 when it was first brought in front of the Planning Commission. Then Commissioner Ehlers, now Mayor Ehlers, said, I was sitting in the audience, and said, this is one of the projects I would recommend removing from the plan. And there was warnings about it being tucked up against the freeway, the roads are narrow, and so on. Fast forward, we won't get into all the nitty-gritty detail, but we tried again as a community to have someone hear us, so we brought it in front of the Traffic, Mobility, and Safety Commission, because they have safety under their umbrella. And after they heard it, again, we all came forward as a community, and we presented, what was being proposed. They unanimously put a document together to the Planning Commission making a list of recommendations. That's what that document is on the right-hand side. And they unanimously asked for street improvements, for fire response safety report, which we never got, and for actually a whole site plan modification. We tried to get an answer from this. We never got any answer until we looked and found buried that Coast Law Group rebutted the letter, and we got radio silence. There was no response. So we have been really sidelined through this whole process and not listened to. Oops. I need to go back. So August 2022, went in front of the Planning Commission. They denied it 4-0. requesting an EIR and more outreach to the Spanish-speaking residents. It's kind of interesting, earlier in the meeting, there was some discussion about the lack of diversity in Encinitas. We have a lot of diversity in our neighborhood, okay? We're a very wide range in our neighborhood from a diversity. We're eclectic. It's a great neighborhood. But then in September 2022, the City Council approves it. They approve it through all of these red flags. They just approve it. And that is why you are sitting where you guys are sitting. That's why we have flipped the council. So, just in summary, the Clark Apartments, the access to it has a significant safety flaw. And it is out of compliance with a very objective, well-defined fire safety code. And that code exception that has made it get to the point where it is today for this project means it is not, it is discretionary and it is not a by right project. What this is not, and I want to be clear, is this is not a fight between the citizens and the developer, okay? That's not what this is. And this is not an attempt to block housing. We know something's going to go in there, but it's got to be reasonable and it's got to be safe. What we ask is that what we ask the council is your public trust, perform your public trust responsibility and make sure that codes are enforced for the safety of your constituents. I mean, fire is a real thing, obviously, what we've seen the past few years. So please fulfill your legal obligation and the obligation to the citizens of Encinitas. Thank you very much. And again, thank you for hearing this.
Kathleen McDowell.
All right. Good evening. Kathleen McDowell, longtime resident of Encinitas and a responsible housing advocate. Thank you so much for staying so late with us tonight. Last time I spoke before you, I expressed concern about the risk of approving a project as by right when it did not qualify as so. And tonight we are discussing that very issue. I understand that there is a noble intent behind the by right designation to more rapidly address affordable housing inventory. There are a handful of success stories that I can think of. However, by right designation, as has already been stated, must meet specific criteria, including compliance with all state and local zoning, building codes and development standards, and a project's approval does not require any discretionary decisions. Furthermore, a project's by right status is not guaranteed in perpetuity. A project may lose its by right status due to design changes, failure to comply with objective standards, or missing documentation validating its compliance. I have built my career in compliance, and we have a saying, if you didn't write it down, it didn't happen. Meaning, the absence of proof does not assume adherence to standards or regulations, quite the opposite. One of the findings in Councilmember O'Hara's report indicates approval condition fire 20, that reduction from 26 to 24. That was a discretionary decision for which written evidence is required for lawful modification under Fire Code Section 104.8. If this is true, then it's our city's responsibility to obtain such evidence. It is inaccurate to argue that this action is untimely or that an investigation would prevent or unnecessarily delay construction of this project. Rather, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that we hold our decisions as defensible, that variances outside of accepted standards have thorough evidence assessing their acceptability to protect not only the decision makers, but those impacted by the decision both today and in the future. Should a project lose its by right status, it forfeits a privilege reserved only for projects that are fully aligned with that designation. And I encourage us to perform the due diligence needed to confirm this project's status and compliance. Thank you very much.
Marco Gonzalez, and he'll be followed by Dave Graber, Jeff Miller, Rachel Graves with one-time donation, and then Karen Caden.
Marco Gonzalez on behalf of the owners of the property and developer Western National Group. First off, this is an extremely dangerous due process violation to schedule something which technically isn't really even a hearing, and to not even take the step of giving the affected party notice. What are we talking about? How can you take away the rights from someone who spent tens of millions of dollars without even giving them formal notice that you're trying to do so? Strike number one. I'm going to talk about 5 different things in somewhat detail in my 8.5 minutes. It's unfortunate that the record perhaps wasn't fully known by Councilmember O'Hara when he brought this matter forward. And certainly, I appreciate the use of the TIMU colors for the TIMU analysis under the law that occurred. So I'm going to go in somewhat detail and make very clear that we're not here to cost the city hundreds of thousands of dollars in litigation. So first, the agenda report takes issue with the processing of the project under the SB 35 ministerial provisions. This was part of the citizens' lawyers' arguments at the time that they challenged it in the original entitlement. We made clear at that time at the original hearing on appeal, this was never processed under SB 35. The by right processing and CEQA exemption pursuant to the R30 overlay and the housing element, this faulty premise alone renders the conclusions in the agenda report and the demand letter unsupportable. Second, the agenda report claims that Resolution 2022-96, the one that approved the project, substituted a 24-foot standard for the 26-foot standard of Fire Code Section 321.3. This is foundational to Councilmember O'Hara's and the citizens' demands underneath their letter. However, the city added Section 321.3 to its fire code with Ordinance 2022-12, and it did so on October 26, 2022. Effective January 1st, 2023. This was after project approval. Again, the faulty premise, namely that they were required to make findings under section 104.8 of the fire code, it's actually 104.9, renders the conclusions of the agenda report and the demand letter unsupportable. Both the residents and Councilmember O'Hara stood up here and said the city council, when they approved this, they inappropriately substituted a new standard. No. That new standard wasn't approved until October of that same year. So the statute of limitations issue. I mean, you have a city attorney. This is, frankly, a no-brainer. As detailed in our letter, the time to challenge the CEQA compliance was within 30 days of the filing of the notice of determination of project approval. The issue of whether Clark Avenue was a sufficiently wide access road for emergency services was raised by some of these same neighbors and their attorneys, but they did not challenge the project approval, and they cannot do so now. The law simply doesn't give them unlimited bites at the apple. The developer is entitled to certainty once decisions are made. That's how the law is structured. Fourth, the project's regulatory framework was vested through an SB 330 preliminary application that was filed and accepted by the city on February 26th of 2021. The SB 330 process is very important because any changes to the city code that occur after that date don't apply to this project. And as I told you, the city didn't change and adopt the statewide fire code changes until October of 2022, effective January of 2023. Fifth, the AMMR. You know, your fire chief signed an AMMR. So the use of an AMMR to meet fire code standards is endorsed under both the fire code and the California building codes at sections 104.9 and 104.11 respectively. The Encinitas Fire Marshal approved an AMMR for this project, addressing apparatus access on August 15th of 2024. That was submitted September of 2023, and nearly a year later, after reviewing building plans, after multiple discussions with the developer, on August 15th of 2024, that date's important, this included an endorsement on a letter that contained all of the findings required under 104.9 in order to find that there were substitute measures that would not change the standard from 26 to 20, but that would instead provide for the equivalent level of safety as required under law. The approved AMMR required enhanced fire protection and life-saving elements for the project to meet the intent of the fire code, the building code, and to exceed other code requirements, including New exterior standpipes on the east sides of buildings 1 and 4, providing the option to make hose connections near the far side of each building without bringing fire apparatuses onto the fire access roads. 2, automatic sprinkler designs density upgraded by 50% for all the residential units to enhance flow, which improves performance and ability to control fire, increasing likelihood of fire extinguishment. Sprinklers were included in all bathrooms, closets, interiors, and exterior of buildings 1 and 4, regardless of size. 2-hour fire barriers provided between adjacent units instead of 1-hour partitions required by California Building Code Section 708.3, which reduces the potential for burn beyond the unit of origin. These provisions were approved by your fire marshal in August of 2024. Under CEQA law, if somebody wants to challenge, even if we say that that qualifies as a discretionary decision that triggers a potential CEQA review, this is foundational to what this entire situation is premised on, is that this is a discretionary action to make findings under 104.9 that allow a project to go forward without a 26-foot wide street. CEQA says you have, if there's been no process, if there's been no hearing, you have 180 days. You have 180 days, whether you are the city staff, a member of the community, a third party. You have 180 days from August of 2024 to come forward and bring a lawsuit, a writ against the city to require a CEQA document or a new process. We are well beyond the 180-day statute of limitations from the date the AMMR was signed by city staff. Now, like I said, I don't want the city to go down a route where we have to stand up here and talk about all of the Housing Accountability Act penalties that the city could face in the event that it brings litigation, because this would be litigated, to try to take away what has already been given to a developer. In reliance on this, the developer has spent tens of millions of dollars, has innumerable evidence of reliance upon the city's past approvals. These are exactly the principles that vested rights sit upon. The layperson's legal analysis that there was a discretionary action that somehow eviscerates the obligation of either city staff or the public within the statute of limitations to challenge the prior approvals is legal nonsense. Now, I learned the last time I got up here and I said that it's dumb that we're even having this discussion, and the mayor rightfully told me, no, sometimes we need process. And we're not sitting up here and saying that there may be a perfect emergency evacuation situation here. We had this discussion when we talked about approval of this project originally, and we looked at Clark Avenue and the possibility of widening Clark Avenue. But you know what the problem was? And it doesn't get discussed a lot by the residents of Clark Avenue, and that is the city owns a much wider right-of-way. And on the east side of that road, it goes pretty much right up to the edge of their buildings. So if the city wants to enhance the thoroughfare of Clark Avenue, and the city wants to provide additional emergency safety, they're not going to do it by taking away this project. They're going to do it by taking away the front yards and an extra 15 feet of these people's property that the city owns. They own that right away. But we collectively, as a city, as the residents on Clark, as the city council majority, made the decision that, one, they didn't want to do it, and based on the opinions of your fire safety staff, you didn't have to do it. So we're not here to relitigate it. This is the third bite at the apple. You'll remember folks got up here when we talked about the approval extensions that were guaranteed by state law, and they wanted to relitigate all the impacts of this project. They're essentially doing the same thing here today. Let's not go down this road. Let's not get sued again. HCD is going to decertify you. You're going to end up with builder's remedy. You don't want that. You don't want a lawsuit. Let's do the right thing.
Dave Graber, are you here? Next speaker is Jeff Miller.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Miller. I'm a decades-long resident in North County, currently a homeowner in Pacific Serena. I have been called a NIMBY before by somebody that just spoke. I can only say this project is not in my backyard, and I am certainly not one opposed to responsible and thoroughly thought-out housing under focused local control. I am, however, concerned for every resident in Encinitas about EMS and fire access. I'm sorry I'm coming to this late and people have talked much more eloquently than I can, but how is it unreasonable that the applicant should care about the safety, lives of the residents of their project and the safety of existing residents nearby that may be affected? How can they lack humanity in this and not look at this? Regardless of what the city has done or what the city has not done, it is unfathomable that the applicant would seek by right to avoid clearly responsible fire access guidelines established by the city without regard to the residents, and put off that responsibility and say it's the city's fault. How is that possible? A call to action to the city. As a city, we must insist on this and on an integrative, proactive approach with the help of any and all applicants. I have sat in planning commission meetings, none of which, as far as I know, those commissioners are currently active. When a commissioner asked a representative of the fire chief, I don't believe it was this gentleman, if there were more than one fire in any of the upcoming projects that exceed current height requirements, do we have enough engines with extended reach to suppress the fires, more than one fire at the same time? If I understood his response correctly, he responded that it will be what it is and will determine what is required and request assets needed at that time. This is a reactive, not proactive approach. The Coast News cited Larry Giles, which they said was the recently retired captain of the Encinitas Fire and Marine Safety Department, as commenting that the expected population growth in cities like Encinitas, driven in part by recently approved housing developments, seems to have outpaced the fire safety resources. He went on to say that the plethora of new housing projects would likely would complicate evacuation plans in a major disaster. We're talking about house fires right now. Let me just talk about the pink elephant in the room, wildfires. We will experience a wildfire in the future. This may not be the scale of LA Palisades, but it could be worse. One last item, if I may. I urge the city to take action on this and all projects to assure the safety of all residents in the emergency.
Thank
and
you.
to undertake a
Thank you, Jeff.
comprehensive travel
Next speaker, please.
traffic study. I encourage the applicant to not be a public pariah.
Go ahead. It's Rachel.
Good evening, Council. We are only a city because we wanted our own codes and we wanted local control. If we do not enforce our codes, what purpose does that emblem, this building, and everyone in it serve? Last week, I spoke here because last year, a political action committee run by Teresa Beauchamp to elect Tony Kranz violated our codes and illegally raked in $25,750 with no repercussions. In 2024, we had no council with a CIL or council with an SEL with the integrity or will to enforce our codes. Now, we find out they bunked our codes again. And I expect this council to abide by this code. And if you need counsel with an SEL, please consult with one who supports local control. When this project was given fire access variance, the developer relinquished their by right status. A simple Google search will tell you that if a project's status changes from by right to discretionary, and Mr. Gonzalez should know this, then the California Environmental Quality Act review process must start over. A by right project is generally exempt from SEQA review, while a discretionary project requires it. The developer and their counsel are experienced in by right qualifications and were certainly aware that they needed to comply with the objective measures. A project cannot require a discretionary variance and still qualify for ministerial by right permit. And just so you know, permits are not certain. There are certain conditions that allow you to pull a permit. Those are conflicts of interest, falsification of evidence, and, in this case, material legal error on the part of the city. This permit was issued based on a flawed process or administrative error, maybe both. In conclusion, I support O'Hara's recommendations. I would recommend suspending and revoking the invalid ministerial permit. And number 2, require the developer to follow the correct process and apply for discretionary review with public hearings and all necessary CEQA and other environmental reports. The city has the authority and the responsibility to correct this mistake. It must do so now before construction begins for the safety of this community and the integrity of the process.
My bedtime. I want to remind the audience and the TV watchers that there's 4 council members on here that was not part of the, voting for Clark Apartments. So, thank you, guys. All right, here I am again. I concur with Jim O'Hara recommending suspend further permit processing for Clark Avenue Apartments until corrective steps relate to fire safety and security for not just Clark Avenue Apartments, but also the fire safety infrastructure improvements should be protecting also the neighborhood surroundings. I live north of this project near Piraeus Point, and I'm glad that some things are being brought up because we might have to look back at also protecting our neighbors in all Encinitas, because there's a new fire higher risk map that just came out and has changed how we are viewing that we're falling into some of the red zone. And that might be changing and bringing a thought of protection for a lot of neighbors. I also would like to finish up that if the developer wants to be a good neighbor, why wouldn't he want to protect and follow the new fire safety laws? Thank you.
That does conclude public speakers. We did have 4 speakers who chose not to speak but registered support for the recommended action: Steve Nolan, Bernie Dillon, Natalie Satoon, and Mandy Grudek.
Okay, we'll go to deliberation now. First up is Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, I suppose this is probably going to be a relatively long, or could be a long one, so I'll just take kind of the first hit here. I think I applaud the majority of the audience for your comments. I think this is something that we've been talking about for a long time since we got up here. The fact of the matter is things have changed, and I think our resident safety is absolutely 100% what we're after up here. And that's my first time ever in this room was 2019, speaking almost exactly to what Jeff was saying, is at some point safety has to trump all of these things. And so I'll say that that's partially the effort from last week of trying to get a measurement of showing exactly where we're growing and shouldn't be growing. Fact of the matter is Clark does not pass the sniff test. And I know that to get into more of the nuts and the bolts, I want to ask Chief Gordon, kind of what you explained to me the other day, and I'm not sure if you need to get up underneath the overhead to kind of draw out, or if you can verbalize it, or whatever you have to do. But my understanding with the AMMR and being signed off, as we had to make a decision, and I want everybody here to understand that Chief Gordon and all of the firefighters here, a lot of them serve on wildfires throughout the state, throughout the country, and they spend their time going there to figure out how to fight the fire, period. Their whole job is to figure out that and drive to solutions. And so you have a group of, and this has nothing to do with Chief Gordon or any of his firefighters. The fact is their job is to figure out how to save lives. And I think some of these by right, quote unquote, by right projects have driven them into a scenario where their job is to figure out how to get it done and not necessarily to be the stamp of the law in some of these ordinances and how they're applied. The fact of the matter is, I think everybody here could go down to Clark right now and go, no way. You can't double and a half the population size, and it's just a common sense thing. And if we go past this, we don't come back, and it sets the wrong precedent across our state. Some of the people here in yellow shirts, some of the things that we're trying to talk about on the bigger picture, some of the stuff we're saying is that this is coming. Stuff like this is being jammed in. I'm not sure if you guys have been to meetings like this before, but you're seeing this is what's being jammed in, and some of the issues that we're having on Encinitas Boulevard are only going to get worse because of these by right projects being jammed in and forcing us to this. So I'll just leave it there. I just want to make sure that's summarized, that you guys see this, and we're trying to direct this and start to protect our city from an ordinance perspective, because that's the requirement up here, but also from a common sense that has to rise above, especially with the new fire maps and all the dangers that we've seen just this year since this project was approved by a previous council many moons ago. So Chief Gordon, if you wouldn't mind, hopefully I give you enough time to draw up.
Yeah, thank you. I think, when we're interpreting fire code, it does, let me get there.
Thank you.
It does take, some professionals to understand it. The fire code definitely gives us.
Yeah, turn it right.
I'll get to it.
Kernan, can we have a professional IT person come up and help?
All right. Don't laugh at my drawings.
He'll zoom it in too.
So the fire code is not the easiest thing to read, okay? It is created for the fire department and for the operations that we do. So when we look at the first issue on the building height, okay? It says that the building height is greater than 30 feet. The code itself reads, the fire apparatus access roads serving buildings, portions of buildings or facilities that exceed 30 feet in height above the lowest level of the fire vehicle access. So if you see, that's my fire vehicle, okay? The lowest level means this first floor is not measured. So now you have to be within 30 feet between either the first floor or bottom of the roof line to the top of that building. This project does only measure to 39 feet. The first floor, or the measurement is 29 feet, and the rest of 11 feet, right? 9 feet, I can't do math right now. 10 feet is this bottom floor. So, but the code also says anything greater than 40 feet is considered a mid-rise and then would require 26 foot. So the architect, the developer understood this code and built it to be less than 39, not requiring a 26-foot lane. So that's the first thing. It is hard to read, but the mid-rise code section here of 321.3 does not apply. As for the width of...
Real quick, we'll go to the further explanation. I just want to start with one, you can leave it up there, but one, why does the first floor not count?
Because when we're looking at apparatus reach, the first floor we can get to with no problem, right? So our firefighters can go in, it's a single entry, we can pull hose, not a big deal. It's when we get to second, third, fourth floors where our hose lays become longer, our ladder reach becomes longer, and it's all about access for us and how we approach operationally to get to.
Yeah, but it doesn't count for the height above the first floor because we've put stuff in there, right? There was requirements, or we moved some of the connectors up to the top of the first floor. That's my understanding.
So if we get those would be part of the AMMRs that we
Correct.
use for the actual width of the street, not necessarily for the height of the building.
Correct. So I just want to make sure, and again, I'm hoping some people, I'm learning this as well. I've learned this over the course of months, and obviously you guys are getting a crash course. So my understanding is the AMMR is for that to get rid of the first floor so we can have connectors at the top of the first floor.
No, the AMMRs are strictly for the road width. So
Okay.
we had no modifications to the 321.3 code because it didn't apply to this building at all.
Got it. So we have connection from the ground, the floor level, all the way to the roof?
Correct, be based on the AMMRs given because of the road width. And
Okay.
so that would be the AMRs that we did. So what we have is an 18-foot width. And so this is called a dead end, 150-foot dead end to us, whether it's open or not, it doesn't meet the 24 feet, right? And so what we do is we say, okay, if it's 150 feet a dead end, then we are going to provide these conditions. With that condition of being a 2-hour rated wall, standpipes on the outside, and then an increase in GPM per each one of the sprinkler heads, as well as a sprinkler head in every room, regardless of size, the bathroom, as well as closets, which you don't see in normal buildings, and externally, they had sprinklers as well. So that's what we did as a condition, because we knew that that road couldn't get any wider at the moment. And so that allows our firefighters to be able to access the building with the standpipe. The fire apparatus doesn't have to be exactly on the fire access road, but they can still operationally do everything they need to do while limiting the path of the fire or how fast the fire grows with the sprinklers and the fire rating on the walls.
Copy.
And those are traditional conditions that we put on other developments or structures as well.
And so the question lies is, as we get to that point, there is no code. Where does the code allow you the discretion? That's a discretionary choice at that
Correct.
point.
Yeah.
And so that's the really the crux of, I think, this entire conversation. And again, your knowledge of the book, just understanding it and how quick you can apply it, and again, because of probably your training and years of experience, this is nothing against you. It's just because you are so quick and able to figure out ways to figure out fire, that it seems that we need to go back and check that discretion there. That discretion right then and there, because of all of the other scenarios, all the other issues, the new fire map. I mean, again, this is a new thing, but why would we not check that now before we go move forward? And it's not really a question for you, it's more rhetorical, and it's not, because I know you could have an answer. The point is it's more for the crowd here, and it's not for you. It's that you don't need to come up with that answer. That's our job over here. And so we appreciate all the great work and your ability, but the second you depart from that, we got to look back at the developer, and we have to look back at the location. We have to look back at ourselves, and do we want to widen the city or the street? Of course not. Do we want to widen a portion of it to take that back? But those are decisions that we need to make over here before we pass go on the safety aspect, and that is bottom line. Obviously, it's just a discussion. It's not happening tonight by any stretch of the imagination. It's just
Keep your discussion with us.
that's the idea. So the fact of the matter is the discretion is in there, and it's pretty evident. And in light of all the newest evidence and everything that we're being shown tonight, I do believe that there is a moment here where we need to push this on to the CEQA direction.
Okay. Councilmember San Antonio.
Thank you. So just by looking at the slides, here I am. I understand the purpose of the AMMRs. I was on the host side. I wasn't on the policy or the code creation side. So I understand what the standpipe is there for. It's essentially a fire hydrant inside the building or up on those upper floors. I understand that the 2-hour rated walls or building materials allows for time for firefighters to get to the structure, allows them time to get inside. I also understand that let's see, where's my notes? What was the other one? Anyways, but I understand what those AMMRs were for. But I guess as those were approved by the, at the time, fire marshal or fire chief, when those were approved, those become discretionary. So as I'm looking at this, at the slides that everybody saw, once it becomes something becomes discretionary, then I guess I just saw this as so easy to understand. Maybe I'm wrong, but once I saw that it became discretionary, then it no longer was an objective standard. So am I understanding that right? Does that sound right? So then if it's not objective and it doesn't, and it becomes discretionary, then I think it automatically gets kicked out.
That's housing law. That's how state by right is written.
Yeah, to not be by right, correct? So then does CEQA apply? I believe from this slide, it does. So I'll just leave that there. That's kind of where I keep going back to is the discretionary. It's like this fork in the road. We get to the discretionary, does it become discretionary, and does it move to, from objective to discretionary, then automatically is this by right project, no longer valid? I'll leave it there for now. I know this is probably going to be a long discussion, so.
And I'll hop in now. Boy, I have questions. I mean, this I really appreciate you bringing this because it shows there could have been flaws. There very definitely shows there could have been flaws. It's about due diligence too, as I had pointed out in previous meetings to Marco, but we do want to make this due diligence. And my question is how best to proceed. So one thing I know is I have been threatened with litigation tonight and in mails and I'll in emails and letters. I will read a couple of quotes from the developer's attorney. This could cost the city hundreds of thousands of dollars in litigation. It brings, another quote, it brings litigation because this will be litigated. Okay, if I think I have a significant threat of litigation here. Now this is now I'm going to talk about due process. This is a council-initiated item which our staff did not get briefed on. Our city attorney did not get to weigh in on officially. We did not get to bring in outside counsel. And I think one of your requests is outside counsel. Yeah, and so what I would propose, and I will I'll make this a motion right off the bat. I have plenty of questions. I would like to, since I'm under significant threat of litigation, I would recommend we schedule a closed session as soon as we can, maybe even next week. We bring in Barbara Couts, who is top-notch housing law, development law lawyer that we've used and have a great relationship with. And we do this if we can next week would be ideal. And get briefed and get some of the answers. A lot of very good questions that Councilmember O'Hara brought up tonight, and get some opinions from staff, from our technical staff and from legal staff, and then bring it back as soon as we can, and maybe as soon as the first week in September, and then have an open reporting out and discussion of the facts, knowing what our legal strategy is on this, and have an idea. Now, understand the discussion in closed session would be about threat of litigation, not necessarily about the process that we will go through, the due process, so that we don't violate the developers or the neighbors' rights. You want to hear what's going on. But I think we have the right to discuss the litigation portion of this in closed session. I'd like to know how good of a case we think we might have. And then we'll come back and we'll have an open discussion, continue what we're doing tonight. So that's my motion. I'll leave it at that. If you want to add something or comment on it, by all means. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Well, I'll just add my thoughts, and I see that the community is concerned, and what we always are here to do is to make sure we provide for safety of the community. So I take that seriously. So thank you for explaining that. The details of the concern about process and about the decisions that were made. Since I was there, we had robust discussion about all these items. We had discussion with staff. We were prepped to understand all the nuances of how to make the best legal, according to the law, decisions. So I don't see the merit yet in what's being brought forward, but I do hear the concern of the community. So I do have an additional question for Chief Gordon. I see that there may be some ways that as a team here at City Council, we could provide some leadership to continuing to address the road safety on Clark. I would suggest, well, I'm going to jump first to my question for you, and that is, I know there are some streets in the city that are signed as a fire lane. One side of the road is a fire lane, and so there's no parking there. It has to always be open. Is that something that we traditionally do on a public street, or we could consider, or is there anything like that? Just to be thinking outside the box at this moment.
Discretionary.
No, I'm talking about just infrastructure improvement. I'm not talking about an excess to this development because I don't see the merit there yet.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think when you look throughout Encinitas, we don't have 20, 24, or 26-foot roads everywhere we go, right? So when we drive our fire apparatus, they are 8 feet 6 inches, plus the mirrors, almost to 10 feet. So when we do look at how wide our streets are, and there are opportunities for us to look at how we can better the access that we have on certain streets, but without knowing exactly what streets we're talking about, I would have to know that before I'd be able to answer that completely. But there is opportunity for us to look at no parking or fire lane or fire lanes only. So those can be looked at.
All right, thank you. Just an idea that might help us go in the direction. I don't see the merit in the SHIAD. I see that this development will go forward, but I want the community to feel safer than you feel right now with your ability to be protected. I know that the substitute AMMR, I think I got those initials right, yeah, is just a substitute way and a valid way to provide full fire protection. It's absolutely valid.
Discretionary.
But the community still feels concerned, and a lot of it's the narrowness of the roadway. And I heard some things here tonight, too, about the narrowness of the roadway that are concerns in other ways as well. So the tightness of the turns, the trucks, the safety of pedestrians. So we are here to provide leadership on infrastructure improvements, and if there's a need in this part of the community for us to look at that, I'd be willing and available to help look at it. I just want to make that statement.
Councilmember O'Hara.
Sure. So what would merit it, in your words?
I think we will learn a lot more if we go.
Right now you're saying it doesn't merit it. What would merit it?
So
Somebody have to die?
no, I don't think that's what we're.
Okay.
So honestly, I'm trying to be as fair and honest. And so allow me the privilege, please, of just saying I don't see how this has merit at this point.
All right. So I'm gonna dive away. This is not about whether or not the fire department should or shouldn't have done what they did. They did what they should have done. That's their job, protect us. Mm-hmm. The question is, and this will help out a little bit, was there discretionary use? And pretty much interesting, the law being quoted coming in on January 1st of 2022. This letter from Jensen Hughes, September 21st, 2023, including the AMMRs. I believe that's the correct letter. Is that what you're looking for? This is literally discretionary. It is the exact definition of discretionary. City was emailed. Staff has seen this. Andrew Maynard was emailed. Thanks for the email. The fire department reviewed the overall project, including the fire access plan, civil plans on sheet 15, conditioned the project accordingly with their approval. They do not issue a separate report for their reviews. This is how it was when this was approved. Not how it is today, not how it would be under our chief or whatever. But the point being, has nothing to do with the fire department. When we got this and there was no documentation of it, no report to support this, we, or the developer, should have said, oh, we can't move on in this. We can't meet the objective standard. And this is hard proof. Followed up with several other emails that are in this packet. I'm going to move forward here. You're going to text some more people? Please don't. Colleagues, before us tonight here is a simple but essential matter whether the Clark Avenue Apartments project ever qualified for ministerial or so-called by right approval. The city's 2022 resolution did not cite SB 35, as you've heard. Instead, it relied on Government Code 65583.2 HI. The code in question still remained the same, a housing element statute that provides for by right processing of projects on designated R30 sites if they include at least 20% lower income units and require no subdivision. Staff therefore treated this from start to finish, Clark, as a by right and CEQA exempt regardless of what they saw, and that was an error. Our own code, EMC 321.3, requires 26-foot clearance width. Access roads on buildings over 30 feet. Clark's are 39 feet tall. We went through some of the discrepancy, but of course, we could go back and go over the wording of that and see how there's discretion used. There's discretion used in the interpretation of the wording. But the developer's own plans acknowledge the need for an alternative materials and methods request. That's the letter I just held up. Staff also substituted a 24-foot condition in place of the 26 4-foot rule. Both of those are discretionary actions. I understand some have suggested measuring the building height from the top of the first story at the standpipe level rather than from the grade. That is not what our ordinance says specifically. Heights measured from the lowest level of the fire department vehicle access. We can go on through that, but clearly there's some discretion being used in that interpretation. And importantly, any modification of fire standards under CFC 104.8 require written findings. We have right here from staff that there's not. Once discretion enters the process, the project is no longer by right under the law 65832.2 HI or under any other statute. Review is required, and the prior exemption collapses. It's not a fight between the citizens and developer. It is the city of Encinitas enforcing its fire safety standards and applying state housing law lawfully. It's not about CEQA deadlines. The issue is misclassification. And it wipes out all of those arguments. It wipes out that whole half of that letter.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes.
May I recommend an action? We don't have the right staff here tonight to be able to respond.
How is that a point of order?
I would like us to, so I'll ask our city attorney maybe what the right mechanism is.
So we've got a point of order request. That's a motion, basically. It's the highest order. Just temporary, we got to resolve this. I'll make a ruling on it, and then we can go on.
And if we need to continue here without our staff here to respond, if that's what a council member initiated.
I didn't ask the staff any questions.
I don't think it's a point of order, and so it's a question for the parliamentarian. Whether, is there anything out of order? I'll make a ruling that it's not out of order.
I don't see this as a point of order.
Okay, and I agree, concur with that, so overruled unless anybody else, no, yeah, okay. So continue.
Okay. Furthermore, any permits issued in error due to incorrect processing or interpretation of objective standards do not confer vested rights to a developer. They were issued incorrectly, mistakenly. Pausing the project now does not violate vested rights because no vested rights exist. This is my resolution motion. I'm going to make a counter motion or a second motion. Substitute motion. I move the City Council adopt the following resolution. Direct staff to look at suspending all further ministerial processing of Clark Avenue Apartments project unless compliance with the objective standards is demonstrated. Recognize that any modification under CFC 104.8, 104.9 is discretionary and therefore requires review before further permits may proceed. Direct the fire department to connect with our city on written findings. Direct staff to evaluate and report on the project's eligibility under Government Code 65583.2 HI in light of its failure to meet objective fire safety standards and its reliance on discretionary approvals. Direct staff to initiate review of the project with preparation of a full environmental impact report addressing at minimum fire access, traffic safety, and air quality impacts from freeway adjacency. Lastly, direct the city manager and the city attorney to retain outside counsel to verify these issues and advise the council on corrective steps and potential legal exposure if the city were to proceed under unlawful ministerial processing. That is my motion. I'm putting that forward. Furthermore, I'm putting forward a Public Records Act request. Pursuant to the California Public Records Act, I am formally requesting the following records relating to the Clark Avenue Apartments project. All permit conditions issued to date for the project, including rough grading permits, full grading permits, and any building permits. The city templates library, condition bank, or other source documents containing the standard language used in condition Fire 20. All communications, including emails, memoranda, text messages, or other correspondence between city planning, the fire department, and the city attorney's office that reference 321.3, 26 feet, 24 feet, fire access, 104.8, ministerial or government code 65583.2 HI in connection with the Clark Avenue Apartments project. Additionally, all routing sheets, plan checks, check logs, and fire review notes regarding the fire apparatus access for the project. Any documentation of fire code modifications, equivalency determinations, or findings under fire code 104.8 or AMRs relating to this project. All communications, including emails, memoranda, text messages, or correspondence between city staff, the fire department, the planning department, the city's attorney office, and the applicant's counsel, Mr. Marco Gonzalez or Coast Law Group LLP, regarding fire apparatus access requirements, 321.3, 503, 104.8-AMMR, or the project's eligibility. And don't worry about writing it down, I got it for you. Project's eligibility under Government Code 65583.2 HI. This request covers the period from the inception of Clark Avenue Apartments project to the present time and any emails moving forward. This request is being made in capacity as a council member, but also as a public interest so that both council and our residents can see the full record of how this project has been presented and processed. Transparency is the foundation of good governance, and the public deserves nothing else in this case. Finally, I am submitting into record the written rebuttal of the August 22nd letter from Coast Law Group. That letter frames this as a matter of CEQA deadlines. It's not. It's about misclassification. The rebuttal lays out why the project was never truly ministerial under Code 65583.2, why CEQA review was always required, and why the statute of limitations argument is a red herring. I would like to have a... Until outside counsel has reviewed this matter and staff has reported back on the project's true eligibility to Clark, the city should pause issuance of any further permits to ensure we do not compound defective approvals. This is not punitive. This is responsible governance, protects residents, first responders, and the city itself. Here's a copy of my rebuttal letter. This will be given to the clerk.
Give that to the clerk.
Yep. And here's a copy of my PRA.
She's coming.
Thank you.
And are you yielding at this point?
I yield at the moment.
Okay. Councilmember Schaefer.
I think that just takes care of all of it. Just kind of nailed it right there. I second his motion, and when we talk about outside counsel, I'd like to find somebody other than Barbara Couch. I think Barbara Couch is a a phenomenal lawyer. I think she does a great job. But at this point, the resolve has got to be something different. And I want to find a lawyer that is looking at this at its totality and not just what the law says. We need somebody that sees exactly what we're talking about here, what's been brought to our attention, and in that full capacity.
No, and I agree. I don't think we should rule anybody out or in.
Jim, if you can wait and.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Checking my.
You've had the floor for quite a while. Let Marco go.
Yeah, like Luke just said, or Councilmember Schaefer just said, yeah, Jim kind of balled it all up into one. But I guess if you just, nothing that, I guess from what the residents came and said, those are all, everything that you said was valid. I'm not going to say that none of that is not important. I guess what I just keep going back to is that fork in the road, objectivity, and then subjectivity. And that automatically, before I can even get down into that, all the extra stuff in here, all the AMMRs, all that, it's just, once it switches to that, for me, it automatically changes it. Maybe I'm wrong, but like I said, this is what, that right there already changes the verbiage of what we're doing and how we look at it. So for me, that's where I'm at with that, so.
Okay, and so my concern is with the substitute motion that as soon as we go down that path, as soon as we make that decision tonight, damage is being done. The lawsuit will fly. We will be, and we will have done that without any advice from our counsel. So that's why I recommended proceeding the way I did. The only difference would be we'd get our counsel, we'd get advice, and then we could be back here in as quickly as 2 weeks and make the very same. And it's not going to, it'll protect the city from a liability quite a bit. So I'm very concerned about that. I'm afraid I cannot, based on that, support the motion, the substitute motion. And I'll leave it at that. So
which
Councilmember Schaefer has the floor next.
Okay.
Again, plug.
I see where you're going. I see why you want to protect the city from litigation. Again, I think it's been mentioned that if the developer wants to develop this in an unsafe condition, or those ordinances were there for a purpose, they're kind of showing themselves. And it speaks to exactly, I think, why a majority of the people that stayed here beyond open comments, it speaks to exactly what we're talking about. We want to drive home the fact that safety is first, and that I get that there's litigation, but I feel like there's going to be a lawsuit from the citizens. And if even one life is even, again, most people they see the pictures, and maybe most people in this room, but that intersection at Lucadia Boulevard is the primary way for most kids to come across that in the morning. And on the heels of, again, all the yellow shirts in this room, why would we even take 1 second longer to worry about that litigation? What human capital is litigation not worth? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's worth it. The fight is worth it in this point. That's my opinion.
It's going to cost us money. So.
A lot of things have cost us money. And again, somebody talked about tonight, $150,000 for a organic garden. I'll take all that money back to make sure that we protect the people of this town first and foremost. So it's just got to be we got to make a statement. And if they're not willing to, again, the developer's not willing to go that direction, and that's what they want to push. Well, it shows their colors, and to me, it shows that their rear end as well. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, Councilmember O'Hara.
Which of the 6 points of my my resolution are you, my motion, are you opposed to?
Is that a question to me?
Yes.
Yeah. Specifically, that we don't have I would like to have a legal review of the arguments so that I have outside counsel look at it and tell me, does it all hold together? Are there any flaws? We heard stuff like the ordinance changed after the approval, things like that. I want to make sure that the chain of legal events holds water, that the fundamental one, I think, the very fundamental one is whether or not the discretionary actions triggered a CEQA review. Secondarily, I have a fundamental question is if and it really gets back to the statute of limitations, is whether or not it's been long enough after an approval that we can't claw it back, so to speak. And I want to know what our lawyers say about that. And that's basically the two big ones. And there are probably other smaller ones, but having legal counsel before we go across a threshold that would trigger lawsuits, I think is a prudent thing to do, and I'm talking about a few weeks at most. And it's been there for quite a long time. It's been approved for quite a long time. Why we would jump off the cliff and start tying the bungee cord and getting advice after I've jumped is beyond me, and I can't support that. That's why.
So you'd like me to remove the direct staff to initiate CEQA?
To put the permits on hold, I think is where the litigation damage occurs.
No, I think, so what I said was suspend further ministerial processing. And really that should be what both sides want, right? Because they don't want to spend money if they find out it's wrong, and we don't want them to spend money either, and we want to get a safe project.
But
So-
not if they believe that they have the right to move forward. The injury they will claim, and the monetary damage that they will claim will be as a result of stopping the permits from coming out. And we're talking weeks, not months. We're not, and I think it's prudent, good governance to steward the money, steward our legal process accordingly. And then there was the third question I have, which is probably not germane to this project, but germane to whether or not it was done incorrectly, and had it been caught at Planning Commission, would it have triggered? And I think you're on that. And I'll draw an analogy to the 7-Eleven alcohol permit. We found out that the local commercial and the light commercial and local light commercial should not have had alcohol sales permitted. Yet this city had done that in the past. And we didn't say we would take it away from somebody who has it now. We can't. This is very similar. What we're doing is cleaning up how our laws work and making sure that the staff understands the proper application of our law. So let's get a little legal advice and come back to this. I think it won't take that long because we've done a lot of the discussion, but I will feel much better in knowing how we should proceed and whether our legal case holds water. And that's a discussion I don't want to do completely in the open because it puts it right in front of our opposition who's right out here.
So the question, I'd follow-on question is, can we take this motion into closed session and as a follow-on motion of that decision, start this?
We'd have to do that in open session, I believe, just to verify.
Correct.
Hence my two-step process. And again, I was very careful to clarify what we would and would not discuss in closed session. We would discuss the threat of litigation and basically go into get advice from our lawyer on what is legal. We'll be able to discuss it there, get everybody here up to speed. Obviously, Jim has spent quite a bit of time studying this. Sounds like you have too. The rest of us are kind of here now. And so I give us that extra study session and advice. It would be client attorney privileged advice. And then we'd come back in just like this, better informed, and have an open discussion and report out, and then make whatever open discussion decision, due process, to use the term that Marco used and I previously used on him. So I think it is the proper way to proceed. Okay, Sheila, please, let us, you're out of order. So we do have a motion and a second. Would you entertain the modification to do the closed session first?
Yeah, I'll entertain the modification to closed session first. And so thinking that my motion, that then removes the initiation of the CEQA and suspending further ministerial processing.
And the way I would propose to do it is bring that motion, that portion of the motion back for the next meeting.
Okay. Will it be agendized and put together?
We can, yeah. We'll put it on the, we'll take the action tonight, city manager, to put that on the next, I'd like it on September 10th. Does that work? And if the council up here will agree, we can do a closed session next week in our off week. And we can do it almost any time that we can get proper outside counsel to support us.
So I still want staff to evaluate and report on the project eligibility under Government Code 65583.2 HI in light of the information I've presented. I'd also like to look into written findings of the 104.8
And 9.
And I think that is all part of getting legal advice, because we'll have to know the facts of the case for the legal advice. So whatever case we are preparing for, I should say, would require understanding the facts of the case. And so if there are open questions, as you have delineated, I think we would want that back as soon as possible for a closed session discussion about the risk of litigation.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to put them in there, so let's put them in there.
Okay.
And I'll produce the language for the clerk at the end of the meeting, so you don't have to remember it all. But I definitely want those two directives added to this, as well as directing city manager and attorney to retain outside counsel to verify these issues and advise counsel on corrective steps and potential legal exposure if the city were to proceed under lawful ministerial processing. Because Bruce, we're getting sued by him, or we're getting sued by all these people sitting in front of us.
Understood. So the other thing is, I believe at the meeting we have this, assuming it's September 10th, we would report out any additional information that is learned from, factual information, so that we do not, and it'd be published in the report, so that we do not violate anybody's, both neighbors or due process, neighbors or the developer. I'm going to look to the city manager and the city attorney. Would you like to comment on what's being proposed right now?
Thank you. As I understand it, and please correct me if I'm not understanding it correctly, there's going to be no substantive action taken on the motion, that is directing staff to suspend permits or otherwise halt the project temporarily prior to city council going into closed session, receiving advice from legal counsel, and then this would be brought back at the following meeting when this discussion would start again, and council would have the opportunity to be informed and would have the opportunity then either amend the motion or proceed with the motion.
Is that fit what I thought?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So,
in this moment, is 1 week a long duration to pause permits? I don't know what's going to happen, but to deposit for the 7 days that we're going to take to do this, we're going to have to report out on that same day. So we have to start the meeting here, go inside, and then report back out. So 7 days, the lawyers here, I wouldn't want any kind of sped up process or anything like that while we're basically checking.
So the project was approved
in light
prior
of new
to
information,
2022, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the AMR was approved in August 15th, 2024. So we're talking a week on over a year, 2 weeks.
What I'm saying,
So I think it's inconsequential at this point.
Yep. Unless some progression goes, but okay. Or they spend the money on the permit, now they're upset that they spent that whole,
I think
just give us, wait the 7 days, and
I think
we'll let you know.
I think the legal argument won't change. So if we're able to stop it, this will not all be done in a week. It will not be all
Of course.
permitted
I just,
moving
yeah.
forward. Yeah.
I
so-
just know that they're in the midst of grabbing permits in these last couple of weeks.
Assistant City Manager.
And I understand from the city clerk, any open agenda would need to be posted Wednesday of that week. At the
next-
latest Thursday, if it was a late posting.
Of next week.
Of next week.
Yeah.
So if we have closed session on Wednesday, or we could look at Monday or, Monday's a holiday, so we would look at Tuesday or Wednesday so that things could be prepared for
Yeah.
posting on Wednesday.
Yep.
Or Thursday. It would have to be Thursday because close, yeah.
Yeah, Monday's a holiday, so it'd have to be Tuesday. Really, is what it, so I'm available. If everybody else will be available for a
Tuesday?
1 to 2 hour closed session meeting on Tuesday.
Let's go.
Well, in addition, first of all, we would need to seek an attorney advice. They need time to look at it and make recommendations. So I'm not sure how realistic. Of course, I will tomorrow morning immediately pursue. And so they would have a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Tuesday be ready. So I will keep you folks advised on our efforts and whether that works or not. We'll do our best.
Okay.
If I can interject for a moment. So I understood the original motion from Councilmember O'Hara to have outside counsel other than potentially Barbara Couts look at the issues that you raised. My understanding is that this would be a closed session. We likely would seek input from Barbara Couts at next week's closed session meeting regarding the allegations that have been raised by the Housing Defense Fund, Marco Gonzalez, and the potential inquiry from HCD. Just to put that on the record, in which case we'd be having Barbara Couts in closed session. Candidly, to get a attorney, outside counsel, up to speed on everything that Councilmember O'Hara had brought up on the record would likely take significantly longer than a week to get that new attorney up to speed. So my understanding is
Let's
next week
pursue both at the same time then.
we can certainly, see if we can find an attorney. We can't guarantee they would be up to speed.
Right.
But-
But we can do both. We can see her next week and we can pursue another attorney.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But what I'm stating is,
And what might have to happen is we might have to have a second meeting.
Sure.
Once we get, a second closed session meeting, once we get it. I say agendize
understand.
this for the 10th, and at worst, we can continue at date certain to the date we know by the time we find an additional attorney, so.
That would be a resolve to agendize it moving
get it on
forward,
there.
and it could always be continued.
Yeah. So, okay. So, City Clerk, did you get that?
Which part? So we're going to go with the substitute motion that's on the table now.
Modified substitute motion.
Modified substitute motion. The first action I have is schedule a closed session under threat of litigation as soon as possible,
On Tuesday.
Tuesday. Direct the city manager to invite outside counsel, including Barbara Couts and others.
Yeah, to invite outside counsel, and in doing so, identify the appropriate attorney, a new attorney for this type of litigation.
And then we have bring the report back to present on September 10th.
Agendize
For September 10th. And then for item 4, Jim, you said you'd give me those items that you spoke about, so I have that.
Yeah.
And then also to bring back for consideration Councilmember O'Hara's original motion at a later date.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
that would be
That would be-
the item we would agendize would be bringing back the original motion.
Original motion.
Yeah.
one slight tweak, if I might. So we don't yet know if Barbara Couts is available next Tuesday. We would request the latitude in scheduling the closed session next week based on Barbara Couch's availability. If she's available on Tuesday, great. If she's available on Wednesday, then we set it on Wednesday, rather than coming back to city council and setting a fixed date for closed session here.
And we could still issue the agenda by Thursday?
Correct.
Okay.
So we're going to put it on the, you said you put it on the agenda, and then that can slide, the closed session could slide anyway.
Well, the idea is so that we can do any tweaks to the posting of the agenda before Thursday for the following September 10th meeting.
Yep.
Okay. So we have a
That
motion
resolves
and
the
a
issue.
second. Any other comment? Let's call the question.
That motion carries 4-1 with Deputy Mayor Lyons voting no.
Okay. Well, let's see. Do we go straight through or you want to? Okay. I'm not hearing any objections, so we'll go on to 12B. And
Yeah, thank you. I'll tee this up, and I wanted to give a shout out to the kids and the moms and the families who are in the room who are here for for 12B. So I hope this is something that that everyone is in favor of, and the reason I wanted to talk about traffic calming at this time is that I support safe streets, and I know that the community has always supported safe streets. And well, we've done a lot as far as safe streets over time. I'll just point to last year, we lowered the speeds on many streets in our city, and we were very proud of that, and we got universal support for that from the community. So we have worked hard to continually support safe streets in our community. So one thing we can do, I think, in order to continue that in the future is to better promote traffic calming, or the calming of the flow of traffic in our community. We've really taken a lot of actions in that direction in the past, and I'd like to. So I'm putting forward this resolution tonight to kind of rally to continue to move in the direction of promoting traffic calming as one of the ways that we continue to create safe streets in our community. And I'll just say maybe, let's see, one more thing, and then that'll tee it up, and I know we probably have some public comment. 12, whoa. And so thank you for coming out. The one thing I want to do, too, with this is also raise awareness. And I think that bringing it forward as a council member-initiated item demonstrates our awareness of the community's ongoing need for us to prioritize safe streets. And traffic calming is a very important mechanism for doing that. And the outcome, really, the recommended action, I would request that we move forward on, that my council members consider supporting, is the resolution, which just states that we have we've done programs with traffic calming in the past. We have an opportunity to improve that and to focus on making it better through our Encinitas traffic management program in the future. So with that, public comments.
First three speakers, Christine Schindler, Molly Hantlian with the time donation from Ellen Burr, and then Bernie Dillon with the time donation from Sandra Anderson. I don't see Christine, so Molly, you're up.
Good evening, council. So, not sure what this agenda item resolution is going to achieve. So I want to highlight and suggest a few things that we need to have our own traffic survey and assessment. We have HSIP grants that need to be evaluated with public participation. And we all have valid concerns with safety. We can't deny that. And Santa Fe Drive is a mess, and Encinitas Boulevard is going to become a mess. we need to implement traffic safety studies because we relied on all the developer traffic studies for all these developments, and they were not cumulative. And doing some research on Caltrans about mobility, we have a mobility issue in Encinitas. It's not just, and I'll just read this one sentence. NCC's transportation deficiencies are not limited to a single facility or mode, nor do the deficiencies affect only certain types of travelers. Rather, the problems of growth, demand, capacity, congestion extend across all the corridors of transportation. And we can't deny access to coastal communities and coastal recreation is at the forefront. So our issue is we've outgrown the streets we have, and we really need to take a pause. I've spoken to this before. As you'll see in some of my slides, look repetitive. Oh, this one, Moonlight and Sunshine, 500 feet from each other. And then Quail Meadows, soon on its heels, also within 500 feet. So we have this cumulative issue right on a very busy corner, less than half a mile to the 5 freeway. And these busy diagrams were not done cumulatively when they were doing traffic studies. And you look at the egress and ingress of these developments, and we're going to have gridlock. We're going to have crossing conflict, merging conflict, diverging conflict. Moonlight Plan hasn't broken ground yet. They've cleared the lot. And we still have the HSIP grant that I think we really need to look at. What is the plan that Moonlight has? What I know, or what I've read, is that they have construction plans to make the sidewalk wider. They're going to add a turn pocket. They're going to have all these ADA upgrades. But it's a year-long project that's going to cause a lot of angst. Less than half a mile from the 5 freeway. And let's not forget how many average daily trips are going to come out of Moonlight is going to be like 1,254 average trips. That's not a small thing. This is a big issue. And this is based upon their very conservative view of how many cars are going to be at the apartments. And most of my calculations have been maybe not as conservative because they're based in what reality is, that most people have 2 cars per household. Sorry, I'm losing my voice here. So when we look at this overlay for Moonlight Apartments, you will see, I'm going to try the pointer. That's the access to the 5 freeway. There's Cali Magdalene. We have congestion here. That's already gridlock on a daily basis. And I showed this back in February, I think. And I stood on the corner of Quail Gardens and Encinitas Boulevard for 2 hours. And this was before the construction. You can not see the view here, but you can see how they stacked up. And they're going to Santa Fe, San Diego, STA Academy. So Quail Meadows hasn't broken ground yet, but that's going to be 2,600 average daily trips. And I think Quail Gardens Drive was classified as augmented limited. And so it is a local road that was max capacity 20,000 cars a day. We're looking at maybe 28 to 30,000 a day on Quail Gardens Drive. This is another view that they'll stack up. and I'm going to point, I described this in a later slide, but one of the mitigations that our traffic department said, oh, we're going to do away with this U-turn at Requisa, and people can drive 900 feet down to the next intersection, which is Smart and Final, to do, oh, I'm out of time, to do a U-turn. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Ellers and City Council members. I went to the Saturday get-together at SDA, and I heard a lot of people use words safety, Brody, Emery, and calming lanes. Please show the video.
A couple of points as well. This corridor was under construction for far too long, which meant a tremendous disruption for the community members here. People do not want to go back into a long, protracted construction time. So recognizing that this has been in for less than a year, we've had this project in for less than a year, people adapt to using new infrastructure. It's not always immediate, but giving people more time. Let's let it stay here. Have it stay a year or two and figure out how the school live with it. Work with the school on the recommendations they would say for how to make it safer for people to utilize the streets around the school. That's a really important thing, is the construction and the disruption to local communities and businesses. And the other thing is just the tremendous waste of general fund money. There are many needs in the city, and the city council has identified good ones to invest in. There are fire stations that need to be rebuilt in both Alevenheim and in our downtown. The city council wants to invest in pavement quality, which is very important.
Go ahead and stop it there.
It costs a lot of money to do that, to raise the standards of our roads.
Per the City Council on several occasions, it has been stated that there is $1.8 million left from the grant, not general funds. As Blakespeare told the crowd, these funds must be used this year or the funds must be returned to the state of California. Blakespeare told the group of people for us to wait a year or two before any changes can be made. Then we lose the money, and the chances of changes to Santa Fe Drive become less likely. Santa Fe Drive is a hot mess. It currently breaks California law. There are so many safety hazards and waste of taxpayers' money. Who is paying for the landscapers maintaining the planter boxes? The contract did an awful job, and it's an embarrassment to the 7th most expensive community in the United States. It must be fixed. The city of Encinitas sent out a survey and had a special meeting on Santa Fe Drive. Hundreds of people said remove it. We are saying a hard no, Santa Fe must go. California Vehicle Code 21809. We must move over when we hear the sirens of emergency vehicles and their lights on. There is nowhere for cars to move over. Planter boxes and backup stalls prevent this. Emergency vehicles cannot get through Santa Fe Drive without blowing their horns. They're stuck in traffic. What if that was your parent, your spouse, your child, and the emergency vehicle can't get to you or can't get them to the hospital? Santa Fe Drive is supposed to be a calming street. It is one of the most stressful streets in all of Encinitas. Cars in backup stalls have to pull into traffic lanes to get out when parked next to a truck or SUV. Cars are still parking forward. This is supposed to slow down traffic. First day of school, I showed you a video showing people moving so fast, the speed monitor was going nuts. Nobody is slowing down, they are driving faster. Safety for kids. People are driving at the height of traffic on side streets with no protection for kids. They are using Munavar, Justin, Kathy Lane, and Ocean Crest Drive. These side streets do not have bike lanes, or sidewalks. They are not driving slowly, putting all these kids and families in danger. California ADA requires 1 of every 6 open parking stalls must be van accessible. On Santa Fe Drive, there's only 1 handicap parking spot, and there is no signage. This handicap spot is not close to the entrance of the school. The challenged person must go uphill to get to the school and crosswalk to get to the business and churches across the street. Bus stop put in the wrong place. It has to be moved. Who is going to pay for it? The builder who is putting in 51 units, adding a minimum of 102 cars to traffic on Santa Fe Drive. Santa Fe is going to be under construction again with all the new homes. Get it done, fix Santa Fe Drive. Several drivers have driven into the planter boxes. Trucks and big rigs take up the lanes of traffic and part of the middle lane. Traffic is stopped for mail delivery and other deliveries. Trash day, bike riders must navigate 3 trash bins for each house in the bike lanes. The United States Postal Service will not deliver on Santa Fe Drive. They claim it's too dangerous. Emergency vehicles cannot make a right turn onto Santa Fe Drive. A professional truck driver testified here she could not make the turn in her rig. The turn lane was removed to access Nardo more efficiently. Now cars have to wait, causing a major backup instead of being a release valve. What do you do when you are driving your car and see the sheriff? You slow down. Use your turn signals. Make complete stops at stop signs. Slow down when lights turn yellow. You do not want a ticket. Your behavior changes. Stop wasting taxpayer dollars on calming streets, adding lanes, planter boxes, and backup stalls. Put up 24/7, 365-day video cameras hooked up to the sheriff's department. Speed cameras as soon as they're available. Put them all on our major streets. You will restore law and order on our streets. Encinitas will become the safest city in America. People's driving behavior will change once tickets start going out. People will slow the fast down. No more calming streets and waste of taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Natalie Satoon, followed by Laura Van Dusen, and then Ron Medic.
Hi, Natalie Satoon, Cardiff. First, I would like to do a public records request for all of the text messages for Deputy Mayor Lyons tonight. I'm here because I do not agree with the traffic calming measures that have been implemented under Deputy Mayor Lyons. And we have examples such as the cycle track, El Portal, and Santa Fe. As most of you know, these designs have been reckless. Molly Hentleyan already spoke about Quail Gardens. I've been vocal for the past several years with the exploratory projects under Joy, including the incredulous traffic projects imposed on our roads. It is unreasonable to believe that with the explosion of densification under Catherine Blakespeare and your council, Joy, actually, that any reduction in vehicular traffic is a possibility. There are some comments these are just some comments on social media this week, namely next door people who do not normally come here. The flawed and failed Santa Fe design, the worst design I've ever seen. I don't understand why bikes have priority over pedestrians and cars. What a waste of money. The worst use of taxpayer dollars I have ever seen. The city politicians that were in office should be hanging their heads in shame. Horrible and much more dangerous than the way it is now. What were they thinking? It is a mess. Kids on e-bikes, new student drivers, walkers, and cars. It's an accident waiting to happen. There's nothing safe about it. Blakespeare needs to butt out. Title should read, quote, Blakespeare ignores her constituents' safety in efforts to promote herself, unquote. Quote, Blakespeare's safe streets are anything but, unquote. The improvements in front of the high school are not, in caps, not improvements. The need to back in to parking spots from a one-lane road, what could be more stupid? Saxony S-curve. If your safety device needs a safety warning, then it's not safe. Bonehead Bandigan strikes again. When will Encinitas finally have enough of his horrible design antics? Did someone sneeze? Brought to you by the same public safety department that designed Santa Fe Drive improvements. I'm asking this council not only to support this item, but also require staff to present a list of all traffic calming projects in the immediate pipeline for review prior to installation. Thank you.
Good evening. I wanted to thank Deputy Mayor Lines for initiating this agenda item and addressing concerns of a lot of people in the community. The last time I checked, there were 33 residents that wrote in support of this agenda item and only 2 that opposed. I'm going to go off script a little bit from what I originally wrote. I think it's important to kind of take a step back and look at the big picture and what we want to really achieve here, which I think everybody wants, is a safer community for everyone. And I did want to reference tonight a systematic literature review that synthesized 28 peer-reviewed studies covering a range of traffic calming interventions, from physical infrastructure like speed humps to behavioral and environmental approaches. And the findings indicate decreased injuries, fatalities, and average vehicle speeds, lower average speeds and smoother traffic flows. That is less acceleration and braking, which, by the way, I think we all know traffic flow helps with congestion. Reductions in both average speeds and noise exposure, and improved street crossing conditions, greater accessibility and safety. I think to stand behind the concept of us trying to move in the right direction without being alarmed that something extreme would happen as a result is not unreasonable to ask. I'm not saying put speed bumps on Encinitas Boulevard by any means. I trust that you guys would come up with a good plan. So thank you for considering this. It's really important. My 10-year-old son knows that I've been attending these meetings, and he's asked a lot, does the city council even care? And I know he's just a child and he does not understand the complexities of all of this. But I'm asking for something for me to come home with to tell my son and a huge community of caring parents, concerned parents and children that we're moving in the right direction. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Ron Meddock. I've been a resident in Levenheim for 18 years. I'm a commissioner on the Mobility, Traffic, and Safety Commission. I'm speaking against this resolution, but I am not speaking against traffic calming. I would like to thank Councilwoman Lindas for bringing up the issue of traffic calming and the Encinitas Traffic Management Program, which in Section 2.1 program purpose says, quote, "The purpose of managing traffic flow and speed is to enhance safety and mobility." The reason I recommend council reject this item is because it is ineffective and unnecessary and one-sided. Traffic management is not rocket science, but it does have its own complexity. And part of that is finding the proper balance between mobility and safety. An example of one-sided planning is the failed design of West Santa Fe Drive. Its supporters refer to this design as a pedestrian and cycle corridor. But this major east-west artery serves the important purposes of access to and from I-5, emergency access to our community hospital, drop-off and pickups with high traffic intensity at SDA and other schools, and local neighborhood egress and access. These purposes demand a balance between mobility and safety, as well as reasonable traffic calming. There is a popular saying in Encinitas, "Don't be all hat and no cowboy." Another saying is that cowboys like is less talk and more action. This resolution is all hat and should be rejected. Providing Encinitas with a balanced Santa Fe Drive design, providing mobility and safety is how this council can provide less talk and more action. Thank you.
Next three speakers are Dr. Jack Santone with one-time donation from Scott Campbell, who is present, followed by Leigh Ratcliffe, and then Rebecca Troyan.
Good evening, Mayor Ellis and council members. I appreciate what you guys do. I could never do it. I'm a longtime resident, born here. I'll be 83 this year. I graduated from San Diego High School in 1960, went to UC Berkeley and UCSF Dental School, and Vietnam War was raging, so I joined the Air Force Reserves, and I served as a dentist, the rank of captain in the Air Force. And I returned to Encinitas in 1968 and been practicing dentistry here ever since. My daughter is a dentist, and now I have a grandson that's talking about becoming a dentist too. And in 1983, I purchased an office building in the corner of Windsor Drive in Santa Fe. And in those days, we had to have at least 9 parking spaces because of the zoning. And with this Santa Fe Drive, I'm in favor of safe driving and everything, but it's destroyed the parking in the front of our building, and we didn't have any parking for 6 months while they were doing the construction. And our patients, a lot of them are old. They can't negotiate this back-end parking. And I was up there today at 2:30. I had to drive around the block 3 times to find a space where the traffic was slow enough and there was parking available. Then when the school got out, all of a sudden there were lots of parking spaces, and now the kids are taking all the formerly dedicated spots in front of our building. So I'm saying we need to redo Santa Fe Drive. I measured the traffic lane. It's 9 foot 4 inches. I get PTSD just driving down there, worrying I'm going to hit the darn curb. And I understand fire trucks, emergency vehicles cannot even go, aren't even going on Santa Fe Drive. They're driving around the other streets. So it's way increasing the response time. So usually my daughter's doing this kind of speaking. I'm usually not comfortable speaking with someone unless I've got them reclined in the chair and they can't talk back. But I'm doing my best. Usually I'm asleep by this time. Anyway, I'm hoping that we can redo Santa Fe Drive and get rid of these narrow lanes. It's not safe, and it's not helping now. I'm all for slowing down the traffic and everything, but it's just not working out. And we lost some of our we used to have landscaping in front of the building. We lost that when the Encinitas Community Park was being built. They said we needed to have more room to make a right turn to get to the park. Well, so we lost a stairway in the front of our building and landscaping right in front back then too. But, you know, we've survived that, but now this is much more devastating. So anyway, because that's main stuff I had to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. I want to just remind us and all of us tonight kind of why we're here, why I'm here, why we're talking about this. So I'll just ask you to imagine a scenario where a school calls, your school calls you about your child and says they've been involved in an accident, and maybe what you would go through in that situation. Or if your spouse calls you, panicked, freaking out because your child was involved in an accident. And I'll tell you what I went through when my school called me to tell me my son was in a car accident on May 30th. I was freaked out. I was panicked. I cried. I yelled. And then I frantically called my husband because I was not home. I was in Atlanta at the time. He started his drive home from work. He is an Orange County firefighter. He managed to get on the phone with the firefighter that was with my son. So he knew for 2 hours that he'd been pulled out from under a car and was being shipped to Palomar for a full trauma workup. So that's what that felt like. My son survived. My son's fine. The reason he's alive is because his accident did not happen on a street. It happened in a parking lot. And the speed was slow. Speed kills. It kills. The end. That's it. And he is a huge reminder of that. He is okay. The responsibility of safe streets should not be on children biking to school, and it should not be on drivers. Children make mistakes. Drivers are distracted, they're tired, and they're grumpy. Infrastructure must support them, so when a child misreads traffic or when a driver looks away from the road, it does not result in an accident, or at worst, the accident is at a reduced speed and no one dies. We need infrastructure changes. We need cameras. We need all of it. We need enforcement. We just need to do something. So regardless of politics, regardless of sides, this is not a side issue. This is not a politic issue. I do trust you guys to come up with stuff. And I have seen improvements on the roads. I have seen the Saxony is a great example. I hadn't gone on down there in a long time. Looks great. I'm looking for the same thing to continue, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Rebecca Troyan, Encinitas. Myself, I don't like public speaking, so really trying to do my best here. As some of you may notice, John or Bridget Chalakian are in this room tonight. John has a message for you. Quote, Bridget and I continue to support our community in becoming safer, but for now, we need to take a step back, grieve the loss of our daughter, reflect on self-care, and focus on our son culture's well-being. We will be back, end quote. The family is broken and needs to focus on mending, but please don't take their lack of presence as giving up. They know they have a team in place that will keep the train moving forward. We've all witnessed how they've been disheartened by the lack of progress in improving street safety. They have bravely attended these meetings week after week, begging for change, begging for safer streets, for pedestrians, to no avail. They aren't showing up just for Emory, they're showing up for all of us, all of you, all of Encinitas. If you know the Chilakians, you know their intentions are pure and selfless. They do not want another family going through this. Laura Van Duset nailed my point tonight. She said street crossing conditions. That's where I think a big difference can be made. Change can start at Encinitas Boulevard and Village Square Drive, where the accident happened. Changing driver behavior can start by installing flashing pedestrian lights, installing red light cameras, solar-powered speed monitors, and visible law enforcement ticketing speeding vehicles and red light runners. Please be the ones to step up in this heartbreaking situation and implement these safety features before another tragedy strikes. Someone here tonight said the city is making progress, and you guys are. We do see things happening, like Lee just said, Saxony, nobody likes Santa Fe, but it was an attempt to improve it. So we see things happening, and we understand that these things do take time. But a lovely human being died at a very prominent intersection. Shouldn't attention immediately be given to this site so it doesn't happen again? Human lives should be the priority. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Rihanna Kalor, followed by Chris Giles with a time donation from Aaron Hebshe, and then Laura Grimmer with the time donation from Sierra Tizor.
Hi, good evening. For months now, Encinitas residents have been asking for additional safety measures to prevent more deaths and accidents on our roads. I understand it is a complicated issue and it will take time to make improvements. At this moment, it feels like not enough is being done. Right now, you can declare a state of emergency to open up funds for both policing and automated enforcement. We need red light and speed cameras, and we need education. We need to educate the public about why Encinitas has to add these items. I know there will be many who oppose adding more enforcement and cameras, and generally I am for less policing as well. But given the loss of human life and severe accidents occurring, we need these things. We cannot change driver behavior without enforcement and education. We should have signs all over the county discussing slowing down, letting people know that residents are dying because we are driving too fast and driving distracted. I know I have been guilty of this a million times, but after the loss of Emory and other residents this year, I have changed my behavior. And I know if others were shown how our collective actions are literally killing people, Encinitas residents would change their driving habits. We are all concerned that part of the hesitation in declaring a state of emergency may be due to the concerns about potential litigation. However, under California Evidence Code Section 1151, remedial measures are not admissible in court to prove negligence or liability. In other words, if a dangerous condition is fixed, procedures are improved, or safety measures are added after a tragedy, these actions cannot be used against the city in a lawsuit. The law exists to encourage corrective action, not punish it. I know all of you care and want change, so we are asking you to please start with declaring a state of emergency and implement traffic safety measures.
Good evening. I think it might be morning. My name's Aaron Hebshe, Lucadia District 1. Thank you for agendizing street safety. We've done some good bits of retrofits in the city. I think it's important to keep the momentum going. So thank you. I want to step back first and talk generally how design dictates the inherent safety of our roads and streets. Next slide, please. Let's start with some definitions. This is a road. It is used to connect places. It is designed for speed and throughput, with clear zones, long sight lines, and gradual curves. Few driveways, lights, and stop signs. Any bikes and pedestrians here are doing predictable things. It's best to separate vulnerable road users completely, but that's a topic for another day. Next slide, please. Here's another example of a road in our town. Next slide. Following streetscape in this stretch of 101, this can now be considered a street. A street is a place for community and commerce. Vehicle speeds are slow. The environment is complex, with a myriad of vehicles popping out of driveways and side streets, and lots of people, because it is the frontage to places where people are. Next slide, please. Streets are also where residents are, where kids play, and where neighbors put out skull signs to make sure it stays safe. Next slide, please. But Encinitas and North America in general has tons of these other things called stroads, like a futon, which does a miserable job of being a bed and a miserable job of being a couch. Stroads try to be a road and a street. Next slide, please. Stroads are inherently dangerous. They combine a design that encourages high speed and volume, wide lanes, lots of lanes, wide curb-to-curb distances, with the complexity of a street, commerce, driveways, side streets, and people. Next slide, please. Stroads are where most of our fatal and severe injury crashes occur. Examples in our town, North Coast Highway on the left, it's that little stretch. On the right is the ECR commercial corridor. The sizes of those circles represent relative numbers of crashes. These are fatality and severe injury crashes. This is from the SANDAC database, pulled from all the years 2012 through 2022. Next slide, please. How do we get back to safety? We need to convert, this is the first one, we need to convert stroads to streets. My lovely friends generated this AI reconstruction of what the ECR corridor could look like if it was retrofitted for safety. Apologies for the funny bike lanes that end nowhere and other random things that AI comes up with. Lucadia Streetscape is a real-life example of how to improve the safety of a complex environment. We've dropped speeds significantly on that road through traffic calming features like roundabouts, medians, speed tables, narrower lanes, and yes, Mayor Ehlers, lanectomies. And here's the second one. We need to keep roads as roads. Through downzoning and other measures, we must try to keep commerce and complexity from encroaching on our open spaces. I agree with a lot of the sentiments of the mayor and council members that we should not be building new housing in undeveloped parts of our city. Next slide, please. Retrofitting our streets for safety is expensive and time-consuming. What are we, 18 years with Lucadia Streetscape? I've lost count. In the meantime, I commend the council for tasking the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission for exploring how to opt into AB 645, California's speed camera program. Notably, any revenue generated by AB 645, if we're able to opt in, is to be fed back into making our infrastructure safer. A change.org petition was just initiated to keep the momentum going on automated enforcement. We have a lot of work to do. Let's keep moving forward. Thank you.
Final speakers are Laura Grimmer with their time donation, followed by Rachel Graves with her time donation, and then Brad Lefkowitz.
Good evening, good morning, Council and Mayor Ehlers. My name is Laura Grimmer. I'm an 18-year resident of Encinitas and a friend of the Chilekian family. Thank you to Deputy Mayor Lines for including traffic calming on tonight's agenda. As you know, we've been waiting to have an opportunity to speak directly to an agenda item. As regards the city's ongoing commitment to traffic calming, I'd like to highlight a few proven calming measures and respectfully encourage you all to move forward with these with the urgency and expediency our ongoing street safety situation demands. But first, a little context. At a recent meeting, one council member addressed the numerous commenters asking for city action in making our streets safer, primarily Encinitas Boulevard. This council member indicated that Encinitas Boulevard was meant for cars and is not meant to be a pedestrian and bicycle corridor. He even likened Encinitas Boulevard to a freeway, stating that people don't play by the freeway. This felt like a pejorative and unnecessary stance to take, especially when addressing a group of his constituents that included the parents of Emery, who was struck and killed while trying to cross the same street when she had the right of way. How is it a logical argument to state that this is not a street that's meant for pedestrians and cyclists in addition to cars? Encinitas Boulevard, starting at the very intersection where Emery was hit and killed, going all the way west to the 101, is lined with and immediately adjacent to multiple schools, shops, restaurants, bus stops, a community center, and a park. Excuse me. I live a few blocks from Encinitas Boulevard, and I see countless pedestrians and cyclists up and down the street daily. Dozens and dozens of kids ride their bikes up and down the street to and from Oakcrest, Sunset, San Diego Academy, and even St. John's. Another comment from that night was that council is not here to change people's behavior. If that's the case, you cannot expect the many, many people traveling the street on foot or bike to stop doing so just because it's become an unsafe corridor for anything but cars to cross or traverse. Let's please remember that many people don't have any choice but to walk or bike, and also that kids need to get from place to place without always being driven in a car. 2 weeks ago in these chambers, another council member referred to the 7-Eleven as being freedom for him. It was the farthest he could walk when he was a young teenager. This is exactly what we're talking about here tonight and what we have been talking about for the past several weeks. Kids deserve the safety and freedom to walk in their community on safe streets. Density is increasing rapidly as we speak, and part of the rationale for approving certain projects like Quail Meadows, Moonlight, whatever it's called, et cetera, pardon me for forgetting the name of it, is that it's along a transit corridor, which by its very nature implies that people will walk and bike to, from, and along the corridor. We can't bury our heads in the sand and expect that the growing street safety problem is going to fix itself, especially not in light of the ever-increasing development pressures. I'd just like to say that we're not here to suggest that this is an either-or proposition. I understand that Encinitas Boulevard must support multiple modes of transport, but it must be made safe for each mode. We are here to implore you to hear our calls for urgent safety improvements. The first is to adopt automated enforcement, including red light cameras and speed cameras on high injury corridors, especially Encinitas Boulevard, Coast Highway, and in school zones. Cameras work 24/7 and free up our sheriff's deputies for other duties. I'd like to talk specifically about speed cameras, which we may obtain through AB 645. And in doing so, I'd like to share some information from a 2023 press release by Walk San Francisco, following the signing into law of AB 645. 205 communities in 21 states have already embraced speed cameras. Speed detection systems dramatically shift driver behavior and can reduce the number of severe and fatal crashes by as much as 58%. New York City's notable reduction in pedestrian deaths over the past decade is in great part due to their expansive speed camera program. And as Lee spoke to tonight, speed matters, speed kills. The faster a driver is going, the more likely a crash is to occur. And the faster a vehicle is traveling at the moment of impact, the more serious the injuries and the higher the chance of death. Pedestrians especially are highly vulnerable as soon as speed rises above 25 miles per hour. I'm going to try to cut back my prepared comments so I can stay within my time. AB 645 provides a proven solution to the problem of speeding and lack of enforcement faced by the city of Encinitas. I know many people have reservations about privacy and equity, and rightfully so, but this bill has built-in protections for both of those important considerations. And now briefly to touch on red light cameras, which were in use until 2020. According to rigorous research by the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, turning off red light camera programs cost lives, with the rate of fatal red light running crashes shooting up 30% in cities that have turned off cameras. I'm definitely running out of time. So I guess Thank you for bearing with me through my comments, and I implore you to remember the mandate of safety first when considering any and all traffic calming measures that are desperately needed.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I oppose this agenda item, but like Commissioner Maddock, I don't oppose all traffic calming measures. But I oppose this agenda for a couple different reasons. The former council voted in early 2024 to form the Encinitas Traffic Management Program Ad Hoc Committee, and the committee never met. Let the ad hoc committee meet. The TMP goals include enhancing safety and mobility, preserving community character in Encinitas, including traffic calming. This resolution tonight is redundant, and it is a non-specific summary of goals that we are already supposed to be working on. I would like you to not conflate safety with traffic calming and narrow roads. Excuse me, I'll tell you why. Just one moment, please.
Yeah.
Can I
please,
have my
please
time
don't
back?
interrupt. Yes, you can.
This is very difficult for me.
Yeah. Just continue
As
now.
you know, Bruce.
Yeah.
We were just told to imagine what it's like to get a phone call because somebody was in an accident. I watched my mom, who's sitting back here today, get that phone call. I can't even think now because this woman interrupted me. She received a phone call because two men coming home from a Christmas party decided to drive where my brother couldn't fit into the narrow road, and he had no way out. Okay, so we need to assess roads for safety, not just for these criteria of what some people think traffic calming is. For some, speed does kill. For others, drunk people kill. People who run red lights kill. We shouldn't be at odds in this conversation. 4 people have died at the curve that my brother died at. And my mom has sat here. She worked here, but she has sat at this podium and asked for safety at that corner when Goodson was going in and putting a driveway there. Not one single person cared about my mother because she didn't have, I guess, a bunch of people here to support her. So what is traffic calming? Clearly we have a fundamental different idea of what traffic calming is. We have ideas of bumps and small roads, and I don't know all the answers because I'm not a traffic engineer, but when I drive Santa Fe slowly, I'm a pretty slow driver. I went to San Diego, my brother did too, for only 1 year, 2 years. People have passed me. And I'm told by Marlon Taylor, our Encinitas Union School District board member, that that's a me problem. Is he going to tell Josh Gordon and all of his fire engineers that that's a they problem? Do you see what's happening here? This group, someone, I don't know who it is, but it's turning community against community and turning citizens against citizens, and it shouldn't be that way. We already have an Encinitas traffic management program. Let Abe Bandigan, Marco San Antonio, thank you, Marco. You watched me go through this. So did you, Luke. And Jim O'Hara, let them do what was intended by the TMP that you voted in, Joy. Let them do what you thought was important in 2024. and let them determine what is safe for our streets, not just go down some rote little list of what you guys all think is safe. I'll end with my biggest concern. Last week, when Mayor Ehlers gave Jim O'Hara a position on this traffic committee because he knows how committed Jim is to the traffic safety of everyone in this city and the pedestrians, the cyclists, they've all been cyclists. You pushed your button so fast, Joy, and you asked to eliminate the very program that is supposed to what? Enhance the safety and mobility of this city. The very program where two council members who adore their citizens, who adore their children, who adore other people, you don't want them to even work with Abe Bandigan, our engineer, to come up with safe things? I'm sorry, I don't buy it. Your flip-flop is beyond me. I don't get it. Don't vote to eliminate it and then come here with some dumb resolution so that you get little brownie points. I don't buy it.
Hello, gentlemen. I do think we all have the same goals here. Just a couple quick things. I've been having this thought on traffic safety for a while, and Luke, I'd like to get your take. It's this phrase, it's kind of dorky, but I think it applies. Slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. I heard it in a movie. I thought it applied. And slow is also less deadly. And if we think about efficiency, I think that's what we all want. Citywide traffic study, getting the lights timed. From what I've gathered sitting in this room, Caltrans is the issue with the lights timed. If you want someone to go annoy them, you know I'm good at it. Please sick me on them. I'd be happy to do it. I also wanted to respond to Commissioner Medak talking about Santa Fe. And you know, this choice between cars and bikes and pedestrians. Mayor Ehlers, I know you're a main arterial guy, a wider lanes guy. I've heard a lot about wanting cars to move more quickly through the city, but I also know you're a general plan guy. So I want to read something from the general plan that Molly had earlier today, Policy 2.4. When considering circulation patterns and standards, primary consideration will be given to the preservation of character and safety of existing residential neighborhoods. Where conflicts arise between convenience of motorists and neighborhood safety / community character preservation, the latter will have first priority. General Plan Circulation Element Policy 2.4. The latter being neighborhood safety, community character preservation over the convenience of motorists. Yep. So I think that really applies to Santa Fe and a lot of the things we're talking about here. So that's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, Joylines, for bringing it up.
That concludes speakers, and we did have one resident, Karen Koblenz, register support, but did not wish to speak.
We'll go to deliberation. Councilmember O'Hara.
All right. First off, I want to thank all the speakers who stuck around for this, for your dedication and to what you're here for. We all understand and appreciate. AB 645 is not agendized, so we can't dive deep into it. We're not here to talk about the emergency as much as anybody wants to. We're here to talk about this item, and I know that that's unpopular, and I apologize for being unpopular, but I sat down with Catherine Blakespeare last Friday in the office over there, and we talked about a lot of things. One of them was traffic calming in the city, and talked about things we agreed upon and disagreed upon. And, you know, one thing we both agreed upon, and I think much of this council agrees upon, is the word flow and increased speed get thrown around a lot more than they should. And I think it's really important to define that flow just means getting to go through the city and move and not be stuck at lights. Not words like more quickly and faster. I think those words aren't generally used. I know I've always focused on flow, and she and I had a great discussion about, like, hey, a project like Santa Fe, which has been talked about a lot tonight, like, none of us want to increase speed. We want to make it safer, and we want to make it so people can flow through there safely. And she agreed. Then we talked about, hey, you're gonna have this press conference tomorrow, and you're gonna talk about traffic calming. And in this instance, what she was talking about, she and I don't agree, and we agreed to disagree. And it was very cordial, and it was a great conversation, and I appreciated it. And I went to her press conference on Saturday. I thought the press conference was over on Saturday. But this is just a continuation of this press conference. This initiated item is really a wolves in sheep clothing designed to handcuff the council on matters going forward. It's kind of fluff. It doesn't actually achieve anything. As stated, it's kind of redundant to what we've already stated. It's also, you know, when we make a statement like this, it's incredibly narrow in its view, as if there's only one way to do any of this stuff, keeping the people safe and keeping traffic flowing and enhancing safety and mobility. I don't want to handcuff us. Places traffic calming in general over safety in a lot of instances. I think the example of Santa Fe is one people would argue that is actually the case. It put traffic calming over safety. I know we're not talking about Santa Fe, I'm just using it as an example. Furthermore, you know, we got an incredible list of the number of items we're doing right now in our MTSC committee. And again, I think this was mentioned in the traffic committee just 2 weeks ago. This is how I go back to this being fluff. Just 2 weeks ago, the person who put this forward was saying, let's get rid of the traffic committee. Now we're saying, let's do another traffic measure and make a traffic claim that, I'm sorry, doesn't actually even do anything. So I'm going to recommend that we don't approve this. You know, if somebody has a more appropriate claim they want to make as far as the suggested action, which was to approve the resolution to acknowledge longstanding community support for traffic calming and ratify the community. I don't know that necessarily is accurate. But if somebody has a better way to put it, that just talks about putting safety first, because I think that's what all this is about. It's not how do we, it's not the one way to make people safe. It's let's focus on making people safe, period. So I'm gonna rest for now. I apologize for what might be an unpopular position, but I'm gonna stand there.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Lyons.
There's a lot of pain in this room, and it really calls to the reason I wanted to put this item forward. This isn't a sleepy little item. There's a lot of pain around traffic safety in our community, and there has been for a long time, and we continue to want to make our community safer. If you've been here through this whole public comment period, which many of you, some have left, but I want to point out the diversity of opinion that was presented tonight. And I have felt this in our community for a while. We have rallied behind traffic calming for many years, since 2008. We have an Encinitas traffic management program. It's a program that's a draft, but it hasn't moved forward. I have been sensing a lack of enough support in the community to continue to want to look at slowing traffic down on our streets, and that worries me. We're going to end up with more pain if we don't look at that. If we're saying, oh, well, we're all aligned behind that, okay, then agree to the resolution that says we want to slow down traffic. So not all of our streets are calmed, and we need to work towards that. And I want to point out there's some that are quite wide and quite fast. What those are used for is by our neighbors in San Marcos, and not to point them out, but our neighboring communities to find quick access to the 5. You know, I'm not here representing our neighboring communities. I don't want to provide them quick access to the 5. That's not my primary objective here, is to keep our people safe on our streets and provide for all the means of mobilization that people choose to have. It's our primary job to create create safe streets. And I think speed does matter, and I agree, speed does kill. Traffic flow not only helps with safety by slowing traffic, it also helps with by lessening congestion, because there's less stops and less starts. You just flow. I want to be able to tell the kids we're headed in the right direction. I want to assure them that we're looking after their best interests. I want them to know I prioritize kids over cars. We got a lot of support on this item, and I would say probably about half the speakers tonight, but the majority who sent us comments of this item, they were like, yes, we want this. We want to demonstrate that we do support this. I want to clarify that when I was voting the other week, I was voting not to continue the committee that was supposed to meet to help move the traffic management program forward. It wasn't that I wasn't voting for the program. The program is a good program, and it's in its draft form. It's been in its draft form since January of 2024. We need to move that program forward. We need to dedicate ourselves to this traffic management. And if the committee wasn't able to help move it forward, I didn't see the value of the committee. I was outnumbered, and the committee is moving forward, and my colleagues are on the committee. So I'm shouting out that I'm hearing that it's important to stand behind traffic management, the traffic management program, and to support traffic calming. So given that, and given the late hour or the early hour in the morning, I would like to move the resolution based on how much support I've seen for it. I think it's important at this juncture, given the diversity of opinion. Who are we up here? What are we saying up here? Are we caring about slowing our traffic? Are we caring about calming our streets? I think this is significant. I'd like to move that the resolution is supported.
Okay. Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you. I think that the differing of opinions at the podium, it speaks volumes throughout the community. I think what has been highlighted for me is I think a citywide traffic study is what is probably, I think that's what's needed at this point. At this point, we need to stop. That's what last week's renderings were for, what I pushed forward, and most of you weren't here, but you may have seen it. It was to get a snapshot of what it is that we're seeing and make sure we're all seeing the same thing. So the reason I put the number of 75,000 people and 95,000 to reiterate to Deputy Mayor Lyons was to show that the growth in people here is going to put cars, pedestrians, and bikes somewhere. And most of these bikes now go 25 plus miles an hour. Some of them go faster than that. So the mile per hour that's not being followed is predominantly because we're not measuring the entire city. We're not seeing where people need to flow or could go. And ideally, and again, some of you probably weren't here when I talked about this, but I was the one that put the idea forward to get kids from Degano to schools, parks, and beaches with less than 5% of their travel on major thoroughfares. I put that forward because it's exactly this issue. There are roads that go 25 miles an hour. Speed does kill. Slow is smooth, Brad. But flow is smooth, and we need to have that, and we need to have an understanding. And the term that comes to mind is quiet streets, big boulevards, because we have to get people to a place where they can travel appropriately. I could not be more sad for the Shalakian family. I've had 4 of my friends growing up here that have been hit on Cerro, on Encinitas Boulevard, going to Oak Crest as an 8th grader, on Oak Branch, and then again on Melba, right in front of the high school, the elementary school. It's a tale as old as the car. It really is. And I want to fix it. And the way I believe that we fix it is we start to get kids, the schools, parents, iPhone 360, whatever, to get these kids onto the streets that go those speeds and in those places. In this case, I understand this was a tragic accident. I'm not trying to minimize the way people feel. I do believe an entire city traffic study is the one thing I would motion to move forward. If I don't know what the funding is, I don't know what that stuff, but I don't think that's on the agenda. It's not on the agenda, but that's the only thing I would be willing to push forward out of this right here and right now, or to agendize it for a follow-on meeting. So I'll move that to agendize it, please, for a follow-on meeting, ideally in September, because obviously this is but I don't think what is being proposed here solves anything. It might muddy the waters before we've actually studied the exact problems and actually put the stuff right where it needs to go.
So I'm trying to figure out, is that a substitute motion? Right now we
It's
have
on the agenda?
Okay, why don't you hold that motion? We've got a motion on the table. We don't have a second for it. So you can.
Do I need a motion to put it on the future agenda? Or?
Not necessarily, but just hold on to that thought. If we need to, we can go there. Are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay,
right now.
I'm up next. First thing is, I have a question for staff. The City of Encinitas Neighborhood Traffic Management Plan program was adopted in 2005, updated in 2007. I can't count the number of times Abe and probably his predecessor, Rob, came to me saying they were implementing the Encinitas Neighborhood Management Traffic Program. I mean, am I hallucinating?
Not at this hour.
Yeah, I might be.
Yeah, well, I was here, I was the city engineer in 2017 to 2018 is when we did the first tier revised. And I know a lot at that time, pardon my voice, at that time, a lot of it was cut through traffic and speeding on local streets and residential neighborhoods, hence the speed cushion program. And but meanwhile, while that happens, we also have that document being done. Every city I've worked at and you drive through, you'll see various versions of those types of things implemented. But we've continued with that, which is the list that we have generated to help us.
But to my point, Deputy Mayor Lyons made the point that we haven't adopted it. I think it's been adopted 20 plus years ago. In fact, we first had Dan Burton, the expert in walkability and whatnot, come to Encinitas in January of 2002.
And he came back again in 2018.
And came again, yeah. So, we've been talking about calming, and we have the plans, and Abe has been working to those plans, so I'm okay with that. Second item, I need to address a comment from Brad Lefkowitz when he says I'm for high speed and freeways. I mean, I've put more stop signs in this city than most anybody up here and advocated for traffic calming, whether it was reducing speed, AB 43. I signed up agreed with that and implemented that. Traffic circles, I voted for traffic circles, the whole bit. So now I want to go down to what I really needed to talk about, and this item is not about Santa Fe per se, but the testimony shows it really is. And it's also about Emory, and it's also about every other traffic issue we have around here. But the question is, why here, why now? And my belief is it's very well timed with Catherine Blakespeare's press conference, and it's really about Santa Fe. That's the real intent here. But regardless of whether it is or it isn't, it doesn't matter. Traffic calming is a good thing. I support it. I have supported it. Bad design, poorly designed traffic calming, I do not support. And that's what we're really talking about tonight. What, Rebecca, you said nobody likes Santa Fe. Oh, she just left. That is the sentiment that I get. If we look at our surveys, it says 900 respondents, over 900, out of 1,000 hate the back-end parking. And I find that everywhere. Let's not stop there. Let's take Eolas. If you remember the quick build Eolas roundabout we put in, we took it out because it was not working. It was bad traffic calming. We put in a much better approach with stop signs. Number 2, Vista. I just talked to Dan O'Donnell from Vista today about why he voted to take out the curbs on the protected bike lanes. He said, when only 5% of my constituents support something, I cannot support it. So we're not the only ones. Carlsbad is removing plans to put in traffic circles. Just because you have two roads that come together does not mean a traffic circle is the only and best solution. Now I'm going to get to kind of inductively to my point. My point is our goal, I think everyone in this room, is to improve traffic safety. So when it comes to Santa Fe, and we will be speaking of it, I believe I have a special meeting on October 1st, where it will be the only item where we can go over it. Everyone can come, say much of the same stuff, but it'll be agendized about Santa Fe. The goal, my goal, and I think everybody's goal, is to make whatever flaws were there safe. Now, I don't have to even conjecture whether or not there are mistakes made on Santa Fe. The U.S. Post Office, they refused to deliver to the 14 houses on Santa Fe because it was unsafe. They could not pull over. I didn't make that up. That's not a political statement. That is an independent organization saying it's not safe. And there was one other example, and that is the El Portal roundabout. Look at the traffic accident rate before versus after. It's several orders of magnitude higher. We've had one of the guys from Carlsbad, Steve Linky, I think, testified, showed that data pretty conclusively. So the difference I think we're talking about tonight is not traffic calming or not traffic calming. It's bad traffic calming versus good traffic calming. So I don't have a problem with this resolution. I don't think we need it. I think it's kind of, it's a good discussion tonight, but I don't think the resolution buys me anything. I wouldn't vote against it, but I would add one thing to it. I would add that we support the general plan. And Brad, I'm so glad that you quoted policy 2.4. It's my favorite. I quote it constantly. And so that's where I'm coming from. I think we are fine where we are, but I wouldn't want to make this, and I feel we're trying to make this political, and I hate the fact that's happening. So we've got a motion. Do we have, and we have a no, we don't have it. We have a motion. Do we have a second? What was the motion? The motion was for the recommendation.
Approve the recommended action.
Lacking a second, I would say this dies for lack of a second, unless somebody wants to differ with me. Are there any other discussion we need to take on this? I think we have some oral comments left too. Do we have oral comments left?
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
after,
good,
yeah.
yeah. So with that,
I just moved to deny it.
I don't think we need to.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the non-action is fine.
Not having a second just is a non-action.
Yep. So with that, we'll close this item and move on to the remainder of oral comments.
Call you up 3 at a time if you're still here. First speaker, Sheila Cameron, followed by Nancy Moothart, and then Helen Bourne.
I should have brought my pajamas. Okay, I have this evening petition for twinkly lights on the stop sign at the top of Plato and Cotter Streets. I'm here this evening to present a petition put on timed twinkly lights placed around the stop sign at the corner of Plato Place and Cotter Street in Lucadia. This corner is heavily traversed every school day by parents in a hurry to get their children to Capri School on time. They are in so much of a hurry that they fail to stop at an official stop sign at this location, endangering the lives of the families with children who live in the neighborhood, including me. We believe the addition of this safety feature will cause drivers to observe the stop and actually stop instead of sailing through the center. The city's engineering department tells me that this corner leading into Capri School does not, quote, meet the technical standards, unquote, quote, for this added safety feature. What about the human standards? Creating a safe school neighborhood and saving future injuries and lives is the only standard that should matter. We have children in our neighborhood and more additional babies coming along who walk now and then and will be walking to Capri School in the future. The petition that I'm giving you tonight represents 40 homes and signed with over 50 signatures of homeowners, your constituents who live in this neighborhood. Everyone was eager to sign the petition, and many had horror stories, believe me, about near-miss accidents on this corner. We are asking that you support having these lights on this stop sign. People are entering a neighborhood and a school zone. We suggest the lights be timed for a couple of hours in the morning and in the afternoon. This petition is a request that you act now. Don't wait for an injury or death. Direct your engineering department to apply the human standards of safety. I have passed in our petition as well as a copy of what I've said tonight. I really would appreciate us just moving along, point engineering, tell them to do it. Believe me, if I die and you haven't done anything, I am going to put on such a curse on them and you will never recover. Bye.
Okay, Sheila, that is the first time I've been threatened with a haunting up here.
Nancy Moothart, are you here? Helen Bourne, are you here? Next speaker is Bob Ayers, followed by Dave Dean, and then Natalie Geyer.
Good morning, Bob Ayers, Encinitas resident. I want to speak to the event on Saturday morning during which Senator Catherine Blakespear and 9 other community members were pleading that the Santa Fe core improvements remain intact. Improve, don't remove. I'll remind you that I grew up a block and a half from Santa Fe and now live just a stone's throw from where the press conference took place. Mr. O'Hara was present. He chose to use his time after the press conference to leave the impression that the senator and the 9 speakers and a dozen in attendance were in the minority. In a few words to CBS News, Mr. O'Hara dismissed the speakers who he had just watched, referring to his overwhelming number of people who opposed the requests that were made that morning. He has no statistics to back up his claim. 2 of the speakers that morning had lost loved ones, a son and a husband who had died, victims of traffic fatalities. Mr. O'Hara, there were people here tonight begging, pleading for safe streets. Let them overwhelm you. It's clear, Karen, can you turn that picture? It's clear to me that Mr. O'Hara is overwhelmed by something other than facts. Mr. O'Hara's companion at the press conference was Rachel Graves. Rachel Graves, after the press conference, introduced herself to not one, but two people using a false name. And at least one of them that she's a member of Encinitas Bike Walk. She is not. She's a Carlsbad resident with a well-documented influence on our council members. We heard earlier this evening from Jesse Kahn at what a quick trigger it takes to trigger Mrs. Graves' wrath. And she is not alone with a quick trigger. Mr. Schaefer, you spoke last week during the ICE discussion using the term escalation of aggression and how it should be avoided. But you were the one who called for bringing rifles to a construction site because you didn't like what was being built there. We all remember that, especially on a day like today with another mass shooting. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Schaefer, we should all seek to minimize acts of aggression in both our public and personal lives? The simple fact is we need leaders who rise to the occasion rather than shrink to advisors who peddle blame instead of solutions. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Dave Dean, Encinitas. I'll keep it short in light of my topic. Today I Googled how to run meetings in a more timely, efficient manner. There are hundreds of articles. I would request that you please do some research and keep the meeting shorter. 6 nights a week, I'm in bed by 9 o'clock. Wednesday night is the only exception. Shorter meetings, please. Thank you.
Finally, a topic we can all agree on.
Next 3 speakers, Natalie Geyer, are you here? Bev Goodman, are you here? Laura Van Dusen? You're up.
Hello again. I speak tonight as a mother and as a part of a community that is deeply concerned about the dangerous driving and the safety of our children in Encinitas. Mayor Ehlers, you said it yourself, we are fundamentally fighting a driver behavior problem. While I believe it's a multifaceted issue with many ways to attack this problem, infrastructure that ensures safe passage for bicyclists, pedestrians, and drivers is essential as our city grows. I think the recommendation of a study is a fantastic idea. I would like to ask why that is not being done immediately. It sounds like a fantastic idea. Let's do that. I want to be very clear about what I am asking for tonight. First, launch a surge of high visibility enforcement paired with public outreach. Residents of Encinitas and our neighboring communities must understand that dangerous driving will not be tolerated. And why? Why is it not tolerated? This is really important to make sure the public knows. In addition, the public needs easy access to the data of month-to-month citations. This data needs to be disclosed at the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commissions. We're still not getting these numbers. I see more enforcement, but we really need to access data for this to be something that this council can be credited for implementing. Second, adopt automated enforcement. Reactivate red light cameras and pursue speed cameras under AB 645. Red light cameras save lives. According to one study, cameras can reduce the fatal red light running crash rate by 21%. These cameras work 24/7. They free up officers and they hold repeat offenders accountable. Revenue generated by these cameras can and should be allocated back toward traffic safety measures. And finally, I must ask, why is the state of emergency not on tonight's agenda, despite your unanimous vote to put it there? To the public, this looks like a step back from your commitment to our safety. If you choose not to act, we ask you to explain why. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Samuel Wilmert, are you here? Vanessa Reed, Jeremy Ross, followed by Brian Campbell, Toto Wizard of Oz? Don't think so. And then Rhonda Graves.
Good morning, everyone. On a slightly light-hearted note first, is it possible that maybe we could get some food trucks in the lot for these meetings since we're here for, 7 hours so far? More serious note, thank you to all of you, for prioritizing our children's safety with the emergency resolution last week. Even though I know one of you angrily complained about your constituents pressuring you into making our children's safety a priority against your values. We are counting on you all to continue to prioritize our children and diligently push forward with the actions required by last week's emergency resolution. I'm grateful to Mayor Ehlers, Deputy Mayor Lines, and Councilmember San Antonio for actively showing their commitment to our children with their subsequent actions this week in standing with our community. Councilmember Schaefer, as you know, I am dismayed that you completely ignored my efforts, your constituents' efforts, to support you in pushing forward the requirements of the emergency resolution to make our community safe. Council, you have my full support to take expedient action on last week's emergency resolution to protect our children and our community at large. To those that wish to continue to sow hate and bigotry in our welcoming, inclusive community, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Your hate is not welcome here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Brian Campbell again. I'm in a room with a lot of caring people, I can tell. You wouldn't be up there if you didn't care. And so I'm going to share my quick story, which is a very serious topic. I was engineering manager at General Atomics, healthy, surfing every day, working on high-energy laser weapons for DARPA, and just doing the coolest shit ever. And all of a sudden, my health just started to decline like crazy. I felt lethargic. I felt like reoccurring kind of illness every 3 weeks, like the flu. Went to every doctor known to man. Went to UCSD, infectious disease specialist. I went to Scripps, probably emergency room visits 10 times over an 8-year period, and almost lost my job, almost lost all my friends, all my family, completely became recluse. And finally, I was working with a coworker who had dropped bombs in Kosovo, and he had PTSD and was drinking like crazy. And I confronted him and said, "Hey, man, is everything okay?" And he's like, "No, I'm got PTSD so bad." We shared stories. He told me about a naturopathic doctor that he thought could help me. I went to him. 15 minutes talking to this guy, he said, "You got Lyme disease." I said, "No, I already had 2. I was tested twice, and the test said negative." So the CDC board members own the test that if you think you have Lyme disease and you go to the hospital, they'll do this test, and then they'll tell you don't have that, and it must be something else. And after about 8 years of being sick, they'll start saying it's all in your head and things like that. Well, the past 2 years, I have done a super aggressive antibiotic treatment. I've gotten recently a new fecal implantation, kind of state-of-the-art thing, and I am coming back to life. And I wanted to share some facts. The CDC is actually fessed up that there's at least 500,000 people every year that are diagnosed with Lyme disease and are treated. And I'm saying that's wildly underestimated. I figured I got Lyme disease in Ohio, but the black-legged deer ticks are the size of poppy seeds, and that's what got me on the back of my neck and other areas. Ultimately, I didn't realize that it was, but I had gotten, when I went to visit, I saw them again. I have now had this whole community of people that have been chronically ill, similar to me, and had no answers. The thing is, Lyme disease is spreading like crazy. There's even, my Lyme doctor that's in San Diego believes that it's sexually transmitted because it's the same spirochete that's syphilis. And I just want to raise awareness if there's people with these illnesses that they can't figure out fibromyalgia and these other things, it may be Lyme disease. And there's a better test that you can pay $2,000 and get.
Okay, thank you.
Rhonda?
Rhonda Graves, Levenheim. First, I want to say congratulations to Jace. I never thought she'd end up even interim city manager. Second, Joy, I just want to say if you really cared about safety, you wouldn't be approving you wouldn't have been for the last 3 or 4 or whatever years approving all these developments that are only causing more traffic, including the one that's right next to where my son was killed. And 3 other people were killed there. You approved it. And I'm just saying, if you cared, you need to step up to the plate and do what's right. My third thing is that I used to be a patient of Teresa Bootcamp, Ayers. It's a little disheartening to think that she now has, years later, decided to just get obsessed with my daughter, but that's another issue. I'm up here, as you guys know, Brian, my 16-year-old son, was killed in December of 1989. He'd just gotten home from working on an honors English project, and 2 days before, he'd gotten his varsity letter for football, along with that, spending every weekend fishing with his dad. He didn't like what we were having for dinner and decided to go to Taco Bell. He made it about a mile. A guy who just left a Christmas party cut the curve, hit his left front tire of his truck, smashed into the driver's side. The guy had just left a Christmas party. We know 2 people at the party. He was never tested by the sheriffs. You can't get drunk drivers off the road. I've worked with the DA's office for the last 30-some years. The star witness to my son's death had 9 DUIs. He used different driver's licenses from different states when he got pulled over, and the DA's office never put 2 and 2 together until I got involved. I can give you numerous DA's names and numbers. They all know me. What I want to say is that nobody cares more about Rancho Santa Fe Road being a safer street than me. No one. And yet I fought you guys, especially you, Joy, over and over again and asked you not to build the Goodson project for safety reasons. That was my only concern, and you voted for it. I'm just saying that the red light drivers, I can't go out on the street in any city on any day and not see someone run a red light. I don't know how you control every single intersection. I don't know how you do it. And so I'm just saying that for us, we chose to do a bass fishing tournament for the last 33 years that funds a scholarship in our son's memory. And that brought us peace and some joy. Thank you.
That's it. So that concludes, I would propose we put off the AB 123 reports, city manager, city attorney report, unless you have something you feel compelled at 1:05 a.m. to say. Okay.
Were we going to ask the city manager to give an update on our emergency action?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I understood. I was told that was going to happen tonight.
Not at this time. We'll be discussing it next week.
Another. Hey, yeah. Threat of litigation again. So suffice it to say, we need to talk first. Obviously not from you. So we wanted to, but I'll let the city manager, acting city manager. Acting.
Because our real city manager is under the weather. She will be back next week. Very quickly, tomorrow on the now I've lost, okay, there it is. Sorry, I had this already 2 hours ago. Tomorrow, August 28th, in the Poinsettia Room here at City Hall, there will be a community meeting covering proposed bike route design plans. So that's an announcement. Also, just very quickly, the construction has begun on D Street stairs. All the parts are in. They had to be formulated. They're in, and the construction started today. And also, City Hall will be closed Monday for Labor Day. All of you have a very safe weekend. Thank you.
And any city clerk? No. So with that, we are adjourned, and thank you for sticking around.
Yeah, I sent an email. To everybody.